Oops, Solo Puppy, you're actually completely right. There is definitely a payout. I forgot to do oopsies. Yeah, I can do that now. No one noticed anything. You don't need to hear about it, Sam. I definitely didn't forget to do a prediction payout. Hello everyone, how's it going? My name's Nymaera Initialise, is just in the background. And I'm not really going to be around today, folks, because I have a meeting to go to, and this is one of those ones which you don't miss. So, I'll be back tomorrow, properly. In fact, we might be both back tomorrow. I don't know, we'll see how Sam's voice is doing.
I should be back tomorrow.
Cool.
We actually get a proper duocast.
Yeah, nice. So we'll actually have a duocast for the first time in a while. So, if you're watching on Onivia, or you're watching on my YouTube, or my Twitch and stuff, hello, how's it going? Welcome to today's Ultra Prime vs OMG today. Both these teams, I believe, are already eliminated, but that doesn't mean we can't have some banger games as well. We've already seen some of that from yesterday. Well, okay, yesterday was an experience of all time, and if you are from the JVIC fandom, welcome from that clip.
Yeah.
Enough said about that. Right, Sam, what do you need?
I'm just going to make myself some coffee, and then I'm good to go.
Okay, cool. Well, for those of you here in chat, hi. You'll have me for a little bit. I'll be here for about another half an hour more, and then I'll have to head off to do things. Hope you're all sat down, ready for some riveting LPL League of Legends action. Hi, how's it going? One thing you'll notice today as well, which is a little bit different, we're putting on some different background music while the background stream is on, because copyright issues happen when we play the clean feed, so you'll have just some generic Riot background music for a while until we figure out what we're doing with that. We're going to try and find a way we can quickly kind of unmute to listen to interviews and stuff like that. But yeah, hopefully this means that we don't get copyright issues and get in, yeah. I mean, the copyright stuff it's not a problem for streaming, it's just a problem if we want to get ad revenue. That's the problem. But yeah, today, Ultra Prime OMG, yeah, it's the best compromise for now. We'll figure out some stuff. Like, if we get a ton of support, maybe we can even just do our own break content, bring on guests and blah, blah, blah. Much more similar to, I suppose, what LPL English is doing. But that feels like I'll be treading on their toes, maybe. I don't know. What we're doing right now feels okay. But you know what I mean. What song is this? No More Tears by Annika. Is this a TFT song? Cool. Oh, what is this? Oh, the whatchamacallit skins. Is Seraphine actually been released though? There's the Amumu skin which is on there too, which is not currently pictured. Okay, so what am I excited for today? Well, I'm a big fan of Ijin, top lane of Ultra Prime. I always like to watch them play. I'm a big fan of Ultra Prime's social media. I hope they cook stuff up. I say that I've heard that. Yeah, I hope that Ultra Prime reversed this decision, but I think Ultra Prime might be scaling down their social media stuff, which is a real shame, because they're really good at what they do. The Ultra Prime Weibo stuff has just got me far more invested in their matchups than I have any right to be. And on the other side of OMG, obviously they've struggled a lot as well. Let's just have a look at what their records are so far. I believe they're both 0 and 2, but I just want to check. Okay, Group B. Yeah, so this is OMG and Ultra Prime are both at 0 and 2, so they're both mathematically eliminated. In fact, thank you, mainstream. This will be their last matchup in the group. Both these teams have lost versus JDG and Weibo. So this is for seeding. What this will matter for, and this is the same as yesterday, is the teams in next split will be seeded off their finishing in this one. Camera's back. This is a nice song in the background too. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of EGN. I think Rosie Love's had some fun games. Wacko's not been awful as well. Their mid jungle, I think, does need a little bit of work. I think that's, yeah, I think Junhao and Saber have had some overdive moments. They've miscalculated some stuff, but that doesn't mean that they're without merit. Saber, a bigger Kali player. They did take one game off Waybella, which was cool. I think it was game 2. I gotta go make sure I got some Discord stuff out. Any hope Dread the series might end up being 5 games? Now you mention it. That could actually be... That could be a possibility, folks. I think that's... look, I think OMG come in the favorites to me. And I said this pre-split, and I'll say this again now. But, you know, I think that Star is legit. Moam is... okay for LPL standards. Obviously, he was quite poor at Worlds, but that's Worlds. I think that Harry is decent for like LPL journeyman standards, I suppose. But Harry's like a lower tier. Yeah, let's go BLG. The other blue logo. That's just the same as any other blue logo, right?
I am return it.
Okay, right. Well, I'll leave you to it with the chat. I'm gonna get some. I gotta go in like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so I can stop and chat a little bit. But yeah. So just a reminder, Sam. Spotify's running in the background.
Cool.
You can either tab out to it and handle it that way. Do you want to bring your own laptop, or do you want to use?
Do you want to use it for your meetings? I can bring mine through.
You can. That'd be
Yeah, no worries. I can do that.
I don't think I'll need it.
Well, you take it just in case. That's fine. I will go grab my laptop.
But yeah, in terms of Spotify.
And this is yours, isn't it? Yeah, double
It
check.
is,
Cool.
but you don't have to. Yeah.
You can't see any of this, guys. It's just some organisation where things are going.
Yeah, we're just figuring out logistics, folks, and we'll get to it throughout the day. Thanks for sticking with us. And yeah, I think that no, Hung has been. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay.
There we go.
And I've freed up a plug slot.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
And as always, don't hit the big red button.
Don't hit the big red button. That would be bad, yeah.
If you hit the big red button on the 6-way power plug we have,
Everything turns off.
everything will turn off, and the stream will die. So.
Yes.
Now, sadly, that is placed pretty close to where your feet are. So,
Yeah.
just in general, that's just a thing.
yeah.
I've learned to live with the terror.
Have
so-
you done that before?
Yeah, once.
You have you? Oh.
Not on stream, but
You have done it. Oops.
well, I was on call and I was like, oh, I think it was in a game actually. I believe.
Oops.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
That's fine.
Anyway, so yeah, if you want to control Spotify through here, oh, I need to refresh that, whatever. I'll just keep it on there so it doesn't keep it on.
I'll tab out then.
And yeah, yes, as you are bringing up the volume of the actual stream, which you should probably do, I think, in draft, I suppose.
Yeah.
Don't don't just click unmute because it will go to half
Half volume
volume
and be
it will-
blastingly loud,
It will
yeah.
actually flashbang the stream. We will actually use a concussion.
I
grenade.
will not do that.
Anyway, ads have been run. I'll let you leave you get set up. I gotta get ready myself in the background.
Okay. Go get yourself ready. Hello, guys. Hey, Mecca. Good to see you. Let me get myself.
Briefly have both of us.
Yeah, I'm gonna very quickly get up the other chats and stuff. I'll get my laptop set up. So at the minute it's just Twitch and possibly a little bit of YouTube up on the top because there is a multi-chat setting. But Nivea, I'm really sorry, chat. I can't see you right now. You might be saying wonderful things, and I'd have no idea. Let me pop this one out. It's really annoying. I've got to like re-pop out all of my chats. It's very obnoxious. Someone looks 15 years younger. Hello, Anivia. In chat, the person himself. Yes, I have shaved, therefore I look more like my age. But hello, folks. Good to see you. Get Alex's YouTube chat up as well. We've got OMG stuff to chat about at some point. And get hydrated, idiot, says Angie. Okay, I'll sort that. Fine. I will get hydrated. Scroll down on this. Hello, come on, laptop. Absolutely no recognition with the UP players. They look new to me. I'm watching because Moam's playing. Very reasonable off the grids. Let me have a quick look and remind myself before I start talking about players that aren't actually there. Let's have a quick chat about who is on Ultra Prime. Because I think Ultra Prime are another one of those teams, a little bit like we were saying the other day from WE, with players who might one day be okay, but are just not there right now. So you should know, in fairness, actually I take that back. There are a couple players on Ultra Prime who are legitimately very good, but they've come on over from PCS and are in a pretty interesting position. So Wacko is one of the best team fighting AD carries from the PCS, obviously now the LCP, and Zhang, who, you know, I think it's Ijang is how it's supposed to be pronounced, because what it is one Jiang is how it looks like to an English person. But as I understand it, chatting with Molecule and a couple others, it's just Zhang or Ijang. And he is an incredible top laner. Really, really cool. He is a big Riven player, was smashing up LCP.
You can unmute the interview.
And we can do that, that's fine. Is it worth doing? So I thought it was in...
Yes, but some people understand
that's fine. That's super fair. I'd probably turn off Spotify first.
Yes.
Where is Spotify on here? Okay, there it is.
So just press pause.
Yeah, I know how that one works. That's fine. And we're going to do this one from here.
See if it's...
That's probably about where it was.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing I'd want to unmute for.
That's fine.
Ugh.
It's like, so for instance, Ferguson is in chat sometimes and they speak.
Ah, super fair.
And sometimes they translate.
Super fair. But yeah. But there you go. To answer your question about Ultra Prime a little bit. Basically, there are some cool players on there, but they're interestingly PCS, now LCP imports, and that is the AD carry, that is the top lane. They're really cool. I think Junhao is alright. I think Saber is not quite ready, and Rosie Love was an LDL support. Who was their duo when I was last casting? Well, they were on UPA, right? They were on the Ultra Prime Academy. And they had a decent enough last end of LDL. So Saber and Rosie were both down there, and basically Ultra Prime sucked for a bit, and they got better again. And then basically was playing with Kellen, who was the AD carry, who was pretty solid, and then the roster ended up switching around again, and it kind of fell apart a little bit towards the end. But they ended up being okay-ish for LDL standards. Ended up like second in the lower group, did an okay-ish job in grand finals until they ran into BLG Junior, who were just really good, and things kind of went wrong from there. And that sometimes just happens because BLG Junior were in fact quite good. Junhao used to be a BLG Junior player, if I remember correctly, in fact. So there's certainly some LDL talent there. Again, I think it's one of those ones where they're coming up to a roster that... They're coming to a roster that doesn't necessarily have the structures in place to make the most of them as yet. But yeah, you're looking at, what was it? End of 2024, Junhao was on that LDL roster that ended up going to Asia Star Challenges with Lam and some of the other really good LDL talents and did okay. They didn't do very well, unfortunately, at BOG Junior at Master Cup, but hey, sometimes that happens. But there you go. That's the bit of history on that one. So yeah, I think you basically got 3 LDL imports and 2 PCS imports. So that's 3 rookies and 2 new players to the league. I think the new players to the league are pretty good, but I don't know whether they are. But I don't think they are necessarily LPL ready yet. I'll be interested to see where they're at, like say the end of the year, assuming they don't have their confidence broken, which you know happens. Oof. But we'll see how it plays out from that. I think OMG have got players that are just a bit more ready for this. I think Moam obviously was fantastic over in LCK challenges and stuff. I think Harry has played a little bit longer. Hung has played a little bit longer. Linfong and I wanted to pronounce. I know we had someone tell us how it's supposed to be pronounced the other week, and I keep wanting to go towards Linfong, and apparently it's not that. So if someone knows what the pronunciation is again, please do say. It might be Linfeng or something like that. But if we have someone who knows the pronunciation on it, it would be appreciated. But yeah, he was one of the best LDL players to work with in the background, and actually now that that's all done, when you can mute that again, go back to Spotify until we get champ stacked again. And we'll go from that. But hello, Colin. Nice to see you in Nivea's chat. Actually, where's my cam? Oh, yeah. Haha. Wrong screen. There we go. Move that over this way a bit. Hello, folks. How are you all doing? But yeah, both these teams 0 and 2. Not a great start to the split. That's a cool side tie. I don't see many people with side tied hair. Doing good, Smack. Good news. Look better for after the shave. Thank you for explaining. I appreciate that off the grid. Yeah, it needed to be done. Legitimately have a new shaver now, which makes things a lot different. So that makes life a lot easier. Took one game from Weibo Gamers and positive they'll be better in a best of 5. LPL has been great in fearless drafts now, a few new players. Yeah, so the thing is, particularly for, say, Ultra Prime here, 3 of these players have pretty heavy amounts of experience in LDL, which has been fearless for years. Even the regular season is best of 3 fearless. So they, yeah, so a lot of those players are very used to playing with that in mind. And when you got people like Ijang, who is a Riven main, and a very good Riven player at that too. There is a serious world where what happens is that that you get to a point in the draft, it's like, cool, all these normal top lane things are gone, cool, Riven. And enemy team goes, oh, what do I play into this? Oh, damn, there's 40 champions banned. What do we do? And you just add our options that will work into Riven properly. And that's a cool shirt, by the way. Thank you very much. It's from Thailand. This is a really cool store we found. Alex got some too, which basically did loads of old school movie posters on shirts. And I got a couple ones. I got a Pulp Fiction one. I got a Star Wars one. Pretty cool. What does work into Riven? Quite a lot these days is the honest answer. One of Riven's issues is the fact that she really has to overperform to go even in lane. Anybody who stacks a lot of armor ain't exactly fun. So Malphite and all those ones can be a bit annoying. She's actually okay in things like Ornn because it takes a little while before they get through the HP stuff. Or people who just are better early on. So things like Renekton aren't the funnest all the time. Probably a few top lane mains who'd have better answers to me. Cassandra can manhandle because she goes dashing in and he presses W and you go, well, I should lose now. Because a lot of it basically relies on you using your, in fairness, pretty high level of outplayability and like like animation cancelling stuff to really, really manage things. But we are into draft. Right. Let's go unmute some stuff and get ourselves ready. There we go. Let's get ourselves ready for a bit more action of the day. One v one time. But see who's doing it. I imagine it's Egypt. Honestly, Linfong would also make sense for OMG, I feel. Yeah, did you miss the 1v1? No, you did not. You're all good for that one. No, you did not. There you go, here's OMG. Oh my god! It is Linfong. Linfong, okay.
LPL 第一赛段小组赛第5周第3日的比赛由 UP 对阵 OMG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Ejang versus Harry apparently. Ooh, top lane matchup. There we go. Appreciate it, white people. Make some sound. I wonder whether we will see Ejang on the Riven. Could be a fun one to see. And I did go looking up some of Riven's stats, and basically, great into the Yones, the Akalis, the Tom Kenches of the world. People who stack HP have CC that they are, or shields and stuff that they are very reliant on, and then people whose mobility can get interrupted. So the Akali, the Yone can go, aha, oh no, I've been stunned, and that's bad. So champions you can interrupt the mobility on, champions to build HP rather than raw armor early as well, so not banned to Scion, allegedly. The other side of that though is your Urgots, your Quins, your Camille's. Can be really annoying because they have ways of interrupting your mobility and locking you down. And that is also really obnoxious. Also Malphite, because armor stacking early, just not fun. All of which makes some sense. Okay, so bans came on 3, Mel still disabled. I cast a game of Mel the other day. It was Caltis playing it over for G2L. Did absolutely despicable things as a bot lane carry. From what I'm hearing from some of the pros and coaches and stuff, may well be being seen as a flex between mid and bot, and that gives her a lot of priorities. So expect to see a fair amount of Mel when she's finally let loose on pro play proper. She's not right now though, so we'll keep our eyes on that. I think a lot of these bans make some sense. Harry is a notorious Darius player, and the others are all pretty standard 1v1 specialists.
We're not banning out EGN's Riven.
I was just chatting about that. Is Harry gonna ban it now? Jax, okay. Riven's up.
I mean, we did see it yesterday from... Oh, who did we see it from? Zuka, I think, ended up playing.
How was
it? Lost versus the Garen.
Oh, yeah,
Garen
we
versus
did.
Riven, which is a fun matchup, but yeah, lost that one.
We're just chatting about Riven and what makes for a good Riven matchup.
Right.
Because it's not always the easiest to find, but if you're very good at the champion, you can kind of get away with things that other people can't.
I think what makes a good Riven matchup is being very good at Riven.
Genuinely yes, because that's one of the things is you have to balance it around. There it is! This is why we've been bringing it up. He is a Riven main. He made his name over in the PCS now LCP on that champion. He's very, very, very good at Riven.
We hang around in the background for just a little bit more, folks, as we get into towards this 1v1. Of course, look, this is going to be the last one that these players play for
a while,
this split, and then we'll come back, of course, to split 2, where I believe it'll still be the same with the Game 1 side select, the regular season being done through 1v1, but it's a fun little game mode, and particularly for these players, it's a nice way to kind of put up or shut up, I suppose.
Exactly that. And on the other side here, going towards Varus, which can be really obnoxious, one of the more potent AD carries in a 1v1, and we see a lot of times that AD carries are often kings of the 1v1. By that I mean the champions, not necessarily always the players, actually, ironically. And part of this as well is we have seen, over time, courtesy of Kerberos, a number of top laners pick up Varus, because tank Varus top was a thing for a while. Still kind of is, honestly, if you go into the wrong parts of solo queue. Dark.
Why does that sound like you're walking to the wrong part of town, sir?
It basically is. It's like range top laner part of town. Range tank top laner part of town. Not fun. That is not where you want to be in life. But on to the bridge we go. It's not a progress. It's a bit of a broken bridge, really. It could use some progress. Look at that thing. It's got holes in it. It's not safe. Snowball, barrier, Riven. Alright, that tells you exactly how YouTube wants to play this. That is, I will snowball to you, be as obnoxious as I can be. It's off cooldown faster than Flash, using the barrier to try and deal with some of this stuff. Nice little initial Valet into Key Burst combo. See a lot of Rivens do that. The EW kind of short animations can be very strong. Don't profess to be a huge expert on the Riven animation cancelling, but a lot of it basically is involving getting an auto move down.
Okay, so I can give you the okay, so the basic parts are you can cancel your Q on itself with you Q, click the ground, auto attack the targets. You very quickly Q, double click, but it's 2 different clicks in 2 different places. All of the other stuff is you E first. If Riven casts E, it breaks the lockout of her other abilities. So suddenly, you wouldn't have to W, then Q. You E, and you can immediately W Q. You can do similar things where you can do some good kind of like E Q3 combos with that too.
There.
You can hide your R's activation as well with E. So you ER, in the same way that Renekton could do that with R Flash, and Kennen used to do R Flash as well. There's a lot of stuff with that. So using your E to break your lockout and abilities is the big thing.
Got it there. So, Q combos, a lot of clicking on the ground, basically, to break those animations. And otherwise, whenever Riven does that dash forwards, that Valor, can expect her to start, theoretically, throwing a fighting game combo. And that's part of what Champion was designed around, was fighting games. Riven was designed after a lot of those Konami Code style champions and heroes from other titles, your Street Fighters and Mortal Kombats of the world. And combos like that where you can just suddenly go a long, long way away, waiting for cooldowns. Still got a snowball. Oh man, Harry though hits back really hard. Jang still has some pots in inventory. And again, we talk about the Riven because it's cool and exciting, and Jang is a main of it. But Harry here on the Riven, not the Riven, on the Varus is being as obnoxious as they can be. And this bush is very interruptible. We'll have Hail of Arrows and it'll happen again. Level 6 comes on through. And that means the blade can be reforged. You'll have a wind blade available. Comes back to lane. Significantly behind in terms of gold, unfortunately, is Zhejiang. Wonder what items they managed to pick up. Clears up the wave, at least. Coldfield's Warhammer. On the other side, Steel Caps and a Vamp Scepter. Gonna be a bit obnoxious to manage. Riven, realistically, is going to want to play for the ring. Because you are going to need 2 kills or 1 ring out. And of course, the thing is, if you kill someone while the ring is down, they just die on respawn anyway. So. Basically allows players with slightly weaker champions to get towards key moments in their kits. Blighted Quiver stacks on the Riven, so backing away. There's the damage amp. That red glow that we were having asked about the other day. Just enough cooldown now, the ability haste to get through a few more combos, because Riven is very, very ability haste reliant. Wants to basically spam her abilities as much as possible. Already talked about why, because a lot of it is how quickly can I get through my animations. By any means necessary. Not going Flash on Riven looks a little silly. They've gone for the Snowball, which is really interesting. Because, yeah, I agree, Flash is normally a really key part of Riven's ability to get on top of someone. But if anyone knows Riven, Ejang knows Riven. And I trust their judgment more than I trust my own on that one. You know, this is not some random playing Riven. This is one of the best Riven players of all time playing Riven. And I sort of see the angle. The barrier allows you to deal with an all-in, match the barrier on the Varus, and the Snowball is on a much shorter cooldown than the Flash. You can be a lot more exploratory with it. If Varus flashes the Snowball, what happens? You wait for your cooldown to come back up again. I think it's the honest answer, and he's down his. Of course, the thing is, right now, the Varus is just winning on shove. You can do a bit like that with the wave, which can be a bit obnoxious. Harry has to flash. And there's your answer. Damage somewhat done. Use the ultimate, gets a nice chunk. Heals, can look for a bit more. Shield down, key bursts in. I think Harry's dead. Nice from Wanjang. 1 kill. Literally, as we're talking about it, we've got questions. Why is he running the Snowball? Ejang makes him pay. Gorgeous stuff. Snowball to the wave. Valor into key burst through said wave. And Harry has to flash. Cannot get far enough away because the Riven can keep chasing. Gets a plate. Gets a kill. Gets a second plate. Are they going to go for 3? No. Going to reset now. Get as much gold as they can back in the inventory. Evens up with all that CS discrepancy. And can look to do it again. The Riven main pops off. Comes back with an Eclipse. I think Varus is in trouble here. Because what on earth did Ejang really burn? A Snowball, back off cooldown. Harry's flash, I don't think is going to be up for the Ring of Fire. And that may well spell a very easy second kill. The Varus has at least now got the Blade of the Ruin King. That's a big spike for Varus. Maybe that'll allow a little bit of survivability to go through this, but Varus needs to be able to auto to get that through, and keeping your distance versus this Riven ain't going to be easy. Gets another plate. Level up. Can try and claim for this. Gets it. He's going to go for the turret. Oh my days, Ejang needs to be careful here. Actually, you got to remember, can get a second death. I think he's going to get the turret. Gets the key burst and just destroys it. Turret destruction. In this economy, on that reset, absolutely beautiful. Absolutely stunning stuff. Ejang, smirk. There's a bit of a smirk on here. He knows he got outplayed there. Ejang, cool, calm, collected. If you want to know why people have still got a bit of hope for Ultra Prime, hope for this roster, players like that should give you a bit of while. Turret win.
Yeah,
Ejang got it, got a kill, got an Eclipse.
I noticed you saying this a couple of times. Of course, the Chinese pronunciation, not Ejang, Ejen.
They said Ejang on the announcement.
His name is Ejen, so to play on that.
Okay. You're saying whether because they had the announcement on stage.
Well, I was listening to Molecule, who's worked.
Okay, that's fair. If Ejang is what it should be pronounced, I will go off the. Okay.
Yeah. But either way, he destroys the turret. That's the more important thing, is that he's won a 1v1 and he's very good at Riven. This is just me nitpicking because I do, because he's my brother.
That's fair. I was going off the announcement from the people said on stage.
Cool.
So, okay.
You look better after the shave. Thank you. That's me, obviously, talking about. I gotta head off now, so folks, I've come in here, shithouse a little bit. I'm gonna leave. Bye, everyone.
He'll be back later at some point. Go have fun. Tell the crew I say hey. Well, there we go. It's the first time we've seen a turret win for the 1v1. First one I've seen, but I didn't see that many 1v1s before, so... So there we go. He's tilted now, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, also, good warm-up. If you've got a Riven player, giving them a chance to get on stage, play their main, flex a little. That's good news. Egen could be a really valuable part of this option here. But enough from that. We're into draft. For game 1, Nocturne, Aurora, Zyra. Oh, the band Zyra, of course. Bit of a specialty for OMG. Played it a lot in the jungle. Don't want to deal with it. Get rid of it. Nocturne as well. Very specific comp. Can be a bit annoying to manage. Means Kalista has been left up. And that can be pretty potent. Cassante was banned. And Egen is also a big Rumble player. Don't want to give that one over. It makes some sense. So Kalista locked up. Wacko is a Kalista player. Is Wacko good enough to pilot, of course, in the LPL? A different question. We'll see how it looks. But certainly a very high priority, high presence champion. The response is a Swift Jace. File Wukong off from the option with it. Now a misfortune to try and match the early presence of the Kalista. Here's a choice for Starry, who's played a fair amount of that down in the LDL himself. But Nico with the Kalista is very, very potent. We've seen a fair amount of Nico support, but at its best, it has been as part of a pairing with Kalista Riven Hovered. You can just whack a Jace if he oversteps, but Ambessa, I think, a little more meta, a little more fair weather, and they'll lock that one in. Fine matchup into the Jace. Jace tends to get shove early, and then come the mid game, 10 CS down, you're still more than playable in those skirmishes and team fights once you get Eclipse. Poppy, pretty good here into a number of those champions. Stops Kalista hopping, stops Ambessa dashing around with her Drakehound steps. So very, very valuable. Good into the bot lane theoretically. Can be really, really obnoxious for that Kalista to manage in the team fights, especially. Can knock out the Nico ult before it comes on through as well. Shin's out. Very good early skirmisher, early diver. So getting rid of that one from Junhao, who was a big Xin Zhao player in LDL. A lot of success with that one on BLG Junior. He and Lamb as a top jungle duo. Used to get a lot of value out of that. But Lamb was a guy who was playing things like Vladimir all the time topside. Very entertaining player to watch. Him and One from IG Young were two of my favourite tops down there. And Junhao was the pairing for Lamb for a long, long time. Ain't gonna have their Nidalee band away. They do need some AP. So getting rid of some of those AP junglers does make some sense to me. Might be then looking at something like a Lilia or a Karthus ban, I suppose, if we wanted to continue on that train of thought. Last ban. Vi, Wukong, I think makes some sense here. The Wukong, particularly for the misfortune, can be pretty miserable. So get rid of that option. What are we looking for a ban here? Last one. We said probably one of those AP junglers I think would make some sense. You're looking for some AP somewhere. I could see something like an Orianna, maybe if they wanted to deal with a Shockwave combo, but the Vi instead, the ban. Just getting rid of that one. If Wukong goes in, you tend to want to match it against the Vi because you can sort of similarly remove a key target in the backline from a play with your ultimate. It's a matchup that is very, very well studied, where one is a meta, the other tends to follow quite swiftly. Looking to potentially lock in that Rel, moves the Poppy to the jungle as a result. Unless it's Jace mid, Poppy top, actually is a potential flex, and they've left themselves open to a red 5 Luke Skywalker pick standing by to get a counter pick here with that two-way flex. What are you locking in now for Ultra Prime? Sejuani, I think, when you've already got big lockdown combos with the Ambessa and the Nico, makes some sense. There's a few really key targets here for the Glacial Prison, so fine with that. Corki, double 80 carry. You're a bit shy on the AP here. Corki, of course, doesn't quite have the mixed scaling damage he used to at the same level. I think Talia, for me, would be a better choice. in terms of your damage profile, at least. It's still a good diver and great setup for the Talia to get value out of her seismic shove. The Unraveled Earth could be really annoying for your Rells and Poppies of the world. Really annoying for an Ari too, so I'm not sure we'd see that one straight up here. Victor. A lot of team fight wombo combo now if they lock that one into OMG. See what they decide towards. Linfont. It's baiting their options. Big Yasuo player. Big Akali player. Anything with agency is what you want to see this player on. Him and oh good grief, who was actually, it might have been Hung actually down in LDL, were really fun as a duo. Really fun. Yasuo Diana's everywhere on a team that wasn't always that exciting, was doing pretty great things as a duo regardless. Starfire for a bit as the jungle, but of course was playing with Harry as that top laner in, for LPL in those qualifiers before that. So keeping what it was LDL. Replaced Angel briefly last year when Angel had a sad family emergency and Linfong had to sub in on very short notice. It was Fei Fan, that was the other jungler I was thinking about. Do a bit of memory searching. Oh, I'm getting pats. There we go. But prepare ourselves. Prepare ourselves for this one. As we get ready to go into game 1 of the day. Okay. Pop out the activity feed here as well. We get ready for this draft. Doing a little bit of searching and stuff in the background to make sure things are ready. And get ourselves set up. What could be a very important matchup, this. Thank you for the follows, folks, and please do make sure you do that. Give us all the support you can, as the crowds will be doing the exact same for their teams. Got ourselves a couple of visiting tourists to the LPL there in the audience. Good fun. Hovering over them in the crowd. Then we'll be hung on that Poppy jungle. And some notes already from the Master of Ari. Nymaera in Twitch chat saying, Malignant Shadow Flame or Malignant's Leandries are both fine this game. Pre-electrocute buff, so no crazy laning burst time next patch, which is really important. And I can see it, right? You've gone for the Misfortune and the JC weren't necessarily your foremost tank killers, and Leandries might be quite nice into things like the Ambessa and the Sejuani if you're wanting to play some of these slightly slower fights rather than absolutely raw burst, but both are more than acceptable. And Linfong does tend towards a more aggressive build. It's one of those kinds of players. As I said, Yasuo, Akali, what he made his name on. A player I suspect will become a bit of a mainstay of LPL if they have a good year. Got to prove it this year. Kind of only got a really starting spot properly this year. And it's not going to be the easiest team to do it on. But he is one of those talents that OMG have been nurturing for a little while. Want to see exactly how they develop. And again, first split. Don't want to expect that much out of some of these players. And that's perfectly reasonable. There's a bit of room to grow from LDL to LPL. Not everyone can have a splash like Milky Way did on the first draw. Of the proverbial gun, at least. And I think 4 teams like Ultra and 4 teams like OMG, you've not really got the veterans and some stuff on your roster to really give these guys the platform some of the other rookies in the league will do. They're going to need a little more time to get ready for this stage, and it means that we might be seeing more of these players looking significantly better come middle of spring, come end of summer. Well, that's not right now. We might end up with a bit of a fun old game here today, but not always the cleanest. So I mean, it can't be entertaining at the very least. Junhao on the Szechuani. Again, a champion's put a lot of time into, but hey, fearless means you just have to go through quite a lot of champions. Especially when you play as successfully as Junhao did on BLG Junior. They were the best team of last year for large portions of it, for my money, in the LDL. Junhao, a significant portion of that. Nice shot back onto Linfong. Okay then, so, where we at? Harry gets a bit of sun. Yijang gonna have a bit of an unfun time. The steadfast cuts on up, but the flash has to come on out because turrets are scary. And Yijang doesn't actually have to burn anything, and Hank gonna be down in the flash very early on. Very opportunistic dive. Didn't really get all that much damage out, and Yijang doesn't even have to leave, which is a bit frustrating. And now Harry, having stepped forwards, gonna be okay. And Bass has many things, but CC, not really. The ult's about it. Could dash around a lot, could chase down a lot. Repudiate about the only thing that counts. Poppy just unlocking Hex Flash. Exactly, Mecha. I agree. Fake Callista. Thought it was me. Callista. I thought it was Callista, it was me. Nico. Ah ha 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 ha. And other such things. Throws a clone in there. How was my Dio impression, guys? Am I getting cast next season of the anime? Jang. Nice combo. Comes back on out. Harry trades back well enough. Forced off the wave, though. Got a pot in inventory. Reset did come on through for both tops. Level 6 is probably about wave and a half away if I've counted my minions right, which I may well not have done. Might even be on this wave. I think it'll be next wave. Yeah, not going to be quite, is it? Yeah, wave and a half. The helicopter noises. Always entertaining. Talia with the Tyrion inventory. Probably looking towards the Seraphs here. Can make some sense. A lot of pick you want to be dealing with. Gives you a little bit more survivability against some of that upfront burst. Help you deal with the Misfortune ult, the Ariel. Hell, Poppy jumping on you as well. Opportunity to survive those, so I think I can see the angle there. Grub contest starting. Harry's going to roam down. Public execution goes wide. Hung throws down a good steadfast presence and leaves Talia out in a horrible spot. Saber going to flash into the pit. Moam now in danger. Goes pulled back by a seismic shove because Saber meant to get there all along, of course. And you've still got Callista, so Wrens allow you to secure a couple. That's 2 for 1 on the Grubs. Into the backline goes Harry. Rosie Love was the target. The Nico not always having a lot of fun with that. Make it rain, slows people down. 1 kill, 2 Grubs. Ultra Prime come out on top of that one. Got a little bit ugly, as Talia ended up in a pretty awkward spot, courtesy of Heng's W. And Linfeng clearly did unspeakable things on the Arias. I was watching the Talia a bit more closely, because she was the one making more interesting plays. And what did Linfeng do to make Nymaera scream? So Yijang misses the public execution, but they still get the root on the pop, and they go on in. And Linfeng on the bottom side goes up and stuns themselves on Talia E. Flash over the wall from Saber. So Linfeng really doesn't get involved in this fight. And then backs away. And Rosie Love ends up in a bit of danger here briefly. Flashes for a route that misses. Splits the uprights. Oh boy, a couple key summoners and spells going wild. Not following her out. Ultimate to Talia rocks. Yep, bit of that. Eat another rock, Ari. Linfeng. You can do better than that. That weren't pretty. Wanted to catch out the Talia who'd gone too deep on top of the Talia, on top of the Poppy Dobby. That's fine. I understand that thought process, but at least don't ult over the rocks. And if you can't do that, go somewhere else. And now we play the waiting game. Say that. Harry goes to the skies briefly. Well, I can never remember actually. Oh, hang on. Good public execution. Harry now not going to have a lot of fun with this. Burned a lot of his combo, so he needs to be a bit aware. Decent trade back in the hammer form. So it ends up being a decent enough trade. And Hang looking to right the wrongs of the earlier dive. Can look to flash jump Jang here. There's the wave. Drakan steps away. Knock up. Comes on through with the ult. Repudiate is decent, but not enough. Much clear to dive. Harry's donated the kill. We get ready. For the rest of the game, Sejuani, John Howe picks that one up. And Hang gonna try and get over and steal this one away. Smite available. No! But it means that I think it was an early smite, hilariously, from Hang. And Permafrost gets it. At least they get the cooldowns there. Yeah, look. Hang's smite coming off cooldown now. Slightly embarrassing. And the game has been relatively slow. Good dive top. Weird grub fight. The Ultra Prime got away with. Some key fumbles. Eager is apparently how you pronounce it. Pretend the one is an E. Is the pronunciation, as far as I've been told. Oh, nice attempt at a little gang through mid lane with the Talia. Can always turn into one of those minions and be very annoying about it. Throws the clone into the bush to spot out that Hung is indeed there, but that means that Starry's left all alone down here. Wacko gets slow with the rend, forces the cleanse, keeps going forwards for a bit more. Can't find the pierce after, but a decent chunk shoved back onto Hung, who does manage to sidestep with the speed of a W. The Glacial Prison coming for their head. Couple key missed skill shots this game, not gonna lie to you all. Grubs up, but Hung down on half HP. Could be in a spot of bother. And the Callista and the Misfortune in the 1v1. That the Misfortune is losing right now. Should mean Ultra Prime in a better spot here. Grub number 1 secured with the smite. Jang and Harry trading for wave control. That Harry wins, at least early. Saber looking for a potential ult angle. Pull away from the Grubs are Ultra Prime. Will not have smite up for this second one. So the second one comes on through. Moam crashes down over the wall. Can't quite find it. On the other side, public execution onto Hang. Means there's nowhere for that Poppy to go. Actually, I take that back. Hang on. How did Ejang go down? That's a bad sign. You went looking for that play yourself. That was the public execution on your side. I was like, that's cool. You got the pick off, though. Big stun to the wall means Poppy gets away with it. Pop Blossom afterwards at least allows the turnaround. It's now Harry. Gonna be in danger themselves. Finally goes down. Ends up being a 2-for-1. Ejang sacrifice does not come entirely in vain. 3-for-3 in the Grubs, but additional kill to Ultra Prime feels pretty good. Slightly awkward target selection there as Ultra Prime went trying to pick off Moab, but couldn't get to him before he would get to a blast gun, so changed targets onto Hang. And I thought they had him, and then obviously gets the flash wall bang. Let's have a look at it in a second here. So Ejang gonna find that public execution, gets into the backline. Gets stumped into the wall. Clearly I need to drink more of my coffee. Because at that point you're thinking, well, that's a bit deep. Follow-up wasn't really there. There was no Glacial Prison. Bit of an interesting choice. Charm lands, but it wasn't onto Rosie Love, who would be in the kill target. And instead, turnaround engage is pretty solid. Pop Blossom after the seismic shove means that OMG have gone just a bit too deep there. Flash for another rock. Bit of an unfortunate play there. As we said it would be entertaining, guys. We didn't say it would be clean. Some of the decision-making here hasn't been exactly stellar. And the game remains 100 gold apart. Oh, Harry, you need to be very wary. As in comes the ball. That'll be a permafrost stun, and you've got Ambessa. Nowhere really to run. Getting on top of the Jace means nowhere really for him to go once he's beyond. Can jump to you, but that's about it. Can't knock you back and get towards the turret. An easy kill donated over to this Ambessa, who was falling a little bit behind in the 1v1 after a couple of deaths. Dove twice. Lost a wave there after that last play as well. There is a teleport coming. It's in 15 seconds. Ejang should be able to pick up a turret plate at the very least. It's got the Eclipse as well, so suddenly Ambessa's spikes pretty damn hard with this. Might even look for a bit more here. Turret plate's just fallen. Needs to be a bit wary though, does Ejang, because there is a Poppy around. Won't overstep, gets a bit of the turret. We'll look to reset here. Does Poppy want to get a wrap around? Because there is the Misfortune and the Rel splitting to go up there, but won't look to interrupt the back. Dragon on the other side is not going to be something that Heng is going to be in range for straight away. And the first Dragon was taken by Ultra Prime, and you've got the Callista. So, can definitely look to get a lot of work here. Going to try and race for top turret. Or first turret. As Starry and Moam will attempt to return the favor over there. Poppy's going to be there too. Half the HP, but they didn't have the wave as yet. I think with the wave crashing bot, Demolish should still mean that OMG get this one first, and they do so. They will get that turret mark for the feat of Martial Mastery. A couple seconds behind are Wacko and Rosie Love, so the gold will remain even enough still, obviously. But that additional advantage of the first turret toward that feat of Martial, feat of strength, rather, will be yours for OMG. First 3 kills to go to Ultra Prime, though. So now be who can get that last objective. Of course, OMG have not managed to secure any objectives as yet, apparently. Whereas 2 dragons is what Ultra Prime have gotten. The other 2 sets of grubs were, of course, split 2 to 1 both times, one way and the other. So neither team got a full marker from that. Got to get all 3 grubs from a set for it to count. But OMG in a slightly tricky spot when it comes to those feat of strength. Quite nice. That's an additional marker of how well you're doing in a game. Linfong with Heng over here, thinking about a Hex Flash. John Howe needs to be very wary. Gets knocked up by the Keeper's Verdict. Saber tries to keep people alive, but the Misfortune will bullet time, secure the kill. Linfang ults, 4 people turn up as the Herald is spawning, and ensure that a sad time is had by the jungler. That's for Ultra Prime, not really in a position to cross-map there. Saber was around, not really able to do all that much. Mid lane, wave shoved out, that's about it. Ejang gets the bot lane shoved all the way up towards that tier 2. Means that they can potentially come fight in a 4v4 regardless. Moam will re-engage. Decent shove back from the Pop Blossom. Puts people into a sticky spot, but Saber immediately dies. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Wacko gets 1. Linfong gets another. In comes a teleport though from Harry again to the back line. Where is this Sejuani? Not quite respawned yet. Shove onto the wall as Wacko stunned up by the charm. Nowhere for the Callista to go. And Ultra Prime tried to play a 4v4 fight. But Harry gets there faster, and Saber bluntly ends up really deep in the back of the pit and just immediately gets deleted. That weren't pretty again, folks. 1 for 2, again, this time, however, in OMG's favour. Wacko on this Jace, the recipient of a lot of them. Linfong on the Ari, going towards the Malignance. Looks like that Shadow Flame follow-up. Let's have a look, because they get a bit of a chunk on Moam. Saber comes on in, and immediately, Moam, flash, ult. Saber has a bad time. Ejang is here, but it's a little late, and the public execution is about a centimetre short. And so Ejang is not in the play until a lot later. And then, it's straight up running away from the side of Ultra Prime. Flash for the stun. Charms afterwards, nowhere for Wacko to go, cannot hop, does not pass go, and ends up dying a pretty demeaning death there on the Callista. Linfong will get towards this bot lane, should still end up being a trade for turrets as Ultra Prime are on the other side. Saber will get that one, who had a bit of an unfortunate fight there, ended up very deep, and Moam was very swift to punish on that realm. Nice engage from him. And game remains within touching distance for Ultra Prime, but of course, those kills going on over. The CS leads beginning to build in particularly places like top and mid, proving a little bit problematic right now. Hell, there's misfortunes ahead of the Kalista, and that's not good news. Kalista obligates you to get a lot of value early, and you have, in fairness, got a lot of objectives. Kalista has gotten involved. Starry just on the other side of it. They can still look to punish Moam. Continue to play this one out. Marco can't get over their own wall, but they still will get that kill, and a little bit of assist goes on over regardless. Pick up the kill onto the Rel. Can look to try and trade this one out. A couple of ultimates were burned there, but remember, you've still got the Fate's Call, still got the Pop Blossom. So still a very diveable turret. MF looking to ult to clear the way, but it won't kill the Herald. Will mean you're not going to have that bullet time ult, though, for this dragon fight in a minute. That can be a pretty key core part of your objective fights. Resets will come on through. Glacial Prison and Weaver's Wall not available either. Those can be relatively significant for splitting up fights, particularly Taliyah. See a lot of Taliyahs look to just put that wall down, make it awkward for teams to get involved. Of course, Starry with no flash, we split up that misfortune. She just can't get involved, and that can be really difficult then for the rest of the team to manage. Fimbulwinter completed by Harry. This Jace now at full tank status. What an obnoxious item. And yes, it is a solo cast for now. Alex is got a meeting. Can't be here. He's off doing important things because he has actually got work to do outside of just the coaching. So it's me today. Hello, I'm Initialise. You may have seen me from such things as LEC, NLC, LPL costumes here with Alex. Who is in fact my younger brother, of course. Known him for many years at this point. Been winding him up for a long, long, long time. And he puts up with me on cast occasionally. And now we look towards a bit of play towards this mid-tier 1. Ultra Prime looking to make sure that OMG can't come over here super freely. It's the clone from Nico that steps up forwards. Dragon would be sole point for Ultra Prime, and that would be a win comp. Some champions here who would love that additional move speed on ult. It's pretty good for Kalista. It's pretty good for Taliyah. Sejuani loves it. And Bessa screaming with joy. Teleport top, because out to Khan is the other option. Kalista left to solo out the sole point. And it means it's going to be a 4v4 here. Ari coming on over to make it an uneven fight, though. Wacko just not coming. Are they just giving this up? They are. They say, well, we're just not going to fight the Atakan. Sole point is a worthy enough trade for us. Don't want to play it. They teleported for that, too. I don't know, Ultra Prime. Dangerous call. Withdrawals available. As Rosie, how did you end up there? Fate's called out. Stays alive, but that was a bit of a bizarre moment. Now OMG got themselves a gold lead. Got themselves Shadow Flame completed on the Ari. The Essence Reaver completed on the Misfortune. You are hit a pretty good spot in this game. Do a lot of work. Knocked it away. The wave's still cleared. Glacial Prison burned as well, but ult for ult is fine. And again, if Ultra Prime just hold on to their turrets, they're kind of fine with this. That's the plan. Try not to give up all that much. Mid lane tier 1, I think, is probably a foregone conclusion here. Should be. Maybe a Weaver's Wall might be used to deny a wave at some point. I think you're better off saving that for tier 2 here. At this point, you're looking at a timeout out of calm. Play for soul. 3.5 minutes for Ultra Prime. OMG. Really is. Trying to get as much value out of this Atakan as you can. Try and get a tier 2 or something. Set yourself up so you're the one with map control, can fight over that dragon, fight over the Baron that'll be spawning. Look to find picks on like Ejang like that, who flashes on out of the Magnet Storm and the Poppy W that might have been coming their way. So down that Summoner. A little bit bold going in there by yourself, Ejang, not gonna lie. Rage Blade complete for Wacko on the Callista, who is still having a decent enough game on that. Don't know whether it's going to be quite enough. This game, Poppy Realm, makes your life quite difficult if you don't play it super well. You have secured a lot of objectives, and there is that. It's not exactly a Callista that's snowballed into incredible tankiness, which you sometimes find, right? After these first two items come on through, things like the Jack Show, things like the Terminus begin to be options, and then the Callista changes in profile again, gets to play more like a bruiser rather than just an AD carry. A lot harder to manage at that point, but if you get stalled at this point, you can be quite easy to take down. You are short range, you do require a certain amount of uptime. Glacial Prison comes on down. And Hang, going to be the target of that, tries to charge away, gets a decent speed up with the Phase Rush. And the Smite is enough of a slow afterwards, enough of a stolen speed to get out to safety with said Phase Rush. So, we haven't really seen all that much done with the Adacom, let's be real. They got a tier 1. Congratulations, OMG. Not exactly the mightiest of prizes, and they were saying, well, are Ultra Prime going to be allowed to get away with trading Drake for Atacon? That feels pretty bold. The answer is yes, they are. The answer is yes, they are. Baron has spawned. OMG are in command of it. They're going to head on over and start that one up. Try and force a fight. Rosie Love and Jun Hao will be the ones tasked with face checking. Third of the HP gone. Not the fastest Baron take of all time. Yijiang coming on over. Linfeng on a flank option. Down a half. Looking for the turn. Looking for the engage. But the Pop Blossom means that Linfeng has to flash ult away. Rosie flashing out themselves. Flashes and ults traded, but no one dies. Nearly got the Ahri. Harry has to flash on out of the pit combo. Glacial Prison tried to read the flash, but Harry flashed the other direction. Another key summoner burn, though. Another key ultimate traded on the other side, as Ultra Prime now looking to get the tier 1 themselves. Should be able to hop and get that one. Hung looking for an angle, forces a flash as a result. Does not want to get stunned into the wall. A lot of summoners burned. No one dies. 8 seconds on Dragon. OMG had to scramble a little bit to get over here. Get a little bit ugly, because I'm looking at Starry and Moam with the big ult. So really all that's remaining. Fate's Call, only major ult. Ultra Prime have. Charm lands, but it's onto the Sejuani, who will Arctic Assault away. Can't be slowed, of course. It means when you're hit by the charm, you're careening into the enemy team at Mach 5. Bullet time! Nice. We said there was a big ult available. There's the Magnus Storm afterwards. Moam comes re-engaging. Linfeng has got the ultimate back. Will lead to the death of Wacko. Continuing to ult on forward. Another charm lands. And that means everybody's going to die from Ultra Prime. They wanted to fight for that dragon. They did not have the tools to do for it. OMG will break the soul stack. Will get themselves up to a 5,000 gold lead. Ahri donated a lot of the gold out of that fight. By the book already. Baron now going to be on the table. Well, that last Baron play was going to be a bit ugly. Looked like an even enough trade, but the problem is on the other side of it. They went looking for more at Ultra Prime and didn't find it, and that's been a bit of a story of this one. Ultra Prime looking for more, not finding it, being punished a few times. That will be Baron. Not a lot to say about it. Let's have a look at the replay, because this is after all of those summons have been burned, and then Heng goes on forwards onto Yijiang, who immediately dies to a big bullet time combo. And Moham has flashed over the wall, gets onto Wacko, and that sets up for Linfeng to run everyone down. We said, look, who had the ultimates remaining? Well, it's Moham and Starry. Both ultimates were very high value. Linfeng's comes off cooldown because it's Malignant. The cooldown is non-existent, and he has bought the book. My goat. Got an arm guard already, so not exactly in requirement of a full Zhonya's at this point. Can justify the stop-off. More mobility. More damage. Ahri going to be a real menace now with the additional move speed at 10 stacks on the Medjais. Alongside that ultimate, people like Wacko going to really struggle to keep their distance here into the Ahri. Nowhere near a terminus as yet. Our Ultra Prime, your win condition stymied pretty heavily by having that Dragon dive, 3.5 minutes waiting. And again, you're running a Callista comp, not exactly the greatest of scaling options. And they'll finally be able to start charging onto these tier 2s in OMG. We wonder whether they might just be that slightly better team, and it does feel like they've been a little bit more collected around these objectives. With the exception of a couple of those early grub fights, which were a little bit questionable. The mid game has been significantly better from OMG. More farm as well came on over to give additional advantages. Ultra Prime, though, looking to potentially find an engage. They're going to almost have to at some point, otherwise the gold is going to get so obnoxiously large. There'll be no way to play. The denial, right? With that Poppy, with the fact that a lot of these champions can run away quite fast. Namely the Ahri, of course. And the Jace tanky enough to, as well to get through enough of his rotation to get outside. Decent ult, though, into the Weaver's Warbing's hang. With no flash, will likely die here. But no, the Keeper's Verdict comes on through. The Pop Blossom, though, is solid, but Linfong can look to re-engage. And Ultra Prime fumble a pick again. Cannot secure this Poppy. How many times has it happened now that Hung has got out alive? And Wacko dies. Oh, frustration for Ultra Prime. Cannot find the picks that they are set up to do. Startup looks alright. Okay, we've hit someone with an ult. Cool, we're coming on in. We haven't killed them. What do you mean we haven't killed them? Oh no. And Sunny and re-engage starts coming on through. Oh no, we got hit by a Poppy ult. Oops. And that's a bit of a frustrating point. OMG. Reading what Ultra Prime want to do in these fights very well. Countering it. Ultra Prime, you just need to be a little bit more sharp on the trigger pulls. If you're going to get the pick, you can't get hit by the Poppy ult. Not like that. 3 players disappearing in a matter of moments when you're looking to get that pick. Very frustrating. Starry now at 3 items on this Misfortune. Those bullet times are going to hit like a truck. Engage from Moam. Tower diving. At this point, I don't think they care all that much. Junhao going to try and run away. Will not manage to do so that well. Decent minefield from Saber, but the damage just isn't there. Try and turn it around as Wacko survives. They lose Junhao. Lose the tier 2. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. And you know who's dead? Your jungler. We come on over. Instead, to Ultra Prime. Flash, Hung. Tries to go to Saber, gets the knock up with the ult. Can't quite find the shove as a decent flash from Saber kept them alive. Hung again targeted, but just isn't dying. The Kaenic Rookern value been really high this game. Which means Talia, when they do get that catch, just isn't doing as much damage onto the Poppy as they'd like it. It's not like one Jung going to flash on in that freely onto the Poppy. Nico went in. Nico goes down. Hung staying alive. The Ren not enough. Oh dear. Linfong goes golden. Still has an ult charge. Unlikely to need to burn all that much. Got out just in time before the earth unraveled beneath them. This game is looking all but over, folks. Dragon number 2. Every inhibitor down. Ultra Prime. Not looking all that plus Ultra today. Not so far, anyway. This one, been a bit of a stomp, folks. And again, like, there are players on Ultra Prime I have hope for as time goes on. Wacko, someone obviously had a lot of success over in the LCP. Yijang is another one of those players that was really hyped. Had a pretty good 2024 over there as well. And couple call-ups from the Ultra Prime Academy team. Rosie Love and Saber. Both had solid enough showings. I think Rosie Love for me was probably a slightly better showing than Junhao. But again, team very up and down. Kellen as an AD carry was who Rosie Love looked best with. And that was a veteran, right? And then you're looking at Wacko as your most senior player. Pretty rough. Not an easy time. Hung gets a knockout on the front line. Flash away from Wacko. And it just feels like at this point, Ultra Prime cannot find an angle. Flash into the charm. The Pop Blast is going to come on through, but it's too little too late. How do you play the game from this point? No one can survive the Wombo combo. Your early game comp does not early game. And OMG will make sure this game ends in the blink of an eye. 33 minutes on the clock. A fully stacked book. Lunfeng on the Ari having a good old time. And the Poppy just too obnoxious. How many failed picks was it in the end? 4, 5? Poppy got out of them all. Welcome back, folks. I'm Initialise. I do the casting thing here on Nymaera's channel. We are live on Twitch. Hello, Twitch. We're live on YouTube. Hello, Nymaera's YouTube. We're also live on Onivia's YouTube. Hello, Onivia's YouTube. Seeing a lot of you folks in there having a good time. Nice to have you all in here. OMG, I'm thinking this might be a swift series, guys. Not the cleanest early game from OMG. There were some flaws. There were some missed skill shots. However, mid-game, much, much better. Looked much more cohesive. Were very willing and able to punish Ultra Primes. Attempted engages around the objectives and then come back with a re-engage really, really well. They were the ones who were more clinical in those plays in a way that Ultra Prime failed to pick off the targets they engaged on multiple times and left them in a really tricky spot. Couldn't get to the soul. And the game fell apart from there. At the moment, the Baron, the Atakan, that initial dragon went down. Very hard to come back from. The gold lead just started ballooning and ballooning and ballooning. But yes, folks, throw a follow here if you can. Throw a sub here if you can. Throw a follow me. I'm in the title and Initialise casts. That's me. Say hello. Sub on the YouTube. Sub on the Twitch. Come say hey to me. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure you did that one. OMG didn't look that much better than Ultra Prime, but they definitely did look better. I agree. There's a reason both these teams are knocked down at this point. Guaranteed not really going to be going towards playoffs. However, we did see the mid games in particular, which is better from OMG. Part of that is the composition, right? You've drafted Kalista Nico. You need to be on the front foot, making plays, securing a really strong mid game. That was a very mediocre mid game. They didn't really get all that much done. They traded every time. They got some nice neutral objectives, cast stacking. That's part of the win con, but the other side of it wasn't excellent. Well, that's a pretty tricky scenario. At which point, let us switch our music around to Spotify to deal with the fact that we don't want to deal with some of the copyright bits, because some of the music is copyrighted. It's a bit annoying. Let's have a look about who's going to be MVP and stuff. Who will be MVP this game? I feel like Heng had a pretty good Poppy game. Linfeng, outside of that initial fight, also had a pretty solid Ari game. Moam, few key engages. I think those are probably your 3 best choices. I think probably Heng or Linfeng are probably your 2 best options. There's your damage. Yeah, Story and Linfeng, much better. Wacko on this Kalista did not get a fight where they got to hot this entire time. Multiple times frontline down and they're running away. Difficult. Can't say Ultra Prime getting a map. Could be difficult. I think it is fearless and it is a best of 5. If you can get someone like Ejang onto a matchup where they can win out, that'd be nice. But also, like, not to put too fine a point on it, that Ambessa was left somewhat out to dry. A couple, like, really close missed ultimates, like, what? An inch off, that's going to be really frustrating if one of those ultimates are hit. Maybe one of those looks different. But honestly, the coordination just didn't look the same. Multiple times where people failed to pick it. Wait, I'm still going to pick on the other side. Let's go for that one. Like, oh, no, I've gone too deep. This one we're talking about, because John Howe and Saber have tried to engage on the other side. As Ejang's gone looking for this. And they're kind of lucky that OMG overchased going backwards. Take this off the screen so we can all watch the highlights. And then they get a decent seismic shove into Pop Blossom combo and you're going, oh, okay, they rescued it. Thank God for that. Alex has just picked up something, apparently. I just found an LJL pin, right? We're doing some clear out. Pick one up. I'm very jealous. And there's this play, right, where it all goes wrong. That's the moment where the game is really, really broken. And this is where the double tap happens. Frontline dies. Moam finds a re-engage. Wacko is the person who is punished for it. Can't hop anywhere to safety. You're 2 people down. Game ends in short order as the dragon comes on out afterwards. And in fairness to OMG, they did a very good job in the mid game of basically denying every attempt to engage. You knock 2 people away. Rosie's gone too deep at that point. Fantastic charm onto Wacko. Goes into a bullet time. OMG's punches landed. Ultra Primes hit nothing but air. And that should tell us exactly what kind of game it ended up being. Solid Ari game in the end from Linfong. Outside of, as we said, that initial jump over to Lear Rocks, which is a bit silly. Linfong MVP? Yeah, I think it probably is. Despite Moham's best efforts, OMG won. There were a couple moments early where Moam did not play that well. I think as the team fights came around, he played a lot better. We saw some better stuff from him. Which does help. So, but I still think Linfong is probably your MVP here. Probably, anyway. Ooh. Take out the pop shield. Don't want to do that. Here's the MVP. Drum roll. It is Linfong. There we go. Involved a lot of kills. Did a decent amount of damage. Got the Magi stacking. Zonya's plus Verdant Barrier. No way with the comp you had that you were ever going to be able to hold that Ari to account. I saw that miss charm. Still gets decent value here nonetheless. Gets the ability to ult very shortly. It's a good charm, if I remember correctly, onto Rosie Love and Wacko. That does a lot of work. It is the flash charm onto Wacko. I remember that leads to the swift charge onto the wall. Nice combo. Another good charm. Leads to the death here in the bullet time. And then gets to run down this fight. This is the fight where the Ari really gets value. It had bought the book at this point, so it's getting more and more damage as the fight goes on. Adding pages and pages to the book. And this is another one, right? Because gets the beautiful charm onto Wacko. Reads him stepping back. That means there is no way out of the bullet time. LDL import. Coming on up. It's one of those homegrown talents for Oh My Dream. It became OMG Academy. That is now on OMG proper. Couple for the jungle. I think that's a reasonable take. I would have debated voting for the jungle too. But he is a pretty exciting player, a very explosive player. Akali, Yasuo, and of course we've seen the Ari as well. These champions with agency is what you want to see him on. You want to see him being on the front foot and giving him a chance to develop. I think Linfong could be a really exciting player as we go along. We still gets that MVP, and guys, so we don't end up with ads in game, I'm going to make sure we run ads out of game, which should help. So we'll run some ads for Twitch, so we don't get ads before the next game. Ultra Prime choose blue. Don't surprise anybody there. We get ourselves ready for the next game. Guys, I'm going to get myself another coffee. Make sure I'm ready to go. I'm feeling a little bit fried today. I'm not quite sure why. Probably just a lot of games over the last few bits. If you've got a sub, you won't get ads. So sub. Or thank Mecha Fanboy for the ungodly amount of subs the man has thrown. And we play from here. Right, coffee time. Oh my days. Give me sweet, sweet coffee. Coffee acquired. Hey folks, how we doing? Missed you all. And again, hello to Twitch, hello to Nymaera's YouTube, hello to Anivia's YouTube, all three different locations. A pleasure to see you all out there. I'll be back again in a second, just gonna make sure my water is refilled, because I'm gonna need it. And we'll go from there. Ready for game 2.
back. Oh, excellent timing. Game 2, I've got water. It's all good. We're here.
Righty then, Ultra Prime over on the blue. Not a surprise. I think they'll be wanting to get a little bit better value out of this one. So, game 2. Game 1. The Callista comp got objectives but didn't get leads. Fell apart. I need to pause Spotify. And bring us back in. Something a little bit more. There we go. That's more like it. Corki, first pick. Very strong champion. Does get banned quite regularly. It's a flex. The response, though, is that Zyra that was banned in game 1. Heng put a lot of time into that champion. Renekton swiftly locked for Harry. Junhao debating an AP jungler of themselves. Try and match the Zyra farm. Of course, most LDL junglers will have time on Nidalee. It is nearly a requirement. There are a lot of big Nidalee mains down there, much like there are a lot of big Samira mains. It's just one of those ones that comes out of solo queue when you're playing on the Ionian server, that big super server. Champions that snowball and snowball hard that require mechanical excellence are everywhere. You bring those into fearless drafts in pro play pretty regularly. I'll lock in the Yone alongside it. Pretty much obligates the Corki to go down bot lane. Yone top, fallen away from meta a little bit. Used to be more of an answer into things like Aatrox when Aatrox was strong and you can manage it then. Could certainly go up towards you, Jung. Certainly the kind of player who would get a lot of value out of it. Response though, Smolder. What do you got yourself a bruiser front line as a bit of a bridge? The Zyra to offer a bit of disengage and help keep the Smolder safe. If you do get towards those late game objective fights between the Smolder and the Zyra, your zone control and scaling pretty obscene this game. Well, your bans now. Nah. NC Junk might make some sense. I wonder whether you feel like something like the Riven ban is worthwhile just as that pocket pick option. Don't think it's that great a matchup into Renekton. You can cancel your dashes in much the way you might want to interrupt and mess with other people. Skill match, of course, but it does feel like the Renekton can be a little frustrating to manage. Varus banned away from Starry. Strong champion in general. Starry played a fair amount of it. What else you wanted to ban? Options into the Renekton starting to get a little thinner. Rumble, Cassante, Gnar all banned. Udyr, another one of those champions that has been rising in priority. That is 4 straight top lane bans. Trying to make the top lane pool a lot thinner. With the Ambassador and the Jace down as well. That is what? Plus the Renekton pick. 7 top laners off the board. Whew. Ashe bans well. Those instigator AD carries start things off with their ultimates taken off the table. Also very strong in lane. Ezreal for Starry, an option. Another ranged auto attacker between the Zyra, the Smolder, the Ezreal. Your ability to sit back, do damage from range, disengage. Very, very strong. Especially Ultra Prime have got themselves champions that really want to dash forward. The Valkyrie there, the Fate Sealed. Nidalee when we saw it really pop off for Shun the other day. On the back of Nidalee being able to pounce on in Zhonya's having done 2/3 of someone's HP bar. What do Ultra Prime see themselves picking here? Debating at Gragas themselves. There was a bit of a discussion in chat about whether Gragas would be great for OMG, and the answer is something. There it is. Locks in nicely, bit of AP, bit of disengage, way to catch some of those really frustrating backlaners. A solid matchup into the Renekton. Maokai here a consideration too. Could be a way of dealing with some of those objective setups. Force you to leave the positions you've left behind. Can be a good startup for something like the Yone as well, because whoever is hit by the Maokai ult cannot get away from a Fate Sealed, cannot get away from the Nidalee ult, not the Nidalee ult, the Nidalee Javelin Toss, the Gragas ult. Nautilus locked in, some point and click CC. especially with Leona banned and the Rel already used. Half wonder whether Alistair could have been alright here too. Decent into the Maokai. And that you can just ult his ult. Be fine and unbothered. But this is just a little bit more raw CC. Nautilus, pretty much every ability he has off of CC. Get ourselves ready for game 2. OMG proved the victors in game 1. It was a messy early game. Missed skill shots. A lot of slightly precarious engages, but mid-game, OMG just proved to be a bit better, a bit more coordinated, a little bit less split on the calls. Ah, Mercedes just drew in my face. Terrifying. Couple questions in chat, a little bit of dissent against the Corki. You can sort of see it, not the easiest game to get value out of the Corki. A lot of ways to punish you for Valkyrieing forwards, which you do want to do. But hey, you got a lot of tools to set up for those Valks. The whole team makes sense in a cohesive way. It's on theme. You hit CC, everyone jumps forward on the person you've CC'd with all your skills. It feels like OMG have got tools to manage that. A lot of ways to disengage. The riff we go. Crowd can take it from here. OMG, I think decidedly won that round. Come on, fans, step it up a little. Ultra Prime. I expect more. Understandable there for that game 1 performance. OMG feeling a little bit better about their chances for this one. And there is your statistical strength of the compositions as the game goes on. It makes a lot of sense, right? OMG, really good at that mid-game spike. And ironically, interesting, the Ultra Prime get a bit better later on. That's partly because Gragas, Maokai, Yone, Corki, all really good as the game goes on. A lot of those champions on the side, anybody gets hit by that CC and dies, can be really problematic. We've seen it once or twice where Smolders, despite having exceptional scaling, can sometimes struggle in late game scenarios to actually survive to output it. The front line this game isn't monumental. The Renekton of Nautilus, tankiest in the mid game, honestly. Renekton a HP builder. Nautilus notoriously requires Aftershock to be tanky, and once you've gone diving on deep, not into the depths, but into the enemy backline, it can be a bad time. And the scaling from Ultra Prime, nothing to sniff at either. Ooh, nice chunk there. Gragas in the lane swap. Not having a huge amount of fun, but hey, one of the better options. Smolder into Yone. You often see these in the range matchups. Gone for the grass proc as well. Obviously, we don't see what route the keystone is on the sideboard for Linfeng because they've got the Smolder stacks instead, which is a very valuable thing to be tracking. But we did just see the grass proc is going grasp, and the upshot of this is basically, early on, Linfeng will have shove, will have the lane control for the first couple levels into the Yone. That's just often the way it is. Yone needs all 3 levels to be able to sit forward and trade, needs the Spirit Cleave to get the shield, needs the E to get on top of people, but needs Q to have threat. Sometimes what you'll see is Yones will stack their Q at level 1 on Raptors over the wall, not take any Raptors, just stack it, and use it to offer a little bit of threat early on. But that's the reason you have things like Second Wind and Doran's Shield to try and tide you through the early laning woes. Both junglers looking to put a ward down before Scuttle Grab spawn. There's the E and the Spirit Cleave. Got Q available to threaten again. You'll often try and not use all of your abilities on one rotation, if that makes sense. You'll try and hold your Q3 for a secondary option a little bit later on, continual threat. rather than going for the Mortal Steel. Part 3. Mid combo, unless you're looking for an all-in, basically. Once you get level 6, you can start looking at that a bit more freely. Otherwise, you need it to be able to kind of just mitigate some of your ability to dash around. Keep a second dash up and available. I'm seeing some debate about why are we seeing the likes of Smolder in these map 4-5s. Partly, it's because you start losing. Cheap, a chunk onto Rosie Love. Good Bramble Smash away, will keep them alive, but again, didn't get the aftershock till the damage had come down. It's a nice combo there. And worth noting, of course, Rosie laning with Ejang right now, giving Corki solo experience. Ah, the Riptide to interrupt the back. Very cheeky Moam. But yeah, why are we seeing so much Smolder at the minute? Why are we seeing it come through in these later game scenarios? I mean, it's only game 2 right now, but why are we seeing it? And the answer is, it is an opportunity to run a double AD carry comp. It's one of the mid laner, AD mid laners that still feels pretty good after things like the Tristana and the Corki and the rest of it kind of got removed from mid lane on a regular basis because of things like the Kraken Slayer changes and the item changes. Makes it a lot harder to execute those one item turret play rush style gameplays options, especially with then AP junglers not being as valuable. But you also at this point where sometimes you run a little bit shy on AD junglers, and you need an option for AP somewhere, so you go to the jungle, you need an AD mid laner. And also double AD carry comps are still strong in the late game scenario, and Smolder, one of those options that is still more than playable mid lane. Especially into the right matchup. It's alright into the Yone. Your learning phase early on is fine. You can flap away from a Yone ult. Your summoning of Mum can also help you manage that. Initial grub taken by Ultra Prime, but OMG are here in force enough. Deny that one. Junhao flexing the BLG Amu, of course, was a BLG junior player for many years, as we were kind of talking about, was really successful with them. Had a very strong year, went to the Academy International Tournament, the Asia Star Invitational. Asia Star Challengers Invitational, sorry. ASCI. Nice Soul and Bind to avoid the dredge line. Was a bit of a prospect. Of course, the problem is when your seniors in the team are the likes of Shun and Wei, quite difficult to find a starting spot however well you've played on the academy team, especially when it's BLG, right? Who on earth gets to replace the likes of Knight? So Junhao trying to find a starting spot, ends up on Ultra Prime. Not been the brightest start, but as we said, there are talent, or is talent on this roster. It's more a matter of coordination. It's more a matter of mid-game shot calling as much as anything else. The laning is somewhat immaterial. See a little bit more coordination in the mid-game, particularly in terms of the choices you're making on engages. Multiple times we'd see Junhao and Saber go one way, Ejang and Rosie Love go another. We pull away. OMG on the other side have stuck with Linfog. I'm glad they did. I think he actually is, again, one of those people who, even on an OMG team that was a little mediocre, the mid-jungle there was fantastic. Feifeng and Linfeng were just so good. Yasuo, Diana, mid-jungle duos. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. Akali Angles, a player with no fear and a real ability to use agency and be a star carry with it. Get onto the map and get some value out of it. Slightly different champion this game. Still very much a carry, but less mid-game. Much more focused around the 25-minute mark once your stacks are in. 2.5, 3 items available. Still can be the core of a composition here. And so far, making Saber cry a little bit. Resetting on a ward, not going to change all that much. I was trying to think of a Fate Stay Night pun on the fly. Didn't quite have it. Just yell Saber really loudly. Okay. Saber continues to do some chunking. Can look for a Q3, the Q-inning. Helps clear the wave. And again, has managed to do a decent job of staying even in the lane. Sometimes what happens is you're kind of dropping CS because they're taking too much HP damage, but Saber's done a solid enough job of managing the lane state. Cost himself a plate, but that's about it. Is it best of 3? Oh no, it's a best of 5. That's also been asking. This is a best of 5. We are 1 game deep. OMG won that one. And the game has been very slow so far. Probably means we should be getting action shortly now that ults and stuff are available. Might start to see a bit of a contest around this. Ult coming from Rosylove for Nature's Grasp. Dredgeline to buffer through the ultimate into the Stranglethorn sees Rosylove dead to rights. Nice counter engage from OMG and well buffered through the CC by Moam. Dissipates a lot of it by just dredgelining through it. You get the kill. First blood going to a Smolder. You are very happy with that. They get all the grubs. Well, at least 2 of them. Again, I think it ends up being a trade of 2 for 1. That happened the entire time in the series. But 4 grubs onto double 80 carries feels pretty nice. And they'll go mid and claim those. As they really wanted to fight that, it just didn't happen. 4v4. I'm going to try and jump over the wall here on a Starry, who does have an arcane shift. Might need to use it as the auto's cutting on through. Starry walked away, actually did not have it available for another second or two. Didn't want to flash. Will force a pretty frustrating reset there. Linfong is top lane, so will not be in mid lane to defend this wave. And I think that means the Ezreal is going to lose a wave. I'll have a look again here, because they were really looking for this. And the Maokai just gets immediately popped. The Stranglethorns come on through as the depth charge onto Saberman couldn't really go further forwards. And nice buffering through the Maokai up. When looking to set up that combo for Saber to go ulting through the backline. Doesn't happen. Instead, whoever got hit by the Dredgeline immediately had the Stranglethorns put on top of them, and they died a horrible death. And now, Zyra beginning to pull away from the Nidalee a little bit, and tends to be in this matchup. Whoever gets the lead keeps the lead, because you just stay efficient in the farm until someone dies. Now Saber in a tricky spot. No ult quite available for Rosylove. Is available for Saber, who Q3s, buys a bit of time. Teleport's now coming on through. Chunk onto Saber, who's knocked up, but not quite down yet. Flashed away. Ult out is not enough. Dies to the Renekton, but the turnaround now coming on through is Heng. Quite low here. Flashed on the other side of their support, but Wacko come teleporting in. Nice counter engage themselves. Wacko gets 2. Nidalee gets the 3rd, and OMG thought they got the clean pick. Ultra Prime roam from mid to ensure that it will not be a sacrifice made in vain. And actually gets them the feats of martial mastery. They're the ones that get the 3 kills. 2 of them going towards the Corki. Nice re-engage. Because initially, dive looks okay. Go jumping onto the Maokai, who gets an aftershock often, and then basically they look to disengage. They got the wave, trying to run away, and then the ult from the Maokai comes up in time. 2 people hit by it. Hung stuck around. I think bluntly, guys, you can't keep fighting that. You just need to leave. The turret shot gets another. In some ways, the re-engage come on through. You just have to let it go. A 1 for 1 isn't the end of the world. You could have left it at that. A lot of flashes blown as well at the end of it all. On both sides, in fairness. Saber, Wacko, Rosie down theirs. Harry and Hang down theirs alongside Moam. Bit of a frustrating point. So MG thought they'd found a good dive, and Ultra Prime say, no you didn't. Dragon up. Ultra Prime heading on over. Control wards and saplings abound. Like, there's a relatively difficult dragon to contest. A lot of traps in there as well. Traps everywhere you can see. Turn around, engage now as Moam tries to get a pick on the Rosie Love. You're now in danger, actually. The grasping route's just shy, but Mom comes on him. And Hang picks it up with the Strangle Thorns. How dare you steal my dragon? Maybe that was Smolder's mum. Understandably quite angry about the family death. Punished for it. I'm looking for her engage. On the invade, I apologize, and he's just dead. Turn around over the wall, the face shield lands. Had the support with him. We're trying to get some pressure down to get for this first turret, so I understand what the thought process is. But it doesn't have the flash, and the Zyra dies for a second time. They were the ones with the pick, right? They think, okay, we got the man advantage, we got the shove bot. I'm here with my support, we can make this play right. Nope. Nice little engage from the Yone to get the kill there. Still, though, it is the turret picked up by OMG, so largely an okay trade. 1 for 1 in the kills, plus the turret. In the extended play, nice for Saber to get something there. Valuable for this Yone. So, game state. Even coming into mid-game. Again, slightly for OMG in terms of the goal, but that's kind of it. They got themselves the first turret. They are the ones with the smolder scaling. 2 items starts coming on through for the Ezreal, for the Zyra. Life feels pretty good for them. On the other side, Corki picking up the 2 kills after that top lane fight really helps. Puts Wacko in a great spot this game. I'm not sure how easy it will be for Corki to always get value, but if you're frontline, which is quite minimal from OMG, just a Renekton and an Nautilus are the ones that Corki gets to hit very quickly. They will die a horrible death. If it gets picked up by that Maokai ult, will suffer as long as Wacko is free to fire. Backline, not going to be as easy for the Corki to engage on. Question is, will he have to? Herald secured. Ultra Prime pick that one up. Turret in mid. About to go down. Rosie will throw down the ultimate. Moam flashes away from the Nature's Grasp. Doesn't want to get tanked up there. Would probably fall as the HP he was at, so understandable decision. Can't quite get the turret, and the Herald now goes into mid lane. Prime look to re-engage themselves here. They're the ones with the better HP bars. Ejang on the flank, looking to ward off Harry, who body slams as the Q comes through. Flash for the cask! Into the Q3, and Zyra gonna be making a nice bouquet for Valentine's Day in a couple days. Harry knocked down afterwards. Gorgeous combo. Flash cask into the ult from Saber. Ejang. That's a strike if I've ever seen one. Bowling pins under the turret. Nice combo from Ultra Prime. But we get a replay on that, because that was actually really nice. Boop. Oh, Ezreal, very lucky. The arcane shift got on the other side of the castle. That would have been a 2 for 1. Body slime onto the Renekton afterwards. Tanks the turret for a single shot, but then it dies. Nice. And look, this comp from OMG is fantastic at disengaging. Assuming you don't get knocked past your battle lines, you are fantastic. If everyone is about a screen away, half a screen away. Otherwise, a flash cask, and you don't have flash yourself, really tricky. I think Hang is going to need a Zhonya's second. In fact, I think that's exactly what they're building towards. You can see it in the inventory. Still, Rosie burning. Sap magic heal, not enough. Limfong just about out of range, but a flash Q3, it secures the 1 for 1. Both mid laners getting themselves a kill each. Did have to burn the flash on both sides, though, the mid laners. Wacko roaming. Makes this a 3v3, but the HP bars are better for Ultra Prime. Starry under threat. Hook lands. It's onto Junhao. Does not enjoy being under the Strangle Thorns. Has to flash up! And the Soul Unbound rebinds. Brings down Saber. It'll still be a 1 for 1. Moam dies for that, but they kill off the Yone and keep the turret alive. So both turret attempts fumbled somewhat as the ults are popped to keep things even. Wako doesn't have a Renekton jump them. You can see the problem, right? Cask and Stranglethorns, really obnoxious if you overdive. Starry cleans it the way. Ejang here, gonna try and interrupt this back. Rolls a barrel to them. Leads to that. Dragon, Ultra Prime's next objective. This would in fact earn them feats of strength. Third objective is there. They got the Heralds, they got the first 2 dragons, they got the first 3 kills. Ultra Prime, nice little spot for them at this point. Okay. Fancy shooter. Exactly that. 4 kills on Wako, by the way. Just quietly, having a pretty solid time here. Saber on the Yone. Living up to his namesake, with 2 of them being wielded very well. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think Saber, like a fair number of our teams, or LDL players, played a fair amount of Yone. But I think it's just been a very strong champion for quite a while. Flash, depth charge, Junhouse jumps over the wall, but a flash for a W means this Nidalee cannot get far enough away. Double flash is invested, but the kill secured, and Atakan's up. OMG with no jungler, or with no jungler to compete against, looking for an angle. Burn the ult, Hung gets the stopwatch off, that's why you needed it. Now it's time to fight. Teleport summon from Jang. Couple ultimates, but can't do the Atakan now. They want to try and get some more value, but the ults are enough to get the HP bars low enough to prevent that from being an option. Ultra Prime stave off what could have been disaster. And I was right. Saber has played some Yone. He's 0-3 on it all time though. Only been playing since last year. An Ultra Prime Academy. So not the greatest of all records on that champion. Strictly speaking, he was a big Talia player. Saw that last game. Didn't quite work out. But Gragas, nearly a fully stacked Rod of Ages. In fact, there it is. Got themselves an unending despair. This Gragas now. It's going to be so annoying. Nidalee hit 2 items, Yone's hit 2 items, Corky's hit 2 items with the Muramman transformation. On the other side, though, largely matching. Heng doesn't have the Zhonya's completion. That's a bit of a frustration. Just enough of a gold lead to ensure that not coming on through. Stopped off for a Dark Seal and stuff as well. So not quite there as yet. Could prove a little problematic, because obviously that Zhonya's value huge in that last attempted pick. Plant summoned. Spit a little bit. Back away. Those top turrets still stand, despite multiple attempts to take them down. Harry. Gonna run away Wako though, and Ejang now gonna say, well, you're all contesting around this Atakan. That's just mid lane tier 2 got. We keep going. Heng's had to reset an OMG. Caught a little bit sleepy there as Wako just walks the lane down mid. Gets a chunk on this inhibitor turret. They can't stick around Atakan. And now at the other side, Ultra Prime started up because look who is the one who reset. It was the Zyra. Trying to force a fight here. Ultra Prime pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling. Hang gonna get up here. Tree Shot Barrage. Chunks out Saber though. Locket Shield buys some time and all the resist being shredded. Mom summoned on in. But the fate sealed away. Cask in the backline puts Linfong down. Very low flash for Q3. Doesn't quite land. Soul and Bound gets out of the dredge line CC. Ejang now having to pull out, but Saber has teleport, can come back in. Linfong Doesn't. Down at 10% HP. Trying to get an auto. Has got the stacks to work with. 249. Down to 4,000 HP. Saber has not been able to reset. Has not been able to join. Linfeng also low. Looking for an angle off to the side. Junhao can look to hop on in. This is just going to be a straight up fight. A flip. Down to 4,000 HP. Might look to reset here. Another spear lands. Linfeng on the side. Gets a chew that just goes wide. Saber healing up well on the wave. Flash. Body slam helps Junhao get a kill. Harry dead. And now Ultra OMG have to pull away. They've got no HP bars to work with. Heng hasn't got a flash. Control over the bush at least. Saplings though, make it quite hard to stick away. A barrel roll in there as well means that how does Heng get through there without being CC'd out? Should just be Atakan. Can OMG fight regardless? I don't know, down to 6,000 HP. No teleport on Harry to rejoin. Linfeng has reset. Can come back. True shot barrage does so much damage! Atakan secured regardless. Just about. And they'll get the kills afterwards. Beautiful for Ultra Prime. As they can keep on charging. Heng stays alive. I wondered with the HP bars being so low they might be able to get some value. They just can't quite do it. They'll get a couple withdrawals. Linfeng gets 2. And they don't get the turret all the while though. Yijiang looking to make sure this smolder will finally fall. Barrel roll, not quite enough. And the little dragon that could, apparently, looking to try and reset. But steps on a trap, I think, ironically, and that's how he dies. Oh, invisible trap. Gets the value. Liandry's burn does it. And they get the additional kills. Lost a couple to withdrawals, or lost a couple withdrawals, but they get 3 kills in trade. Baron's up, and there is no jungler, no mid, no AD carry on the map right now. And Ultra Prime now in firm command. Will likely be picking up the second game. Krag's value this game. Oh my days. So, True Shot Barrage clips 2 and Saber so low. Linfeng on the flank. You began to wonder, but the Baron or the Atakan was secured before Yijiang dies, so you get a huge amount of value. Flash on forward for the false bomb doesn't quite land, and then at this point Linfeng ends up getting quite a lot of value here. Gets 2 withdrawals, gets a 3rd. Man. The Gragas comes on up here. Just looking for the kill, can't quite manage it, but invisible trap just outside of the turret range. Clips it. Liandry's burn. Goodbye. You've done all the hard work there, Linfeng. You really had. Dragon secured nonetheless. Yone still has the withdrawal, no one else does. But I think you still ended up coming out on top of that large. You still got 3 kills to basically 1.5. You still got the dragon afterwards. You still got that top tier 1. Just in another universe, those have been 3 straight kills to a Smolder, and the game looks a bit different. Rosie gets the ult off, so might still be able to trade this one up, but the Fate Seal doesn't really lead to all that much. Moan got the Aftershock down. Maokai support is many things, but it's not tanky. Swiftly picked up, but looking for that flank angle. Maokai's often end up on that sort of part of the map to look for broadside ultimates with the Twisted Advance, not Twisted Advance, Nature's Grasp. Twisted Advance being the W. I keep getting those two confused. Been getting better about that again. But the problem is OMG knew that, punished it. We'll still lose that tier 2. But hey, another objective bounty comes across. And at the end, only a 1300 Baron power play so far because a couple of objective bounties come out. And that's quite good news for the side of Ultra Prime. Keep shoving up here. The withdrawals have timed out. Still soul points secured. Tier 2 secured. Ultra Prime's still in a decent spot this game, still in command of this game. Even with Smolder now at, what, 300 stacks? Linfeng with a rapid fire cannon to his name as well. Could end up becoming really problematic, especially now the Ezreal 2 at 3 items. Could begin to be big damage source. The problem is the front line just isn't a front line right now. Mao and Harry, yeah, an item or 2 items depending on who you're looking at. Very easy to get blown up, and Ejang on this Gragas has been so problematic for the backline. Zyra in particular has just been hit by a cast multiple times. Linfeng and Starry forced to back away from plays they would like to be involved in. And the other thing is, of course, in the jungle, Zyra has fallen a long, long way behind where this Nidalee's at. 3 completed items to just 2,500 gold behind, I suspect. And we see a reset from Junhao. Be a second half component in. I imagine a blighting duel at this point. With the Zhonya's herself, Nidalee a little bit more free to go aggressively hunting for one of those AD carries. Of course, Nidalee, notorious for getting big individual leads and then not closing out games. Does not scale that well. Better than she used to be, of course, because the Primal Surge gives a lot of value to the likes of a Corki or a Yone. Give a lot of buffs to that, often why you see the Emax second now on the Nidalee. The steroids it provides to attack damage carries, pretty high. The healing and, of course, the attack speed, really valuable. Become a sort of pseudo-enchanter, basically. To the point where Athene's and Holy Grail was an option on Nidalee back in the day. I mean, that was in fact an item. Nidalee about to reset. We'll see exactly what she buys. I'm imagining Blighting Duel towards something like a Crypt Bloom or a Void Staff would make the most sense. Ah! Instead, goes towards a Verdant Barrier. Another defense tool. Zhonya's and Verdant Barrier. Much harder to pick now. Much more safe to potentially keep looking for people. Ejang being attacked. Teleported in the lane! Ejang, no! What? What was that trying to... I was trying to teleport out. Oh... Try to get out to safety. Oh dear, it's such a good game. And just sits there teleporting as Linfeng jumps on him. Try to turn around on the other side though, and Harry will likely die. Nice pick up a Rosie Love, healed by the Primal Surge. Burns out to Smolder. And that's 2 kills to the dragon that could. And congratulations to Takano in chat, long-time friend and subscriber here on the channel, both on mine and Alex's channel. Just hit 2 years today. Don't normally do that in game, but you know what? For 2 years, we'll make an exception. There you go, officially mid-cast. And the solo cast continues for just a little bit here. Dragon was secured by Ultra Prime. I will note, they are at Soul. A little bit difficult for the Nidalee and the Corki to use well, because they use their ults so consistently in such random points. The speed up isn't that valuable. For the Maokai, for the Yone, for the Gragas, however, great value. And the base move speed from the Cloud Dragons, really, really good this game, especially when you're trying to close the distance on people like a Smolder and an Ezreal, trying to dodge their skill shots. Big value. Control wards abound for Ultra Prime. Man, this Smolder though, 4 items. If anyone could carry this, probably would be the Smolder. Kind of have to, I think. Linfeng was the MVP of last game. May well be asked to be the MVP of this. Teleport available. True Shot Barrage cross. Ultra Prime. In a much better position than they were in the last game. They need to break the base. They probably need Baron to do it into all the wave clear. Zyra, Smolder, Ezreal, even the Renekton will just disintegrate waves. Saber, split pushing away. Trying to be a threat. Baron started. And OMG got flash on Heng, trying to find a way forwards. Not exactly the greatest vision control here. There's the ult from the Maokai into the ult from the Gragas to just deny any chance of access in. Good zone control there from Ultra Prime. Baron taken. Wave shoving up through mid. 4-item Corki. Gonna be a bit of a threat. Going into the enemy jungle now. Gonna try and pick up wolves from across the wall. Look to immediately head towards that bot lane. Make sure these waves are in prime position for a shove. Ejang allowed to shove up on that top side. Well, Baron continues. And we've got a little bit of replay. Oh, my days. Hit with the spear, burned down. Half the HP there. Not a death cap or anything on this Nidalee, obviously. He's gone towards more utility options with the Zhonyas and the Banshees. It means this Nidalee very low fear at this point. Saber took a turret shot or two there. Of course, the Immortal Shield Bow and the Blade of the Ruin King should be able to be just fine. Given a Primal Surge, so healed right back up. There's the Spirit Cleave Shield. At this point in the game, very large. Even when you only hit one person. Turret about to be broken. OMG really can't stop it at this point. Great on the disengage. A little bit hard to find the picks yourself. Oh, Moam. Ow. Nautilus not tanky anymore towards this Yone hitting you. Going to worry a little bit for OMG's front line. Banshee's popped on the Nidalee. Starry hopping away. Nature's Grass comes across. Flash away from Starry to get out of danger. They lose one of their Nexus turrets. His second shorty to fall in a moment too. Barrel roll to attack the plants. Gragas hates him. Not a green therm cask onto the Nautilus, who gets something back onto Wacko, but there's just not enough. A Primal Surge gets one as Yone just deletes Linfong. Oh, this Smolder's tried. It really has. But it's not going to save the game. Ultra Prime takes them a while to close it out. But after that mid-game push and pull around the Atakan, they come out with the win. They even up the series. Wacko 7-0-6 on that Corki. Gets them the W here. Ejang on the Gragas for me. Monster performance. How many solid picks did we see him get? Huge, 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 huge stuff. Oh boy. We're back. Ultra Prime. Doing a lot of work there. I think it's Ejang who should be the MVP of this one. Pog is Wacko. I think it's Ejang or Wacko, I think, are the two options. I think there were some really critical Gragas flasks and some really critical flash ults. Like that mid lane tier 1 dive, got some picks topside as well. Helped actually manage the Smolder super well. I think probably Gragas, with the exception of that really frustrating mid lane, like teleport in the middle of the top lane, actually was really, really good. I think Wacko consistently played well, did a lot of damage. You can see that one being fine too. We tab out and ensure we don't get copyright issues. Boom. Song 1 for song 2. Not the most exciting song. Sorry about that. But there we go. Riot's create a save playlist, guys. Very helpful. I should go back towards this. There we go. Oh. 2 brain cells fighting for the third. A little bit. I actually think there was some smart enough decision-making part of this one. And thank you very much for follows, guys. And again, let me just check through. I need that up. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you all. Make sure to sub if you can as well. Drop those primes. Bezos money can be served in the esports community right here. Hit that prime button if you can. If not, throw them at me. I'm Initialise Casts. I'm in the finals. Not the finals, the... Finals? The title. Where did I get finals from? Maybe don't throw it to me, or maybe do, as a pity for my non-functioning brain. There's our damage, chat. Wacko did some work. Linfong tried. Hane tried. See what the thing is, how much this damage actually mattered. You actually ended up with Gragas be able to heal quite a lot with the Drunken Rage. Junhao, I suspect if you check out the numbers, Primal Surge a lot. You've got Bloodthirsters and Blade of the Ruin Kings. It just meant sure that the poke damage, that's what a lot of that is really, didn't stick. There's the team stats. Linfong, on the dragon that could. What finals? Exactly, there isn't one. There isn't one, I don't know why. Why I brought it up. There you go. Here is our highlights. We need to figure out actually as well whether there are... It's part of the reason we've changed the music, turned the music off, is because there's copyright issues, right, with the music that the LPL has rights to that we don't. So it's sort of just checking whether we have the music here are fine or not. Let's check after, because if we can, it'd be nice to leave the music up, and it's just the breaks we put this in on. But be careful for now. Fine. Anivia, if you're listening, do you mind just give me a heads up whether we can run standard music here, or is it just the break? Is it just the break music that's screwing us up with copyright claims? Oh, Q flash, secure that last kill. Nicely done, nicely done, nicely done. Ooh. This one got a bit ugly though, as this was where things got dicey. The cask was solid. Hung gets in range, can't quite get the Steel Stranglethorns were down as well. And yeah, a little bit frustrated with some DMCA music with co-streams. This is on the clean feed too, it's a bit obnoxious, but there you go. We weren't getting hit by copyright, so be it. Linfong, 400 gold, 600 gold, not bad, genuinely. On the other side, Saber did at least get one there. Comes across, and then Linfong doesn't know there's a trap there, or doesn't remember it because it's not marked. Oops. Oof. I know, so frustrating. And then this one where, what the heck was happening with that teleport? Doesn't get out. That was a really rough moment from Ultra Prime, but Wacko just gets to do 300,000 odd damage. And Saber heals enough. They don't quite do the follow-up, and then this is a beautiful pick as the Dominus runs out. Flash, Twisted Advance. Corky does all the damage from over the wall. Rosie survives courtesy of a Primal Surge for a second or two before the Execute comes in. But, you know, it's just not enough. I'm not sure how many Hen got. I think it was only the one in the end. Didn't get that many this game on the Zyra. A lot of assists. But that's this one. That means we're going to at least 4. I'll have to take my cam back. Let's see who the MVP is. And again, guys, just so you know, for Twitch and YouTube, we'll have this conversation again, just because it's just the way things are. We do not mind you asking questions about League of Legends. We do not mind you asking questions about the game. If you're new to this game, fantastic. Ask all the questions you want. But generally speaking, like, straight up betting talk, we're not super interested in engaging with. If you are using what we're talking about to go bet, that's fine. If that's how you get interested again, that's fine. It's a wonderful game. Welcome. Be welcome. But yeah, just try and make sure that we're not getting, like, straight up betting talk, basically. You can ask about questions about the game. You can ask for advice. That's fine. But keep it League of Legends focused, because we want this community to be a place where we can enjoy League of Legends. We're not getting too much on that side. It is Wacko who gets the MVP. Congratulations to him. Understandable. It was a really good Corki game. Yeah. So again, like, don't mind you guys asking questions. If you want to know about the game because you don't know the game, that's fine. If you have to use that information to go bet, that's how you enjoy the game, that's fine. No judgment here. It's just basically keep it gameplay focused, guys. It's the honest answer. Is the answer. That's all we need. That's the line, basically, as far as it is. And it was a really good Corki. Wacko. Doing a lot of damage, not dying where the team needed to be, especially when it was looking a little bit dicey early. That counter play topside, Valkyrieing over to get into range for a lot of those that damage. Really, really good stuff. Can't ask for too much more, can you? About to pop this Ezreal, I can feel it. Wait for the Valkyrie. Boom. Not even needed, just flash on in. Force bomb him. Gameplay question. How was your day? Pretty good. I went to, I had a really fun last night. I want to go, like, there's like a really niche little Berlin movie club that happens in this kind of art gallery bar where they drag out a load of stools and someone projects it off their laptop. We watch random old movies together. My first time going last night was a really cool time. I enjoyed that. And I've got League of Legends today. Another solo cast. We're doing a lot of solo casts. Oh my days, Alex has not been around. It's just been me. It's been a good time. Enjoyment was found. Enjoyment was found. Okay. Waiting for the break. In fact, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run some ads now. So we don't get ads in-game. We've seen who the MVP is. We're going to hit break shortly. And that means I need to run some ads for Twitch. Please stick around to help support the channel. Go get yourself a cup of tea. Go get some water. Get hydrated. Get ready for game 3. I'm going to do similarly, honestly. Do you know these players? I don't know a single name. Are they all new? I know a lot of these players personally, Melma. Because a lot of them are LDL players. I realised I just did the ads, so I will respond to that after the ad break. It's the honest answer. We'll have a chat, because I do know a lot of these players. Is the way it is. Break time. This series was always going to be a bit of a weird one. I think OMG are still favoured on the whole. Even a game where I think it was quite tricky, we saw things like Linfong and stuff be very, very scary. I think they are on the whole a slightly more seasoned, slightly more consistency. However, they are not so much better that the other team, that Ultra Prime, can't win this. And again, there are some decent players on Ultra Prime. I actually think Wacko's still pretty good. If he can get to team fights, he's a great team fight AD carry. I think Ijang is a very good player, very good playmaker, knows his 1v1 super well. Frustrating first game. I think there were a few Ambessa ults that were like a pixel off, not hitting, was playing the fine margins, didn't hit the lines. I think a lot of that, bluntly, was bad comms. So you're forced to try and engage when you're not quite ready for it. You're going on a target you're not expecting, and that hurt. We saw a lot of discoordination in that one. Yeah. So we'll sort that one. But yes. Hi. IB Initialise. I'm in the title. Come follow me. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast League of Legends together. It's quite cool. We are quite cool. Please support us if you can. We appreciate the subs. We appreciate the follows. Helps us do this pretty much every damn day of the week. So do come and enjoy it here. Hello to Onivia's channel. Hello to YouTube for Nymaera's channel. Hello to Twitch chat, the OGs. Good to see you all there as well. Let's get 5 games of absolute chaos. Oh god, yes. Oh god, yes. We could be here for a very long time, folks. Ooh, good song. Like this one. Echo's theme. Boy Who Broke Time. Alright. 2 seconds, 1. Welcome back, chat. Good to see you. Who is this phony? We want Alex or we riot? Rude. I am the original. Premium edition Hapgood. Who the hell do you think you are? So, Melmer, who was asking about the players in this series. I do know a number of these names. I'm aware the ads happened. We'll have this conversation now before we get through to Game 3. So, what you need to know is a lot of these players are LDL players. A lot of these players are LDL players, and that means Academy League. So, for the side of Ultra Prime, Saber and Rosie Love are long-time Ultra Prime Academy players. Saber less so. He only started playing competitive last year. Was on Ultra Prime Academy, went up. Rosie Love had been there a bit longer. Was one of the better players down there, but the team was very volatile. Lots of players moving in and out, and so the team was very weird. When they had Cullen, they looked really good. Went up to the top part of the group of LDL, then kind of fell down again, had to rebuild a bit. And Saber was another one of those players that was good, but it's kind of one of the Ultra Prime homegrown talents. John Howe was on BLG Junior, so BLG's academy team, their jungler, and he was really, really good. Went to internationals for academies. There is an academy international in Asia. It's called the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, ASCI, and it's great fun. And that's where you kind of see the LCK challenges versus the LDL. Some other regions come on in as well. And that is a huge, huge deal. And that is a pretty big one in the sense that, like, Junhao was very, very good on a team that was doing a lot of winning. However, it is worth noting, on a team that was doing a lot of winning. But he was one of the better jungle prospects, probably. Quite versatile, pretty good on his tanks, had things like the Nidalee in the back pocket, as we saw. And he was obviously got this opportunity to come up to the main team. And alongside these 3 academy players, 1 from BLG Junior, and then 2 from Ultra Prime's own system, was Ijang and Wako, who came over from the PCS. So what is now the LCP, which is the other major region in Asia alongside LCK and LPL. And that is basically what PCS merged into alongside Vietnam and LJL. It's kind of created a mega conglomeration of those big teams. And they've come over from that to play on Ultra Prime. And Wako, very famous for being a very, very good team fight AD carry. Very, very tenured over there. Yijiang was a much newer player. Yijiang, sorry, got to get that correct. As we are onto this one, we'll keep chatting about players while we can, because we have got that opportunity. But I need to go mute Spotify. I need to bring up the volume here. Have we got ourselves some traveling followers? Great to see you all out there. Getting ready for draft. Full game 3. And we are getting ready for this next one. But that is Ultra Prime for OMG. Some of these players have been playing a little longer. Tang playing a little longer. Harry playing a little longer. Lim Fong was an OMG Academy mid lane prodigy. Oh My Dream was the name of that team before it got renamed to OMG Academy, and they were very, very good. Big mid lane jungle carry duo down there at the time. It was Fei Feng, who was the AD carry alongside, was it Starfire, I want to say, something like that. Was the other jungler. But a Yasuo Diana kind of combo is what we saw a lot of out of that one. Moam is an LCK Challengers prodigy. He's coming on over. So basically we've got a lot of Academy players coming on up, is the honest answer. And Moam, I know the likes of Chronicle, a little sad to see him go. Been having the greatest time on OMG so far. A little bit of room to grow for both of these teams. We'll see exactly where they end up with a little bit of coaching and a bit of experience to their belt. Always tough to step up to the top level of League of Legends, especially when you don't have a lot of veterans and structures in place on successful teams to get your value. Still, OMG on blue side for the first time. Aurora gets through. That means Aurora is first picked. Could go to Harry, could go to Linfong. Dangerous either way. And now we're going to see a Galio potentially locked in. It's not into the Rumble, but it's pretty strong. Some of those LDL players like to have that as an angle because it sets up for Junhao to go for something like a Kindred. Or something like a Jax, I suppose you want to flex it in there, even if that could be a top lane option. Ejung's Jax is excellent. And we'll lock that Jax in. Wukong, response on the other side. Very potent right now. I know a lot of people, Nymaera out there, very much rates the Wukong. Tend to agree with him. Does mean you need an option into what could be a Jax or a Galio, actually. Galio top, been a thing for a while now. Normally into the Rumble. Gonna take the Gnar, which can theoretically keep distance, hop away, manage things like the counter-strike well enough. Vi, the response. Tend to see that where Wukong goes, Vi tends to follow, or vice versa. We're looking for bans in this second phase now. Big dive combo from Ultra Prime already. Jax, Galio, Vi. Poor boy. Vi or Jax goes in, Galio follows up. And the person they are jumping on theoretically dies a horrible death. OMG. Gone for a bit of a wombo themselves. Wukong Aurora is a lot of teamfight. A lot of AoE teamfight at that as well. Can do a decent job of disengaging Aurora. A lot of mobility, a little bit of ability to pull away. Wukong similarly. Cyclone and Warrior Trickster gives you a lot of tools to try and disengage or engage yourself onto the backline. These team fights are already going to be pretty damn huge. Varus Xayah ban. I think we're seeing a fourth AD carry. Surely at this point. Interesting that OMG banned the Akali themselves, of course. Saber, bit of a player of that champion. Not that Linfong, famously an Akali player too. So, not sure about that one. Kai'Sa is the ban. 4 AD carries, and we are 3 games deep, so there's an additional set of AD carry bans off. So 8 AD carries off the table. A lot of those major ones not available. So what are we even looking to at this point? Zeri? Jinx? Probably your next kind of style of AD carry on the table. Ziggs or a Caitlyn may be an option too, and the Ziggs is the pick for Ultra Prime. You've already got a circle marked to spot, not an X. There's no Pyke this game. But Vi presses R, Galio presses R, Ziggs presses R. And understandably, whoever is hit by that cries quite a lot. The Xayah ban makes the Rakan option from Moam a little less potent than it might be. And also the Xayah would have been lovely into a lot of this dive. What do you want to pick into it? Jhin might be able to play from enough range to be a tricky target to consistently get in range of. It does feel like we see Jhin into compositions like this quite a lot. You can stay miles away from the dive, press R, and punish as the disengage tries to come on through. Big team fight comp now from OMG. Solar Flare, Cyclone. Setting up for the Jhin and the Aurora to blow people up. Not the most consistent damage. When the ultimates are up, pretty good value. I think the Wukong and the Galio going to be one of picking up a fair amount of the damage percentage this game if they can. Alistair locked in for Ultra Prime, who are very on theme here. And that theme is dive. Pick a target with the Vial, with the Alistair engaged. Delete said target. And I think in the end, it's a bit more of a fair weather comp from the side of OMG. Plays a little bit more flexibly. And Ultra Prime, competition makes sense. Kind of like it. If we've got issues with coordination, make it very easy to know who we're jumping on when. Of course, you need that to work. If you jump and fail, what do you do then? Vi, Galio, Alistair engages, and the kill doesn't come through, then it gets ugly. On the back foot, not that easy to play out, of course. Galio, Alistair can be pretty good defensive tools themselves, so maybe I spoke too soon. You do have to be careful on those re-engages. Ooh, nice little musical flair. Long time Prince Galio has been reworked into being a potent character at this point. If you get a chance as well to hit turrets, you do quite a lot of work. To the riff we go. Game 3. Giles on the docket.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。全军出击！
So, what do we do in this early game? Question we have to ask. Are we going to be lane swapping? Doesn't look like standard lanes this time around. Ziggs should, a little bit AP, be able to get shoved into the Jhin eventually. But of course the Jhin, one of the reasons for it is you do have an ability to somewhat trade with range. Your W, your bouncing grenade, threatening with the fourth shot. Does give you some options. Dancing grenade, I apologize. That's the play there. Nice little chunk onto Rosie, who did not have Aftershock running and does not enjoy the fourth shot as a result. Missed that one, Starry. Oh no, missed another. Oh, went for the trade, not the farm. Boo! Oh dear. There's level 2 secured nonetheless. Mark on Rosie. Gonna need a level or 2 before they're useful, and that's one of the things that happens with an Alistair. Unless you go for a flash play, you really need level 2 to be great because you don't have the headbutt to go with your pulverize or vice versa. So, story time. We've got an early game where not all that much is happening. Doesn't look like we're getting anything super interesting. Both junglers kind of going in opposite directions. The Vi going towards the red buff last, just in case an invade comes on through, and also because it means you get longer with the red buff, which is always valuable, because then you can look for ganks and all those wonderful things as the champion. So, Ultra Prime, last year, we're running with another PCS AD carry. It was Doggo at the time, who unfortunately didn't have quite the experience he was hoping for. Had been in the LPL for a little while, been under Uzi for a little bit, which was a wild time, and vice versa, was over Uzi for a bit as well, and then didn't quite deliver in a way that people were hoping for, was just not consistent with leads. Wacko, on the other hand, was one of the most celebrated teamfight AD carries in the PCS, bar none. Very, very successful over there. Dive comes on through top lane though. Never mind the AD carries. We've got ourselves a dive top. Nicely done. Clean pickup. Junhao gets that one. Yijang gets to reset, come on through. Half a wave lost. And the Jack's onto the board. Junhao gets first blood, gets to go back, pick up a tunneler. Start to be a menace, because one of the things that Ultra Prime are going to need this game is this Vi to be a threat on her own right. If she goes in and does a lot of the damage herself, sometimes you might just not need the full combo to delete someone. And now we play a little bit of the waiting game. Both of these comps really want level 6. Really want level 6. Not sure how easy that's going to be, but they're going to try nonetheless. We've seen some fumbled mid-game fights from both teams. Not always been exactly the cleanest series today, has it? That's kind of fine in its own way. It's been fun. Dragon started up by Junho, who resets, has got the tunneler early, can start this one up, wants to get that one stacking before things like Grub Spawn, which will be up in 40 seconds. You'll have a couple camps to clear, so I think the Wukong is going to try and steal away a Raptor camp here, which would be kind of nice. Good ward early allows a return to that. Can be the trade for the Dragon. Vi and Galio heading on over. We'll still have that stolen camp, and that's kind of the way it'll have to be. Wukong gets a camp, is what it is. Can be a little bit theoretically dangerous if Heng gets the opportunity to turn that into an earlier level 6 around, say, the Grubs. Yeah, the neutral Grub just gives you some experience, but it's not a full camp. Of course, Harry played for a little bit on EDG back in 2019. He was on their youth team. Then went on to Ultra Prime Academy, then up to Ultra Prime, then back down to substitute role, and back up to Ultra Prime, and then anyone's legend for a bit, and then got replaced by Ala in the summer when anyone's legend became good. And he's been kind of a journeyman at this point, and was something that a few academy teams saw a fair amount of value in, but never really delved into the truly elite levels of top laners. Had moments, right? He's not pretty solid. Been playing since what, 2019? Man, 6th year of play. I want to say, I think it is Nara is his most played champion. Indeed it is. Xante, Renekton, Aatrox, that kind of it. Has a little bit of things like the Camille and the Kennen in the background, but it is one of those kind of bruiser, lane bully, multi-role champion players. Your Renektons, your Aatroxes, your Nars. A good secondary carry. And hello, Alex. I see you in chat. We're 1-1. How's the meeting going, mate? OMG. Kind of got done in the mid-game last game. Ejung on that Gragas was pretty obnoxious, and Wacko's Corki got to team fight. That should never have happened. Oh, certainly someone here as well. We've got a few of the old veterans in here. Good to do. And again, shout out to YouTube, and shout out to Anivia's channel as well, which is hosting us as well over there. Great collaboration to be having with him. As Heng, did you what? Why? Maybe she wants to clear the camps faster. That has to be a Nivea, exactly, not Nivea. Maybe it is the bird. Maybe this is just, it's like, you know when you get those pen names? Where you just change a letter. And that's all it is. Also, not gonna lie, it's a British thing. The way we pronounce O's quite often is not the way that the Americans do it. So American would be Onivia, right? Like very southern, very caricatured there. Where they get a big one. Big deal. Same way like Sam, right? So I say Sam, whereas a lot of Americans will say Sam, which is just not the same. But it means like say Onivia and Onivia or Onivia. For me would be how I pronounce that quite often. Onivia. And that is just a British thing. That's how I pronounce it. It's a British thing. It is an not an O. Onivia. Be very southern. It's not quite how we do it these days. As an engage comes on through. Flash over the wall, keeps Harry safe. Nice little look in there, but it cost Jung his flash as well. Oof. I'm just calling him a bird. Not that works too. Maybe they just need to invest in some Anivia merchandise. The biggest bird. Nice little attempt. It still ends up being both flashes burned, which is a bit frustrating. Not exactly the best thing they were hoping for there, but hey, it's what it is. Early steel caps from the Nard to try and manage one. Eventually the Jax will just become really difficult to manage this game. Aurora can try. She's got quite a lot of ways to potentially outplay the Jax if he overplays with his leap strike. Or doesn't get good value with the counter strike. And again, a lot of your damage will go through the counter strike. But still, could well be a win condition, and Zhang's Jax was really scary last year. Not dissimilar to someone like Sheer, for example. And, oh, hang on, I'm having a moment here. Top laner that replaced the Shy on IG for a bit, who was really back and forth, had a really limited champion, but was really good at his specific ones. Irelia, Fiora, Jax. I remember the play style. Remember the player. Who was it? Who was it? Former player. Nani? No. He ended up role swapping mid. Poor guy. He was put into the wolves a little bit. Had to role swap a lot. YSKM. You should know me. That's the one. Of course, now over on Frank Esports. As of 3 days ago, interestingly. Finally found a team. Took him a little while, but it's over there now. YSKM, that's who it was. Took me a second. I can remember the playstyle. I can remember the criticisms. Feels like Ejang, not in a dissimilar point of view, but feels a little more well-rounded, a little less reliant on being on his champions. Perhaps not quite the highs of YSKM. That's fair enough. Then again, part of that is being on a team that is not exactly in the best place to make him shine all the time. So Hank just gets over the wall. So, Ultimate's beginning to come on through. It's a very still early game. OMG have got 6 scrubs. Ultra Prime have got 2 dragons. Splitting of the map. Gold is near enough to even. 200 gold means very little at this point in the game. It is a nominal gold lead. And Saber will Justice Punch away. Where is my Hulk Galio? Where is my superhero Galio? Like, at least in the same universe as the Super Galaxy Rumble. You know, one of those ones that say ridiculous things. Of course, Ultra Prime were a team I was quietly hopeful for a couple of years back when they had people like Yukal on the roster. Went over to Thunder Talk, did Yukal. 1xN and Yukal, my goats last year. Yukal took a while to be good again. Had a bit of a rough start to the year. Rosie with the headbutt over the wall. Ha-ha! Moam, eat that. Highly recommend following Ultra Prime's Twitter account. Great content out there. He was not good for the start of last year. Took a while to get going again. Oh, I just think at the beginning of summers, it was not pretty for parts of last year. Took a while, and it took a while to be like the superstar again. There was a while where he was really, really good, as in possibly a top 5 mid laner, despite the team not being that. That's really hard to do. He was doing that in 23 just fine. Part to 24. And then came the dark days. Not here today, though. Actually doing a pretty good job over in the LCK. Has been pretty damn impressive over there. Gets to return to sender. Go back home and be pretty damn good. He's having a great time in the LCK. Dragon, about 1 minute and 10. Resets will start to come on through for those who want to fight over it. Herald will be spawning just after. It's a bit close enough that it could well be a trade. Ziggs ulted the wave. Kind of denies the 6 grub take, but this should still be first turret over to OMG, even with a Jhin taking turret, who is normally very, very slow. Pulls away from it. The Jhin going for the static shiv rapid fire build, which is sort of fine from ahead. A lot of utility, a lot of wave clear, not a lot of damage. Unless you're ahead, then basically your poke is a little bit annoying. But basically, you're trying to stay in lane, get incremental damage. Not fantastic in team fights. Doesn't really amp your ultimates very much. You really need 3 items on a good timer, or you lack the damage. Oh, I apologize. Ultra Prime did have turret stroke because they got it topside. You're right. And they are the ones who got that one. Just because that focus down bot lane, I was like, okay, well, that's where it is. But no, they managed to get the rotations up there. Setting up a Jax for a decent amount of success here. Up a little bit of gold. Mega Nard into a wall. Nah. Mam gets a Demolish proc off. Decent taunt from Saber as Linfeng will buffer through it well enough with a weirding. Jang looking to reset. There's a lot of people here. This could just end up being a dive, I think. Needs to be very wary. Jump forward, gets a decent chunk onto Harry. Force away, but now doesn't have the counter-strike to outplay the lane. Needs to be very scared that Moam could look for the solar flare. Is there a response coming? Galio not here. No teleport summoned till now. Ejang needs to play this one out. Solar flare comes on down. Decently tanky for a second or two. Gets a bit of a chunk, but the Cyclone is there. Flashes on out and they get the kill. The turret goes down, but 2 is in. Galio will look to ult away from the Between Worlds. There's still a counter-strike, or counter-strike, a fire... Curtain call is a body blocked. Hang on. How did that happen? Oh, they've done all the hard work. And then the curtain call gets value. Is it just a model thickness thing? Or is it they didn't body block correctly? I hope we get a replay, because I thought Wacko was in a decent position to block. So let's have a look. Turret comes down, but the teleport still completed regardless. And it starts to look a little ugly because Ejang survives for a very long time. Second teleport is summoned. But unfortunately, you just lost your top laner and your jungler. Linfeng teleports in, tries to get to Ejang, doesn't quite happen. Galio ults out, and then Justice Punch beyond. Oh my days, he's too dummy thick. Nice angle from Star. And Wacko's like, you've got to be kidding me. That's really annoying. So, turret and a 2-for-1. Not the end of the world. Ultra Prime mostly okay with that. OMG did get the turret, but it cost them quite a lot. They'll be down a couple key ultimates. But hey, you don't have the Galio yourself. Should still be able to pick up this Herald. They did get Soul Point off that while all that was happening, mind you. So I think Ultra Prime here in a pretty okay spot. Mega Inferno Bomb clears out the turret. And now an invade begins. Harry leaves the lane. Comes on in with the team. But Herald secures mean that Ultra Prime should, particularly with Ziggs, be able to secure that mid lane turret and possibly more with the power of Satchel and Herald as a combo. I'm trying to escape from a Jhin ult, but my statue is too dummy thick and keeps alerting the sniper. Righty then. We've got ourselves 2 minutes till Dragon. What will likely happen here is Junhao will save the Heralds until about 30 seconds before, and then use it for pressure around the Dragon. But they decide against it. They say, look, I want my trinket back. I want to gather up here and get as much out of this as we can, because this falling down gives the Jax free time to shove bot lane, and they can pressure 2 lanes at once, and it means we don't have to group up for this. That is now very much in satchel range. Turret bot lane falls. Ejan gets that one. Gets a lot of value. Okay then. We are in a bit of an odd game state because OMG got the grubs, got a couple turrets, but they do not have defeat. And I think importantly here as well, you are down at Soul Point. And that's pretty rough. An Ocean Soul here as well. Makes life a little bit more obnoxious. It's a strong Soul. Rosie getting jumped on, but when you're looking at a front line that perhaps wants to survive having gone in, Ocean Soul gives you a lot of value. Moam, flash. Zenith Blade to nowhere. Quick kill. And that probably means mid lane turret and Soul all set up very well for Ultra Prime at this point. What on earth happened there? How did Moam get caught? Very hyped player coming in from the LCK. Not had an easy start to this, but again, some of this is to do with just the fact the team is not that veteran, with probably the exception of Harry, who's been a bit of a journeyman at this point, been at various levels of play. Yeah, they try to pick off Rosie. Flash, Zenith Blade to nowhere. Team's nowhere near to defend. It was a very poorly timed invade. This Jhin has only just got 2 items, but it's not a very damaging 2 items. Teleport top. They're just going to say, look, we can give up Soul. We can play around this instead. Teleport up there. Everyone's bot lane. That's out of Khan. They can definitely 3-man that. No one knows. And there's no wards really to return the favor. This will be out of Khan. And the Ziggs with ult, with an Alistar in front of them, is not really a threat. With a Luden's Shadow Flame build as well. That's a pop. With that, there's not really any true tanks on the other side either, so Luden's Shadow Flame will seriously hurt. No one's got a Kadic Rookern or anything this game, that's for sure. And from here, things get difficult because Ultra Prime can just keep chasing. Moam trying to get some vision down. Rumba doesn't have the flash, will die. Wacko gets it. First kill of the game for him. It's been a pretty low kill game, honestly, but I think at this point, OMG are in really dire straits. Atakan will allow very aggressive shoves to get control of the map. They'll have Soul available again for them in 4 minutes. Baron spawns in 2.5. It's a lot for Ultra Prime to play around right now. OMG need another item. They really do on this Jhin. They need a second, bluntly, on this Gnar. Yeah, your Wukong's at 2 and that's great. Yeah, your Aurora's at 2 and that's great. But I think the problem will be that you're going to get half the HP bars with this Aurora and Wukong, but you don't have enough follow-up as yet. Maybe this will do. Rosie's potentially going to be the sacrificial cow. Gone up in the world. Should be able to get that one. Had to burn a lot of ults to do it though, and it's just a withdrawal. Saber being jumped on. Trying to get towards the Mega Gnar. Boulder Toss does not read where the Galio is going. Tell me they didn't burn teleports for that. No, they didn't. And actually, I just realized as well, Starry on the Jhin, running teleport Jhin to match the Ziggs. Lot of teleports this game. 6 TPs. Teleport Jhin. There you go. Perhaps a way to try and match that Ziggs lane pressure. Kept him even enough in farm, in fairness. Helps to try and follow around the Ziggs. You can otherwise get kind of incremental advantage just by having that additional reset, which we sometimes see into a lot of those mid lane matchups. Linfong, swift to run away as Junhao and Wacko turn up. Again, a Ziggs combo. Still very threatening. Ingo's hanging on the other side though, trying to get the backline onto Saber. Rosie Love flashes on in himself. Remember, doesn't have the ultimate themselves, but there's a Galio ult coming on in to try to keep people alive. Withdrawal still available for the majority of the team. Junhao does have that one pop. One turns back. The cow, though, didn't have it available. So it's a 1-for-1 right now as Moam still falls. How many more members available? It's a 2 for 2 pseudo. But remember, Jun now had the withdrawal. Not as valuable as I think they were hoping for. Still, though, we'll break the shove. Deadly flourish interrupt will prevent Galio from getting the easy reset. Mid lane tier 2 stands at the very least. And a few flashes blown. Critical ones on Wacko. Of course, big one for the Alistair as well, who does like to use that for the big engages. Hung missing that one on the Wukong can be valuable as well. But basically, Hung, Nimbus Strike goes on in. Rosie the flash to prevent Starry from getting super easy follow-up onto Saber. Gives him an opportunity to re-engage. Hung flashes on out. And the fight keeps going. Solar Flare does lock up Junhao. And that means they get rid of the Vi, and the cow runs out of tankiness. Mum will still be traded as they went a little bit deep, as he was basically frontlining there. And I think, remember when you are behind, when you're into Atakan, even is a win. Even is a win from that point. Still though, this Jax. Junk. Going to be very ahead. Oh boy. Yeah. Gold comes up. That's a nearly 2,500 gold lead for the Vi. That is a nearly 2,000 gold lead for the Jax, who has got themselves towards a Seeker's Arm Guard plus the 2 items. Much easier to team fight now. Very scary in these side lanes. Soul in 40 seconds. Jax goes back. Buys double control wards. Always valuable on a Jax because you can use them to hop. 2 hops this time with the control wards. Yes, I'm making cha-cha slide puns. You can't stop me. Skull Crab secured, and it's the Void mutated one, so immediately spots out the vision that OMG had, and it wasn't very extended, that's for sure. But if a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario for OMG, they... Baron to consider as Moan goes into the backline. Decent engage. Turnaround might still come on through. Saber dies, and that's the Galio ult. Big turnaround damage, though. Not going to be enough as the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't get the kills. They've gotten 2. The jungle dead. The mid lane dead. They get 1 back as Yijang goes on in, goes golden, but a well-timed deadly flourish and a hop away from Longfong keeps him safe. Leap strike flash. Sorry going on in, trying to get something. The Sundered Sky healing is just not enough. And Jax falls out. Jin gets another, and OMG pick their moment and delete the front line. Junhao, Zhang, and Saber all down for the count. The Galio did not get to ult that fight. Ultra Prime, you had everything in your hands. You were the ones that controlled the river. How does that happen? OMG are going to get Baron. They can turn back for Dragon afterwards. That should never, ever, ever in a million years have happened. Junhao, Saber, neither get to ult. Huge value from that Jin, who's got a Lord Dom's regards at this point. Frontline just not as tanky anymore, perhaps. Let's have a look. Big ult from Linfeng as well. I thought the Ziggs might have done it, but they get to come back off the respawn to potentially claim Soul. Fight. Again, reminder, a lot of those ults from Ultra Prime are still up and available. Down to 6,000. OMG coming on over. Wukong will have the ult. Dragon surely secured their Soul. They lose the cow, but the turnaround as Linfeng drags them miles, but Starry's knocked up, burned the flash, and OMG have done all the hard work and then lose the follow-up fight. Between worlds goes the rabbit. But unfortunately for them, it is rabbit hunting season. Wacko forced a flash out of Moam. We're right back to where we started. The Baron means nothing. Down Soul. OMG, I think you had to go for Dragon first and then try the Baron after. You didn't have the opportunity to reset. You had to stay on the map. And all your hard work, your miracle team fight, it is just a light at the end of it's a light at the end of the tunnel for sure. And it is the freight train of Ultra Prime coming your way this time. Oof. They got to press the buttons this time. The ults were used. And yes, you can hop as far as you want, Linfeng, but the Galio will still follow the Vi. And the Vi is scary enough with this Galio to be a threat. No flashes on key carries meant this one gets ugly. Let's have a look at this initial fight. Because Saber jumps away, gets jumped on. And Rosie knocks away Linfeng, but the Galio, the Jin ult is brutal. And it doesn't really stop Linfeng from getting huge amounts of value. Wacko got slowed. Harry's down to like no HP, but has survived long enough. The jump in from Jang to get 1 kill back is nice enough, but has to flash, and then Starry flashes. And has enough in the tank to get the Jax to finally fall. And then we go back to this replay, but reminder, all the buttons were still available. And the Soul goes down. Go back towards the mid lane. Starry goes down. Chunhao survives. Hung has to flash on out. Moam, deep in the backline, was trying to buy space. But the bot lane falls regardless. And Ultra Prime. And now, with the Soul, 2-man advantage. Going to be able to barrel down multiple lanes at once and try and break the space. And oh boy. Starry not having that flash is kind of sucking at this point. And this Ziggs Wacko. Oh my days. It's going to be hitting really, really hard. 2-0-10 will be 2 deathless games theoretically back to back. The Ziggs and the Corki. Big AoE team fighters seem to be winning the day for this player. Jang as well on a split push carry champion. Your veteran import delivering so far this game. What happened as we came out of the replay? Chunhao, Vault Breaker, into a cease and desist, into a Mega Inferno Bomb that basically annihilates Starry with the force of 1,000 Suns, which is ironic considering his name. Ultra Prime find themselves in an excellent position. They get the inhibitor mid, they get the tier 2 bot. It's not going to be a fast game. I think they're realistically waiting on another Baron spawn. That could maybe be the flip back. An Elder flip, a Baron flip might give OMG an opportunity, and they do have some tools to team fight. They will be at 3 items going into it. Wit's End secured by Harry for a bit more of a damage option. Try and manage some of the magic damage that's going to come out of 3 members actually, because of course the Jax with the Zhonya's built a bit more AP to make it more mixed damage. The Galio, the Ziggs, sensible choice I think. Jin would love to get an Infinity Edge before the last fight. Don't know if he'll get there. He's got a crit cloak in inventory alongside the BF sword, so not going to be miles and miles away. Still got to be like what, 1,500 gold, something like that for the completion. And again, this game, it's not leading any teams to playoffs. Both these teams will have to be back on the drawing board for next split. But I think the last 2 games in particular have been pretty solid from Ultra Prime. Not so great, unfortunately, from OMG. Mid-games, been the downfall of both teams, bluntly. Harry, the veteran, really, at this point for the team. Not really given all that much opportunity to do all that much. It feels like the jungle support, when they're not ahead, when it is a little bit more awkward to pick your moment, haven't been discerning enough between Moam and Hung. Well, in we go again. Vi Galio, Mega Inferno Bomb, and Starry dies. There, if you are ever more than half a screen away from the Jin, he will die to that combo. They get another. Hung being jumped at. Flash for a counter strike, and Hung goes down. We're on to CS2 now, guys. You need to step up your game. I feel like Jax with an AWP would be a little unfair. Allow him to buy a real weapon. Doesn't have a buy round. How unfair. Playing Counter-Strike but can't buy a weapon. Only knives for the entire time. Shocking. So, we come on over. We head to series point for Ultra Prime. Harry tried to build up towards a Mega Gnar. Linfeng has an ultimate and a dream. It's decent, but I don't think it saves him anything. The damage just isn't there. Tower number 1 falls. Harry needs to hop on out. They might just get one flash away from Chunhao stays alive. And the respawns are there. Curtains are being called. Ocean Soul value is huge, though, as everyone's ticking back up. Linfeng finds a decent weirding, but Jung is having none of it. Harry's TP into the backline, and the S1's back up. Cease and desists. And Harry is deceased. Starry, try to stay away from this Jax. Wacko flashes. He is the Pac-Man this game. Wacko, 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 wacko. Eat some more. Eat him. Vi stands for violence. 10, 1 and 6 Vi game. And we are going through to game number 4 with Ultra Prime on the verge of winning this series. It is something, isn't it? We came in. I know Nymaera was saying before, oh, I think I give the edge to OMG. Understandable. There's a little bit more veterancy, a little bit better from what we've seen in the other games, but it is a bit of something. And alas, here we are. Put the mods. Thank you, Amber, looking after us today. Much love over there. Hello, chat again. Hello, Twitch chat. Hello, YouTube chat. Hello, Anivia's YouTube chat. And we are looking to see who gets MVP for this one. I feel like it's Junhao or Wacko. Great Vi game. Got the early dive. Wacko picked up a lot of kills. I think it's probably Junhao. Started off with a really good dive. Made most of the key plays. I think it probably is that Vi. Just gonna wash my eyes. Yeah, the thing is, I actually think Ultra Prime played a relatively good game. I don't think OMG did. I think part of it was draft. Honestly, yeah, it's a fair weather-ish comp, but how are you actually managing what is a very telegraphed dive comp? Like, you have some tools, right? You've got some mobility on the Aurora. You've got the Wukong and the Leona who can re-engage or punish the divers. Jin should be able to stand a ways away, but that does involve you counter-engaging and not looking too far and having good vision control. And I still don't think it's that easy to deny the engage properly when it gets that far ahead, because eventually it doesn't matter who the target is, they will die. And you can't kill this ridiculously giga-fed Vi with a bloody Guardian Angel on top of her head and a Galliowell. And with the Jin, with the Ziggs, sorry, getting to 3 items really freely, you were just forever losing 80% of your HP to one ability. It was so hard. And for me, there's a little bit of like, well, the comp got diffed eventually because Ultra Prime had some tools, but not enough to properly deny Ultra Primes from ahead. We're going to see some really nasty Ziggs damage this game. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Yeah, Galio Vi Jax comp is mega. It is. With the Ziggs following up on whoever dives in, brutal. Brutal. One of your characters is dying. And again, because the Jin went for a utility, I want to be able to match the Ziggs wave clear build, you didn't have damage on Jin. Not really. There was no Infinity Edge. Lord Doms comes in at 3rd item. Like that, I think ended up being problematic because we saw some actually solid enough ults from Linfeng that didn't lead to anything. Yeah, and I think the Wukong didn't really know. So this is, again, one of the issues. I think OMG looked a little lost in how they wanted to play the game. Hang and Moham were looking to go forwards and try and get some walls down and track the Vi and look to pick people off. And it left the backline a bit exposed, and then you didn't really defend the backline very well either, which you could have done with those champions. And as a result, the Wukong looked anemic, and how often we've seen a Wukong not look dangerous? Not good enough. I think the Leona was given a very unenviable task of trying desperately to go into the backline to interrupt the Ziggs and the Jax or the Gallows. And at that point, you do die because everyone else has died on the other side. Like, I don't think that's an easy game from behind as Leona. You just sort of go in to die quite a lot. And so Mohammed trading their life quite regularly, and yeah, Wukong doesn't do a lot. Linfeng tries. Utility Jin versus Ziggs donated all of the gold in the world. that graph is somewhat messed around. Because actually, the Vi and the Jax did pretty decent damage there. It's like 600-700 DPM, something like that. It did not, however, match up to a Ziggs that was doing obscene things. Reminder, guys, we were talking about Wacko. He's been to Worlds before. He was a very, very celebrated AD carry. Was on Frank Esports for the majority of last year, who in fact, was that with Ejang even? It was. There you go. I was about to say, Ejang and Wacko were on the same team together, and the reason you guys might not know them is they didn't quite make Worlds. They were close, but they got done in by SoftBank Hawks 3-1s. That was Ebby and Dash's team. The LGL specialists coming on in and put them to the sword a little bit there, which was a bit of a shock, honestly, with the likes of Jimmy and Gemini, Kaiwing and Wacko as a duo. Flippin' heck. Should have been really, really scary. Didn't work out. And what should have been a bit of a super team who were terrifying in the PCS regular season fell apart. Had to rebuild for this year, and their main carries for a lot of the year in top bot came over to Ultra Prime and didn't quite deliver on the hype. Ultra Prime have been known to pick up some of the PCS players, of course now LCP. As we said, Doggo was on that squad for a long, long time. But this game, the Jax, the Ziggs, were pretty damn terrifying. The last time you might remember seeing Wacko would have been Worlds 2023, where they nearly took out BDS in a 5-game series. That was a roster with Aja top lane, probably the greatest PCS top laner of all time. Probably. Certainly right up there. That was Junja in the jungle, of course, another world champion. Maple, Wacko, Woody. Oof. That was on PSG Talent. When Kaiwing left that roster, left Wacko behind to go to the LPL, that was when. The problem is the Poppy was used in Game 1, Garfield. You're right, Poppy would have been great there, but Poppy wasn't available. Poppy was used in Game 1. Won them a game versus the Kalista. That was the one game that OMG won. Great Poppy jungle game. From Hung. Hang. I think it's a correct pronunciation. Fumbling my words briefly. Let's see who the MVP is. Hey, John Howe. Very fair. Very fair. Ten, 1, and 6. Big gold lead. Basically, whoever got targeted by the Vi died horribly. That was mostly the Jhin. Starry did not have stars in his eyes from being happy. He had stars in his eyes because he'd been given a black one, courtesy of a right hook from Vi. Started off with a great dive. Flash for the denting blows. The BLG Junior, 80, the jungle specialist, was one of the most consistent members of a very good LDL squad. Now playing on a team that hasn't quite come together as yet, but I do wonder whether Ultra Prime might end up okay in spring or summer. I do. Some of these names might not be familiar to LPL viewers, but to LDL or PCS, now LCP, certainly. Big flash for another knockup. Great engage, still have the GA. So very happy to keep playing. Ocean Soul, Sundered Sky. This Vi is just so obnoxious. What does Star even do there? Boom. 10% HP, who cares? Jump on in, get a shield. Whack him a bit more. Alright, guys. Time to run some more ads, baby. How hard do I find to keep up with LDL? Really hard. I used to follow it a lot more regularly because I used to co-stream it regularly. These days, not so easy. Especially now I'm doing LPL on the times when I'd be doing it. I do my best to watch some VODs here and there. It's quite nice to keep up with the academies, leagues where I can, but there's just overlap in terms of when the streams are. And I am prioritizing doing this for obvious reasons, guys. But we are going to have a look at running some ads to make sure we don't get ads in-game. Is the plan, hopefully, theoretically. At least not to the very end of it. 4 minutes of ads, about an hour required. It's a Twitch thing. So we'll try and stop this to at least stop getting ads when it matters. I'll run them out. Should be all done by the time we come back. Take this opportunity, oh Twitch viewers, to get a hold of... I need to pause this music as well. None of that. No. Stop. None of this. None of this copyright music. So, hi, by the way. My name is Initialise. I'm Nymaera's older brother. I cast League of Legends with Nymaera. It is his stream. He has the rights to co-stream. I come and join him on it. It's a great time. We'll be running a podcast soon as well. Hopefully by the end of the week even, which would be really, really cool. And then we are family. That too. But we are doing this. I'm solo casting today because Alex is at an LEC meeting. He's got meetings to go on. And they go away from that. Oh, the adverts keep playing in the background for the LPL. With their copyright music on, grr. But where do you watch the LDL at? It's on Huya, is where it often is. I used to stream it. Fortunately, I don't get a chance to anymore. So it would have been my channel, Initialise Cast. I might still try and keep up some of the playoffs. So do follow me. I'll do my very best to keep that one up. And yeah, car and milk. Yeah, that's just like, look at this fresh dairy product I can drive my car through. So we've got one cash cow in the car and the milk, and then we get another one in the Goucher set skin. Ah, Bisto. Right, I'm gonna make myself some tea before the next game. I'll be right back. Take this opportunity to go hydrate, because I am. And that will be great. Moving around. Need to do that as well. Whack. Back in a minute. Enjoy the chair for a second or two, guys. Oh no, I missed the draft. God damn it, T, why did you take so long to brew? I'm so sad. What have we missed? What have we missed? What have we missed? Okay, camera off. We go. Bands have come on 3. That's what I get for brewing tea. It just takes longer. We need to unmute this. Get ready to go again. So, folks, OMG, 2 games in a row have lost. It's been something. We are now into game 4 and Fearless gets a little British. I think I saw British in chat, so I went a little British. What am I doing? But we got a little bit difficult to figure out how to build comps. OMG, back on blue side, have gone for the Xin Zhao and the Jinx. LPL music kind of loud. I can drop it down a little. What are we at? Oh, not that loud. Yeah, they have their draft music really... Oh, God. Alex has his DPI at like 30,000, I swear to God. Okay. Right. Just a little bit. That's a bit too little. Ah, whoa. Sorry for the random jump scare. There we go. That'll have to do. Apologies, guys. That'll have to do. I think they just have their music quite loud. Here's what it is. Jinx Braum with the shins out. Front line is there. Jinx is going to try and survive. On the other side, Ultra Prime have drafted early. They have drafted Skirmishing. They have drafted Pick. You need that Lee Sin Elise to work off the Ash arrows very aggressively early. I'm up for a possible count. I'm up for a possible game 5. Don't count OMG out yet. Yeah, we go. Spider Ew. Yeah, we've seen some bad Elises. The thing is, Elise is an incredible support if you are a player like Lehens, if you are a player like Carrier, if you're a player like Mickey X, perhaps, where you are actually, in your own right, a very good carry. If you are in your own right, someone who can get onto the map and be happy to be a threat by yourself, who is confident in snowballing with your team to absolutely obliterate early game, become a damage threat in your own right. Because what we often see with Elite Sports and solo queue is they get to Storm Surge, and you actually do kind of comparable damage to an Elite jungle. You are really good in lane swaps, you're really good in early tower dives, because you still get all of that Elite tower diving potential without having to deal with the incredibly clear speed of an Elise. And when you got the Lee Sin as well, Junhao is a big Lee Sin player, but hey, again, any successful LDL jungler is a Lee Sin player. It is obligatory. Same with the kind of things in Nidalee. You tend to find Lee Sin and Nidalee mains absolutely everywhere. And Junhao, very, very successful on that Lee Sin across his LDL career. Ultra Prime once again. Solid theming for the draft. OMG, though, now have an opportunity to try and make it as hard as possible to make it happen. The Xin Zhao and the Braum. Not bad options to help deal with that. Good defensive tools. They'll need them. I think sensible as well, taking the Braum away from Ultra Prime. Because if you've got Ashe Braum, it is the S tier combo. Slows on slows on slows. It is miserable. Debating a Camille Freejang. Harry does play a bit of Camille himself, actually. Always been his kind of pocket pick. Garen. Fun. I feel like Renekton's already been picked, so you can't do it. Sion, an option. Big team fight front line. And again, you hit a point where the Lee Sin and the Elise do not have a great time for that. I feel like Ornn has also similarly done quite well into that in the past. In fact, 2 days ago, we saw an Elise get splatted on repeat in the Anyone's Legend game up against... Oh, who is it up against? I'm having a moment. But it was on Sunday. It was not a pretty Elise game. What are we looking at now? Syndra would be even more pick. Okay-ish matchup into the Orianna. The Orianna tends to win it early. Eventually get to a point where you're quite useful. It's very good with the Lee Sin. Your level 6 burst is pretty damn difficult to beat. Syndra's changed a little bit since she was the lane bully that was most regularly paired with Lee Sin. Then the idea was Syndra has got shove early, chunked out with the Dark Sphere spam, Lee Sin hits 6, one presses R, the other follows, the person dies a horrible, horrible death. It is a lot of burst, a lot of pick from Ultra Prime. Everybody can be involved in picks. It's great skirmishing. If it comes down to mid to late game team fighting though, much easier for OMG to execute. Huge front line, big backline, consistent damage carries to the Orianna and the Jinx. Good ball carriers. Xin Zhao in particular is pretty good at being an Orianna ball carrier. Offers CC where Xin Zhao's can sometimes be a touch limited. But if this mid game is poor, if they don't get ahead of curve and you have to burn all of your pick trying to kill a Scion, what happens then? Ashe, decent consistent damage. Syndra again, actually not awful if she gets around to a second rotation. But if you press every button and all you kill is a Braum, and then Jinx Orianna go, and then your very squishy comp gets hit by a massive shockwave. Ultra Prime Cry, it is a comp that makes sense. Thematically, Ultra Prime's comp, you understand what it does. First bit of CC lands, you blow them up, your skirmishing is brutal, you lane. Probably slightly better here in general as well. But you need to snow. You need to skirmish well, and if it gets to the point where it is an even game in mid game, OMG have a much better time. Mel was played in LCK already, that's on live patcher. I casted the other day for G2 Hell as well, not available here in the LPL as yet. I think they'll be changing patches for playoffs proper would be my assumption. So we won't have Mel enabled quite yet. She is pretty scary, I think, when she comes online. For the LPL is a flex between mid and bot from what I've been hearing. Be excited for that one, but the invade coming on through, wanting to try and find whether we're getting a lane swap or not. Wards come on down. Camille's going to try and return the favor on the other side. Wards going everywhere. Are we going to get the standard lanes? Saber, they know they're on a ward. They don't know they're on a ward, however. Do they want to play this? Bit bold. Everyone's still there. Sat on a ward and no one's got a sweeper. Oh, OMG. That's not pretty. Here we go again. Nice stun, turn around. Heng takes the damage. We are re-invading. Braum level 1 is pretty nasty. Flash for a Q. Certainly an option. Auto comes on down. Volatile spiderling start. Q goes wide. Ultra Prime want to fight this. Junhao started the Wolves. Wanted to get to level 2 first. Could be a smite fight over it. Secured by Junhao. Moam being run away. Flash on forward. Blast cone out. That was Camille trying to get on in. Starry had to flash to the other side. Wacko flashes into her. Both AD carries now down that. But remember, Lee Sin has level 2. That could be problematic. Wacko chunks. Rosie Love running away. Trying to get out of here. Does so. OMG, their health bars aren't fantastic. Q into the backline. Flash from Wojak with the hook shot. Harry will fall afterwards, but it's still the lit Scion with the second life available. Can run at people like Saber, who need to flash away. Lin Feng will likely trade this one out. But look at the Lee Sin damage. Ultra Prime get 3 kills. That ward to spot out the re-invade gets value. Junhao wins the smite fight. 2-0-1 in Lee Sin. Oh dear. The early game skirmish comp defeats the invade. Gets the Braum out. Braum doesn't get to play the game in the way they want to at level 1. Oh, I understand why you're invading. Your level 1 is probably less volatile. You have got a fantastic level 1. Braum, Scion are fantastic. Everyone else a lot squishier. But the fact you lost the level 2 sucks. The fact you don't pick up either of these bot laners who are split off is bad. And then Sonic Wave lands onto Starry. That's dangerous. Wanjang, Ejang. Hookshot flash to get the stun afterwards. It is glorious stuff. Lots of summoners burned everywhere you care to look. More available, I think, probably for OMG in that sense. They got the flash on Harry and Moam still to work with, and Lin Feng. Whereas really, it's only the Lee Sin who still got the flash available. But I think, as far as they're concerned, they have done all they needed to do. Did lose the rush to level 2. I think they had, obviously with the health bars, a little bit of a trickier spot. Should be able to clear this up well enough. And again, going to be in a fine spot. Lee Sin, because of all the early fighting, the Scuttle Crabs have spawned a little earlier than anticipated. Junhao Has not done his red side camps. Can look to get towards Harry. Will get the flash for the slow here with the cripple. Hook shot just about in range. Ejang donated another kill. Oh boy. The carry top laner. The Riven main. Had a great Jax game. Now on Camille. 2-0-1-1. Junhao on his Lee Sin. LDL jungler playing an LDL game. It's fractious. It's bloody. It's messy. And the early skirmish comp has early skirmished. Maybe a dive now bot side. That could be your play. You need to find value here. That control ward early, hugely valuable. Wacko, though, doesn't have flash. Going to get Audacious charged. I think it's going to be in danger here. Flash for the slow. Looking for something back, but there's just not enough. Oh, they were trying to escape. Nice wraparound from Heng. Gets that kill. Unfortunately, the Jinx isn't involved. Would have been lovely. Rosie Love, oh, I don't think you can be there. Good sidestep. Speed up with the spider form. You do have better move speed that way. Important to get something back. The problem is everywhere else you look, it's a bit of a disaster. This Scion is just not going to get to play the game, I don't think. You need to be able to stay even-ish to get your item marks. Well, I think if Zhang hits that Hextech ultimatum on a good timing, there will be an all-in from this Camille. And Harry will not be able to manage it at this point in the game. OMG, though, again, if you can stabilize from this point, you can get this Jinx towards something, it's good. And actually, worth pointing out, starting with the Dirk, there has kind of been a bit of a rumor of things like lethality Jinx in solo queue, kind of play around your rockets and your W poke. Can be really, really nasty. But the other thing is, it's a very squishy comp. I wouldn't be surprised to see a collector first item here on the Jinx and going that way. Not the greatest amount of attack speed, which Jinx does so love. Yuntal Wild Arrows have been the regular first item, but we'll keep our eyes on it. Into a double squishy bot lane as well. Probably quite valuable here. See what that turns into from Starry. Junhao about to face check the Braum. Will safeguard out to safety. Heng, though, now in danger. Gets hit by the Sonic Wave. And a follow-up with a Scat of the Week. And an Unleashed Power secures a kill for Syndra. Oh, boy. Yeah, that one sucks. They tried to get the face check. The problem was, you disengage afterwards. They don't get the stun on the Lee Sin, who just goes right back in where he started. You get the Syndra on the board. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. And there was always a possibility with a comp like this from Ultra Prime where you can just ruffle stomp the lanes. A lot of it hasn't been off lanes. It hasn't been off ganks. It's been off that early level 1 play in the jungle that went very, very wrong, even with a Braum, even with a Scion. 2 of the strongest options, as I think Bo5 ended up getting Starry's back cancelled by having the Volatile Spiderling come across. But the thing is, I think if there had been a Cocoon there, it would have been a very tricky spot for Starry. So, back away. Junhao has 6 and a Caulfields. I don't know whether Heng can stick on these grubs. We'll try and get 1 here. Spotted. They see Linfeng there as well. Flash for the Cocoon. Forces a flash out of the Ori. 1 grub taken. The rest of Ultra Prime come down. Heng now caught in the Hextech ultimatum. They're trying to kill him off, but actually danger now for the Camille. Shockwave on 2. Flash right from Zhang, staying alive. Over the wall goes Rosie to try and get onto the Orianna. Very awkward spot for them now. Needs to back away. The Cocoon will be up shortly. Turning around with a fair amount of damage. Speeding up and away. Gets the command attack. I think that will be a dead Spiderling. Not a dead Spider. Gonna try and execute here. And Ultra Prime fail the picks. Good shockwave disengages and the flashes keep people alive. Is that to execute? No, Staryu gets the kill. Nicely done. Looked like a fantastic pick, but Braum was there just in time. Heng survived. Didn't even have to blow the flash, somehow. Janna didn't get the most value with the kill. Or with the kick, rather. There will always be this possibility where you can go diving on in, but you are still very squishy as Ultra Prime. And there was no Ashe there. Proves a little bit difficult. Rosie might be looking for too much more as the Lee Sin invades. Nabs a camp or 2 away. Gets the upgraded spike. Can look to go over towards the Krugs on the other side. I thought that was going to be a lot scarier around that with Jun now having the 6. Yijang found the pick onto him, but the follow-up wasn't quite in range. And the fact that the Jinx was there already and the Ashe was not, slightly unfortunate. The lane topper come on through. Actually, you have got this Shinzo who's gotten into the lane, has the level 6 to work with. Wako needs to get on the other side of those chompers and does. Don't stick around to try and clear out that ward until just now. Reset does complete for the Shinzo. And you are running a comp that requires you to keep up the pressure. You don't get to stop making plays as Ultra Prime. It is still throwable. It is still losable. If you can get to one item across the board, then you can start being scarier again. You can certainly look for mid lane where Linfeng does not have flash. We need a monster option here into the stun, into what will be an ult from Syndra, but doesn't even need to pull it. The power remains leashed, but Orianna still falls. That is why Syndra Lee Sin, one of the most dangerous combos out there. Not been seen in pro play for a while, but there really is very little you get to do if you don't have flash. Ward hop over the wall, flash for the kick, Syndra stuns afterwards. You just kinda die. Nice interrupt on the decimating smash from just out of range. Jung gets the shield. Camille took a turret shot there. Not exactly what she was hoping for. Still running the grasp here. We'll be doing just fine. It's up 20 odd CS. That's great use for the Camille. Would love to get the next set of grubs though. You want this Camille to be as threatening in a side lane as possible. Nice stun. And the other thing that Ultra Prime are going to want to do with this pressure in lanes is continue to allow Lee Sin to battle ward. Continue to allow Rosie Love to battle ward. You want this Elise, you want this Lee Sin to be as little known as possible. You want them to be as much of a lurking threat as you can, because then when someone does face check, they die a horrible death. At least with the early Sword Pen boots. Generally the rush on an Elise, whatever the role. Now likely into a Storm Surge tends to be the build. Be the Blood Song as the support item upgrade from the World Atlas. Zap comes on through, nice damage. The lethality Jinx does hurt quite a lot here. And again, when you've gone for a damage bot lane, there's not like exactly a lot of utility to keep the Ashe nice and topped up. Nice ward over the wall there, ensures that even with the control ward, not as much value as they're hoping for. They are going to spot hand coming on up. A volatile spiderling spots that people are waiting. Lee Sin doing a dragon on the other side. Wacko just out of range of that zap. That one lands. I think you could die of that. Q lands nonetheless. Wind becomes lightning. Rosie jumped on, gets a cocoon. Can look to jump away if needed, but they will back on out. Cocoon can be on a bit of a cooldown for a while, and all the while Ultra Prime's bot lane having to back away. You would like them to be laning a bit more aggressively if you could, but it's very hard, and they're understandably backing away from the 2v3. Saber just off vision. Rosie on it though. Kang looking to try and punish. They're going to wind to B-ball, but the turnaround is available! They thought they picked the spider! They're going to know it's there. They get one back, but Moam surely dies. 1 for 1. TPs come flying. Hang with the Crescent Guard, trying to get as much down as they can. Does get one back. 2 for 2 as it stands. Whack over the wall, doing what they can to Saber flashes on over, but so does Harry. Where is the Camille? Still not here. Oh, they're going to run them all down. Jinx is excited, taking turret shots! Just about survives. OMG, come away with 3. Make that 4 because Rosie died as well. Camille couldn't join. As Camille now turns up finally. But the damage is done. I hope we get a replay because that looked fantastic. Was Syndra's ult immune by the Shinzo ult? Because it felt like with the damage there, it should have been a pretty easy pop. Didn't quite happen. Now the gold right back to even. Let's have a look. Because the thing is, they engage and the turnaround comes straight on through. The arrow cleansed but not useful, and Wacko is not part of this fight. Mom survived for a long time with the door. Heng now gets to play this one out. Wacko finally starts autoing now. But the teleport from Harry makes this really messy. The Ashe just didn't get to get involved. Huge difference there in the play because the Starry gets a bet value. was matching Lunfeng in the mid lane. It was the honest reason why the Camille wasn't there. So it ends up a 4v4, yes, but the big deal there for me is Starry got to play the fight. Wacko did not. Gonna try and play for this last grub. 4 for 2 though. Gonna be a 2 for 1 that time. Teleport's like flying on through. That's not a great angle. Harsh arrow is decent, but the bash is pretty scary. Starry gets stunned. Brought down. Lee Sin gets it. Trying to play this one out. Big multi-man stun with the scatter, the weak. Rosie Love repels out to safety. Can still keep chasing here. Ends up being a 2 for 1. OMG still end up with the better end of the draw. Ultra Prime started this game so well, but the composition was always going to be a little rough and ready. It should be the point where they're snowballing, and unfortunately, they're being punished a bit more. This Shin's house now ends up at 5 kills. Heng can look to get this one. Saber doesn't have ult. Lunfeng will be able to survive another kill to the Xin Sao, who was starting the game absolutely miles behind. I thought that topside fight looked fantastic, but Wacko did not have the best positioning there. Could not get in. The teleport from Harry on that ward that they didn't know about until partway through the fight really proved problematic. The Braum surviving as long as they did, and the fact that the Xin Sao got to keep fighting proved pretty deadly. You're still going to have some good side laning options. You're still going to have a lot of burst. And if for whatever reason Starry or Linfeng get picked off by a cocoon, by an arrow, they will die. The problem is the extended fight's not going to be that easy, and it is looking like a lethality jinx, guys. That's Collector into another Dirk. Much better into the squishies. Not the most attack speed, but great with your poke on the W's with the zaps. In fact, I'd love to see whether Starry is maxing that rather than the Q, the fish bones. OMGs have a much easier comp to play around team fights. They're actually even going to get first turret here, which is great news for them. Jinx gets that, and the gold lead now in bot lane. 1800 did not defend bot lane properly, did Ultra Prime. They got a couple dragons off it, and that's fine. But now this Jinx is so ahead of curve, and the defense top just wasn't good around that one. They've left a lot to be desired around that, and that is a bit of a learning curve. Arrow, gonna lands onto Heng. Do they want to get more? There's just no follow-up. The arrow goes in, doesn't get any value. The tier 2 falls. They've got 4 grubs. They get Herald on the other side. So there is that. And that gets them the feats of strength. The gold lead now extending for OMG, who got the early turrets. Herald will hopefully help change that one around for the side of Ultra Prime. They're going to be so frustrated about that top lane fight. It looked very winnable, especially after they jumped more people than they thought they had as the Shins out, but they couldn't get the burst. The Ashe wasn't there for the consistent damage, and Braum is still a menace in these picked up fights. Teleport now coming on through Moam. Looks like Ghost Fizzer finds it. That's going to be a teleport in deep from the Scion, who will surely be initially stunned. Massive damage from the Precision Protocol, actually. Part 2 is available. Flash on out from Moam and from Harry. They stay alive. But that was a bit of a dicey teleport this time from Harry rather than Ejak. Herald summoned in mid lane. Dragon started. This would be sole point for Ultra Prime, and that might be the win Kong they need. OMG forced out of the river. Remember, there's still a lot of very scary pick from Ultra Prime. Look at Rosie at the bottom of your screen, looking for a good angle over the wall. Unknown. Flash on the Elise as well, so a Flash Cocoon, definitely doable. Back towards the mid lane we go. Not starting up the Dragon, though, and that Herald didn't get a charge. Volatile Spiderling comes across, doesn't get that much value. OMG with the worst health bars, but the better team fight. Gonna try and push through mid, you imagine. Don't have a wave. Over towards the Dragon. Ultra Prime go. Saber will be picking up the cannon. No -1s in chat. Volley from the Ashe. Being obnoxious, and they are going to send John Howe over to that. OMG, though, continue to pick up structures. Linfeng gets it, and that will be more gold in the pockets of OMG. The thing is, of course, now it's Soul Point, and it is a Mountain Soul. That is a big win console. It's so valuable, especially for a team that is a little bit squishy, kind of relies on surviving to get things like passive shields on Camille, Sterax. The safeguard, that kind of deal. The Mountain Soul Shield would be hugely valuable, especially then into a lethality Jinx. Makes her life really frustrating. Has gone for the opportunity, and we're going to see how this one plays out. So for those who have not seen lethality Jinx, more of an ARAM build, where it's probably more prevalent. But the idea basically is, you play from range, use your minigun for attack speed where you need it. Berserker Greaves will give you some. It's not like a Kraken Slayer or you can tell why but arrows. But the idea is you play more around your W for poke, more around your rocket for poke. It's all about being a poke option, getting resets with your ultimate, and that being how you then get involved in fights with your excited, rather than having a little bit more of that consistent DPS with your crit / attack speed builds. And with the opportunity as well, it means when your W comes off cooldown, you get a big opportunity proc, and into a very squishy composition as well. Valuable. It's why the Mountain Soul would be really, really good for Ultra Prime. Problem is, if Ultra Prime start falling behind, start giving up dragons themselves, giving Sion 3, 4 mountain dragons, a Braum, a Shinzao, oh boy, good luck, Ultra Prime. They do not want to stop the dragon stacking, for sure. Vision control also has to be the name of the game for Ultra Prime. They need to make sure they clear out as many of these wards as they can, and ensure that the Scatter the Weaks, the arrows, the cocoons are all coming from as much fog of war as they can manage. Wacko having a bit of a tough game. I don't think it's been entirely his fault. Part of it is the matchup, this poke from the Jinx. Not a lot you get to do as the Ashe. Outranges everything you do. Every time you step forward to try and trade, Jinx says no with a W. And Heng has just spent his life around that bot lane. Rightly so, I think. The Jinx has to become a core part of the carry. And I don't think Ultra Prime did a very good job of defending the bot lane at all. The 2 deaths have been largely understandable ones. I will say that play where he didn't get involved kind of went one way, then the other. Not exactly what you want to see from the AD carry. But it has meant that they're behind. Partly off OMG, now starting off things like Atakan. Ultra Prime are going to be forced to fight. Here we go. They know it's happening. Where the rest of the team? There'll be an arrow available. The resist getting shredded could be dangerous. Here's a teleport. 5v5. This is going to be OMG's comfort spot. Junhao looking for an angle on in. It's got a ward to work with. Remember, all the resist being shredded will be difficult. Wacko stays alive. The Decimated Master's going in! Massive damage! Braum's dead. Sion's dead. Backline for Chang. Ensures that Lunfeng will die to a Hextech ultimatum. They have managed to pick up the Atakan at the very least, but there will just be withdrawals, and his star is flashing, trying to get as much as they can. All of the withdrawals are popped, and a few members died before it went down. They'll get some resets, but no value. Atakan does not come out with what they're hoping for. Big amount of kills now for this Syndra. Big amount of kills for this Camille, who does go down but got the value. Let's have a look again. Lee Sin gets over the wall. Syndra deletes one. Remember, the Atakan was shredding all those resistances. Your Sion, your Braum are not tanky. Kicked through Heng. Harry dies. Yeah, you get a couple back. Jan goes into the backline, forces Starry to flash. Lunfeng flashes. And Zhang will die at the end of it all. Fine. Starry goes flashing on in. And Hawako space glides away for a few more. You lost 2. Maybe 3. But the damage, I think, was done. And you really deny a lot of those resets. Moam gets 1. Atakan, there is that. Dragon's coming up. But importantly, Starry won't have it. Linfeng won't have it. Your 2 key carries will not be available in this fight. And neither have Flash. Into a composition that loves preying on immobile targets. Moam needs to defend 1. You need the front line to do a lot of work this game. Gold in touching distance, but it is OMG favoured. A lot of that's basically off the turrets. Ultra Prime have got none so far. But if they get Mountain Soul, that will change. You get 200 off killing a withdrawal these days, so you actually did get quite a lot of value there. And importantly, they won't have the withdrawals available for this dragon fight. Here we go with the Sion ult that goes kind of nowhere. Scatter the Weak. Harry, tacked. Chunk, but nothing really more. Dragon started. Vision, mixed. But it was OMG that set it up best first, and that's not great when you're playing a pit comp. Jang looking for a flank angle on this Camille. Linfeng and Starry trying to stay safe. Rosie looking at the angle as Wacko's dead! No, Wacko! How do you die there? The rest of your team was looking to pitch down on someone. Jang finds Harry. Have a precision protocol to work with. Backs away. Saber, big stun onto Hang. Ouch with the Storm Surge after. Rosie looking for an angle. They still want to play this regardless. They want this soul. And John Howe and the Lee Sin can be really hard to outsmart. Jang into the backline, gets onto Moam. Into the backline instead onto Starry! Trying to bring him down! Doesn't die! The kick into Saber, but he doesn't get to ult him! Oh no, he used ult early. Linfeng survives, Starry survives, they get a dragon. Baron's in 20 seconds and they're all damn dead. I need to see how Wacko died. I was watching the flanks. How on earth does he die with flash and cleanse up? And then they nearly get the fight afterwards, but they don't kill anybody. They got on top of the Jinx, who still got excited, and Saber ults before the kick comes on through. John Howe gets... kicks him forwards. So we'll look again there. It's a 4v5. It's always going to be tricky. Wacko, hit with the wind becomes lightning, into the 3 Talon Strike knockup that was stacked on the dragon. Doesn't have a moment to breathe. It's while the rest of everyone else was going elsewhere, and they go, okay, we still have to play this out. Can't let this one happen. If we lose this, game is over. They get on Starry. Rosie tries to get the bite, but gets deleted before it gets that much damage. And already, Saber's pressed the ult and misses the true stun, unfortunately. And Starry survives. Is excited enough to have enough attack speed to break people down. Hang as well at this point on the Shinzao. Quietly, very tanky. Jang, teleport. Be looking to at least claim the first turret of the game for Ultra Prime. Arrow. Actually, that's really good onto Linfeng. Can John Howe get in range? The slow! Just about in range, going to get on top of him. Ward kick back. The shockwave doesn't land. And Saber get a massive pick. In goes Harry, but it's a little too little. It's a little too late. That was a nice angle. There was nowhere really to dodge the arrow. Trapped to the wall as he was. And that means with no shockwave and no Orianna for a while, Ultra Prime can look to pick up some of these turrets. And reminder, Harry teleported top. That's give Dejang a chance to shove all the way to tier 2 down bot. Finally pick up some of these structures. And you've still got a Syndra who is scaling her way up. That is 120 stacks now on her. She's got the Sork Pen boots upgraded. She's got a Loons and a Storm Surge. She has half a Death Cap courtesy of that passive. Picked up enough shards to do a lot of that. Splinters of Darkness, I think is what they're called. Was it shards? I forget the exact terminology. I do apologize. And unfortunately for OMG, there's a lot of members that will die to that Syndra ult. Theoretically, the Orianna and the Jinx have to be target numbers 1 and 2. Here we go again on the resets. No teleports burned. But again, you're still trying to do this into a Lee Sin on red side who can get into this pit quite freely. Vision control, very much in favor of OMG. Rosie off to the side, trying to be useful on the Elise. Not always that easy from this stage in the game. Cocoon lands. It's only onto the Braum. Jun Hao found a flank angle. And Ultra Prime found a way to 2 turrets. Didn't quite claim that top one. Jun Hao on a control ward, on a flank. Honestly, it's been a pretty good Lee Sin game. Some flashy moments. Certainly mechanically proficient. I think that's fair to say. I think OMG have done a very good job of making sure the Jinx got online and Wacko didn't. Some misplays from Wacko, but I also think with the pressure put on him, any misplays will be quickly punished this game. And it's... I want to give some credit over to OMG for ensuring that the Ashe was put under the right kind of pressure. Jang won't jump on that. I think it would be a little bold. Don't know anybody else is. Sees the reset happening nonetheless. Okay. Dragon in a minute. Ultra Prime really, really want that. Ashe, 2 items. Got themselves the Last Whisper as well. Not a bad component. The Kraken Slayer PD allows you to try and glide away from all the people jumping for your own head. Shinzao, Braum, Orianna, all very capable of following up. And people jumping at you, finally get that top turret, and that really helps with the pick comp. They couldn't get the structures early. They meant things like the Lee Sin and the Elise that were supposed to be able to invade aggressively. Use the turrets going down to find easier access for control wards. Better time. Ultra Prime might be willing to trade Baron for Soul. Tricky though in a composition like this, as we've said. Their true point of strength was 10 minutes ago. You're now into a Jinx that just picked up an Infinity Edge. Starts as a lethality build, and still kind of is, but somehow, someway, still has 75% crit with this. Oh boy. Not as much attack speed as we said, but who needs it when you've got a minigun and a passive that gets you excited enough? Dragon, spawned. Ultra Prime giving this up. They might want to rush Dragon Baron instead. Try and play for the fact they're on soul point, and OMG would just be getting a second. Oh, difficult. Nijan going to give an opportunity to shove up topside. Maybe that's a play as well. Gets a control ward. Ultra Prime, you do need to be somewhat proactive here. You can't just give up stuff for free. And the vision control is just much better from OMG. It's easier for them to get it down, don't get me wrong. Braum, Xin Zhao, Sion. A lot safer than an Elise and Elise Sin at this stage in the game. But Dragon for free, don't even start the Baron. I don't know, guys. Maybe just trying to wait for the third item on the act before they get the fight, because they are an item and a half down. 3,500 gold difference in the bot lane. Yeesh. Camille is getting stronger. 2 items completed is valuable. Saber and Junhao will be known quantities, and the vision control just goes right back where it started. Hung will be spotting people out. Decent double scout of the week. May need to flash here. Flash to flash. Arrow comes on through, lands onto Moam. But the fern round onto Saber will just be too much. Dead to rights. The rocket does its work. And the wraparound gank and the lack of vision control hurts them again. I think we're going to game 5, guys. Baron started. Jan's going to try and just get as much value on the split push as they can before that. I think we're going to try and see some interrupts. There is still a Lee Sin. Can look to try and get in and steal this. He steals it! At the angle. Junhao times it immaculately. Goes back, picks up a Guardian Angel. Rubs the dust off his shoulder and says, my work here is done. Absolutely glorious. And OMG, don't live up to your namesakes like that, guys. What the hell? Warthog, smite. And yeah, you kill the Lee Sin, but he doesn't care at that point. Beautiful moment. Mortal Reminder now completed. Somebody's to manage a bit of the healing. I think that makes some sense. Got the Xin Zhao, I think, which will have a little bit of it. Jinx probably running Legends Bloodline. Not that much reason for Lord Doms, I suppose. No one else really wants to build a anti-heal this game. So I guess it falls to the Ashe, who doesn't necessarily hate that. Still, we find ourselves here. Syndra, 3.5 items is scary. Camille, 3 items is terrifying. Problem is these team fights just not easy. You're running with an Elise, right? Much better in your skirmishes and your pick options. In a team fight, very hard. Very hard to get value. Ward being fought over. Rosie looking for the cocoon, can't quite find it. Smite secures. Minute and a half till Dragon, so not that big a deal. And of course, the global red buff at this point of the game, actually really valuable. Team-wide stuff. Gets it for Jang, which Camille loves. Harry does not so much. Starry rotating to defend the shove up here, because of course Baron plus Camille ain't exactly easy to deal with. The thing is, if the wrong person from Ultra Prime dies, you can still win this game just fine. You've got a lot of damage to Ultra Prime. Camille, Lee Sin, like Syndra at 3.5 items. Ashe at 3.5. Even the Elise, right? Storm Surge, next tick alternator is a damage of a sort. Just no frontline. That's part of the issue. You've gone for raw damage. And if that damage takes out, particularly the Jinx, it does get harder. It's just been so hard to do between a Locket and Mikhail's. The front line offering so much CC, the dives into the back line have just not consistently picked off the Jinx. Part of it's been coordination. A lot of it is just the fact that it's just bloody hard. Level 11 Elise, though, is 5 levels behind the enemy Jinx and Orianna. 2 levels behind the Braum. Bit sad. Zhang teleporting in, looking for a flank angle here. Hung, taken low by a Storm Surge. Needs to be a bit wary. Zhang looking for an angle. Oh, if they can catch the Xin Zhao here. They've caught them. Massive moment. That is the dead Xin Zhao. Could trip the Crescent Guard by some time, but you don't win the 1v1 versus a Camille. They can keep going. Mo, I'm now in danger. Gets jumped on. Does Rosie love, though? Oh, my God, Jinx. Zhang now in danger, trying to get a bit of a healing. The rocket with lethality empowered onto a level 11 Elise means you don't survive. Saber in danger. Has got to flash, being slowed. Oh my days, this Jinx! How? It's a level 16 Syndra, it doesn't matter. Trying to get into the backline. Does get on Starry. Massive pickoff. The GA buys time. Wacko trying to trade on out. Your damage is largely dead. Zhang is here. This Camille could break the ankles. Decimating smash and the cleanse from the Chaos keeps the Orianna rolling, but Mo surely dies. Backing away. Harry dead. Flash over the long flag and Zhang does it. Harry in zombie form. I thought that Jinx deleting the 2 carries would be enough. It is not. There's a third. There is another. There is always another. Soul secured. Teamfight win. Ultra Prime do it. But that Elise disappeared. That Syndra disappeared. And somehow, some way, Starry still falls. Someone check one Zhang's heart rate. He just did it. Hang dice. And you're thinking, great, they jump on the moment, but then look at the damage. A rocket to end the spider. Sometimes if you're in Australia, you have to commit to the big caliber weapons, and then Saber gets hit by a Q, gets slowed, and suddenly a rocket comes on through with a crit and lethality into squishy members who have no armor. From his Starry at this point on 10% HP, and Yon Zhang goes forward, flash for the tactical sweep. Gets a slow that is forced to cleanse, it doesn't matter. You've got a Guardian Angel onto Junhao who gets on out into the backline. Zhang goes, the Mikhail's tries to interrupt the hook shot, but the problem is you're caught in the back of the pit, and Junhao is still healing. You've used so much of your CC, Wacko free firing. Yes, you killed him off eventually, but you haven't dealt with Wan Zhang. Yichang does what he needs to do. I need to settle on the pronunciation. It's Yichang. The one is not there. It's the one and only this time around. GA completed for the Camille. Baron we go. The soul will be so valuable. That offers a lot of resist into the Jinx, who doesn't have flash, doesn't have cleanse. Neither, for the matter, does Linfeng have that. Starry needs to be aware Baron will go down, but what about the fight afterwards? Arrow lands onto Linfeng. Junhao hopping away, needs to stay alive. Harry, chunked out low, is not that tanky into all the damage at this point in the game. Saber got slowed! Saber got slowed! He's stuck on the jumpers! Dead! Oh, they tried to wrap around. They tried to find some of the arrow lance. They just can't get through everyone. The death ball works this time, and they can keep running through mid. Hang on, they got a wave. The resets need to be faster than this. I think that's just inhibitor gone. Starry's got GA. Oh my days, the man advantage. You got the soul. It's just not going to win you the game, is it? I think we're still going to game 5. I think we might still be. They've got Baron. They've got so much damage. This Jinx is excited. Cleansed briefly. Massive damage onto Linfeng with the precision protocol. The inhibitors are down. The Elise dies. So does the Elise into the backline. They get onto as many members as they can. And I think we're just seeing a selection, a panoply of kills donated to Starry. Harry claims 1. And the Nexus still falls. OMG bring us to game 5. The early start was not capitalized on. The dragon stack he was not capitalized on. Starry with the lethality build was just so deadly. No one could take a slow. We go to game 5, and honestly, after that early game, it looked hard. The composition needed to roll early. You know what happened? They got rolling early. And then OMG just made sure that Ultra Prime's bot lane could not play the game, and that Jinx got further ahead than ever. We are heading to Silver Scrapes. Oh yeah. Exciting stuff. It ain't over till it's over. We've seen a little bit of this Jinx build around. You basically have obscene poke. And then once you get to a point, take you into squishy comps where you hit a squishy who has no armor and you crit with lethality. That Syndra did not get to exist. I wonder whether Azonia's would have been wise. Ejang tried on that Camille. My days, that Camille was scary. But the Syndra just didn't get any decent ults off in the last game. Hi, Alex. How is the office? Tell everyone I say hey. Hope the meeting's going well. And thank you very much, Yato. I appreciate you for offering the casting compliments. I'm Initialise. I'm not Nymaera. I'm his older brother. We cast League of Legends together. Have done since 2020 now. About 5 years of casting. And now do it professionally, which is pretty damn awesome. We do the LPL here on Alex's channel pretty much every damn day. Do come say hey. I see Wisdom in chat as well. Phenomenal producer. Phenomenal talent manager, bluntly. Player manager. Does quite a lot of things. Product lead now as well for various things. It's just cool people. Also a great DJ. Show us some love. Also, at this point, White Days. I think we look at this, and there's two people I think who can be MVP. Heng on the Shin Sao. Set things up super, super well. After that early game did really well. I think the other person who I think is more likely is Starry. That Jinx was the critical piece of that game. Most of it getting the AD ahead and calling in jungle. Basically, yeah. I mean, Starry did so much work there. Look at that. Don't tell anyone tell you otherwise. We got the better brother here. Hell yes, you do. But Wacko struggled this game to get as much value as I think he was hoping for. Honestly, that Jinx build is really miserable for Ashe. If you're ever into an Ashe, consider that build. Dirk into Collector, into Opportunity. Then you go into Lord Doms. Then you hit the Inf Edge. You kind of start with the lethality and transition more over to a crit build. It's pretty nice. You aren't very defensive. It's the only thing. You need other people to keep you alive. Very, very strong. Have a look at the highlights now. This was where we then... Oh, no. Lee Sin, Syndra, Camille getting early leads. Yeesh. Not good news. But the bot lane did not get to play the game. And this was the moment where it all went really, really, really wrong. The Elise goes up into the air. Flashed from Hang. Gets the kill. Moam dies. But now it's still a 3v3. And Hung will die. But Harry gets a wonderful two-man stun. And look, Starry is just untouched. Gets excited. Gets kills. The game is over from this point. It is so hard to play that. And in fairness to Ultra Prime, there were some clutch moments where they just about kept it even, got themselves the dragon. This one they didn't. Well, this was going to be hard. It's always going to be a 4v5, but they went, okay, we've got to play this. We need the soul. If we don't get this, the game stalls out too long. Jan goes into the back line. Jumps on Starry. The precision protocol is decent, but Braum is so annoying. Sion is so annoying. Saber burns his ult on a significantly less valuable target, and Starry survives. This one, though, much better. Until, of course, that lethality crit comes in, and the Elise, who was 5 levels behind, does not enjoy the difference in stats. And as we said, Elise support needs to snowball. Was this a snowball? No, it was not. Should it have been? Absolutely. Great for Ultra Prime for still playing it out and actually getting to the soul, actually finding a few fights regardless, but it was always going to be an uphill battle. And it was always going to involve bringing Starry down to size repeatedly without them killing multiple people off first. You have to get the Elise pass, I think, is the honest answer. It's a little bit like Nidalee. Having this conversation, Alex, I'm seeing some of it in chat as well. And the honest answer is you need to be this mechanically tall to ride the Elise roller coaster. The problem is you also need your teammates to be mechanically this tall to ride the Elise roller coaster. Because the thing is, Elise, because the Elise is good. Genuinely it is. But in very specific things. You need to dive. You need to find picks. You need to snowball so you become a damage threat too. That whoever you pick, you can hurt. Because if you don't, it's like Heimerdinger support. Or a Pike support where it's like, okay, I'm behind. I'm level 11 versus level 16. Starry's MVP, what a surprise. And we will indeed start some ads shortly. I'm going to snooze it one more time. Just so we get past the MVP before we run them. Hoo boy. Wasn't he good? Good build. Bought the GA last as well. That was his defensive choice. I think that's very reasonable. A lot of upfront burst, but afterwards what happens? Great cut angle here. Untouched for the majority of it. Gets excited. Gets to hop on forwards into Saber. Gets another kill here. Just gets to keep ordering flash for one. Donated another. And actually reads this tower so well. The additional burst of acceleration speed is good. This one. Honestly, yeah, he autos really well. That's everyone else keeping him alive. Gets kicked. Just says, I've got to trade this one out. I can't run away. We're hitting Saber until he dies. Blitz is less risky, but way less good at tower dive. Way less damage. Snowball's way less hard. Honest answer? Yes, Blitzcrank. The hook is less volatile. You are strictly safer, but you actually offer way less in tower dives. Way less in terms of snowballing, realistically. I mean, your hook's fine, but at least actually offers more damage, offers more tower dives, offers more threat in lane, because actually if you do get in lane and you get to play 2v2 your range support, you bully out things like Blitzcrank, you bully out a lot of things in lane, so you're a lane bully who tower dives, who does damage, and offers a lot of pick. However, you are squishy as hell, you do need to snowball, and you're less safe than a lot of other supports. Besides, it's like a Lux that gets behind, doesn't play the game very well. And the thing is, Morgana, she's just an awful support, guys. I hate to tell you, she's better in jungle. Morgana just sucks. Black Shield as a support isn't actually enough tankiness to deny enough CC. Your Q is okay, in fairness, but if you miss it, it's useless. Your Black Pool isn't useful as a support. Your R requires you to have Flash and Zhonya's to be useful. So realistically, you're running around with two abilities that want to do two different things. You're better as a jungler where you get some damage at least. It's just not a good support right now. The kit is a bit awkward. Yeah, the champ needs to max W, which is terrible for support. Exactly. But I mean, also, her kit's like really split. You don't get that much from Black Shield unless you got AP. Don't get AP unless you snowball. You don't actually have as much pick as a lot of other AD carries. You're squishy as hell. Anyway, got to turn this off before we get out, before we get done in by dearest DMCA stuff. So we'll start that music. I need to run some ads. I need to run some ads. 1 second, guys. Boop. So, game 5 coming up. Morg applying to Galio Vi. Yeah, not awful. The Black Shield helps, in fairness. Not bad into that. But even then, I'm not so sure. I feel like this... I don't know. Unless it's... I'd rather run Morg jungle into Vi. You farm, fine. Get more AP. Your Black Shield's actually useful then, because I think otherwise it gets popped too easy. Hey man, first I just wanted to really enjoy the casting. Well, thank you very much. Internet died for a second. Oh no. Oh no. But I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I do cast this every day of the week. I'll be doing NLC or tomorrow. That'll be the Lost Returners game, which I'm really excited to get on top of. And you can deal Leandris to build damage. Yes, exactly. But I think you are better off doing that in the jungle. I don't think you get enough from support. And basically, you need too much gold to be useful as a Morg for my money. And I think the kit as a support isn't that value compared to a lot of other champions. If you do it jungle, it's kind of fine. Yeah, I mean in the jungle. Yeah, exactly. Leandris. You can do Leandris Blackfire or Leandris Zhonya's is fine as a combo. That kind of thing. Support you don't have the gold, really. Yeah, it's unlikely. I mean, like... And you're not a lane bully in the way that Nymaera is, or a Heimerdinger, I suppose, another AP kind of option, right? Not quite the same. Okay, I'm going to very quickly set up OBS on my PC, so I can get ready to stream afterwards, because I'm not leaving. I'm going to stream some more afterwards. Okay, we're back. We're good to go. Hello, Twitch chat, my old friends. Also, YouTube once again. Why is set support? I mean, jungle. Yeah, like. She's truly against Pipe Champ. Yeah, Rune's nerfed her hard. True. Ultra Prime on the series. It's 2-2. We're into game 5. We're into game 5. I need to mute Spotify. Unmute the stream. And get ourselves ready for game number 3 of the day. Not game number 3. Game number 5 of the day. What am I talking about? We're on Silver Scrapes. On Silver Scrapes. It's Silver Scrapes. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. So now, we're into game 5. 40 champions off the table. Which is something. So, sorry, quick NLC thing to check out in the background there. Who do you think, guys, taking the last game? I think it's going to be a bit draft dependent. I am less sold than I was on OMG before this series. I'm slightly more sold on Ultra Prime. I don't trust Ultra Prime if they have drafted a composition that requires a higher barrier to execute. That said, they might still do it because, bluntly, these games aren't changing anything in the terms of what happens in the standings, right? They're not going to playoffs. So if they want to try out some weirder comps, some harder comps, now's the time to do it. And honestly, there were parts of that last game which are kind of cool from Ultra Prime. Ejang had a great time on the Camille. We saw some good Lee Sin moments. And all of that. I think OMG have had some unfortunate mid-games. And that last game, they are very fortunate that the early game didn't ruin them. Well played for them to get Starry into a lead. But the 2 games they lost back-to-back before that were very poor mid-games. And Ultra Prime have, in fact, got a lot of rookies, bluntly. Ejang has played a year, that's it. Waco's played a lot longer, and that's great news. In fairness, he's been very, very consistent, with the exception of that last game, which was a bit rough. But again, part of that was just that, there was a lot that made that Ashe hard to play that game. It was a hard comp to play. We'll see whether they can do it. I think it's going to be draft dependent. I do. Honest answer. I think if we get Ultra Prime with Ejang on something that he can be a threat on, and an easy way to get on the same page, Ultra Prime will be happy. They get to go blue side for last game. That might actually give them a serious edge here in a meta where there's a part of the series now where you are a long way down the champion pool rosters. If OMG, however, can get Linfeng on something with a bit of agency and hang with that ability to make Junhao's life a little bit trickier, just be a little bit smarter about the pathing where he ends up on the map, it's all good. Make Waco's life difficult, and Ultra Prime lose a lot of their consistency. A lot of that's going to be out of the jungle for me. Just making sure you've got some attention, giving Starry space. Viego is the last ban Junhao. We quite like that. We don't have a lot of AD skirmishes up. Cassante finally makes it through draft. Ejang picks it up. Wrong response though. Rumble got through the draft. Remember the Gallios used earlier. There's no easy counter in that one. Cassante, when the people were struggling to find about answer to Cassante, it was Rumble because the Electro Harpoon stacking MR Shred is miserable to deal with. Rakan gets locked in. Do Ultra Prime feel like they have to lock Desire to deny it? Will do. What about support though? We're getting real deep down this pool. Pike. There's a hover. But then again, we are very deep in. Rosie Love does like his playmakers to mix success. He is one of those players that either really pops off or really doesn't. He has had some interesting series in his past. Blitzcrank was talked about in the last game, and there it is, locked in. It's a specialty. The pick is in. If you're gonna lock down that Kai'Sa, drag her into the enemy team could be a bad time. Okay. What are we locking in now? Diana ban. Oh, of course. About to say, there is a world where you saw a Diana at this point. Linfeng might be looking for it themselves. No Gragas available. Set. Not getting to that part of the champion pool, I suppose. Ornn is up and available. And a set support from Mohan might have been hilarious here. It can be a bit frustrating for the Blitzcrank because you drag him in and then he just goes, great, I'll ult you. The silence and the shield break can still make that a bit tricky. What are we thinking? Victor Ban. Fair enough. One of those big AoE team fighters. We can get frontline bans here. Do you just look for some more of those last moment supports? Yeah, Pantheon, I think makes sense. The last remaining AD skirmisher of any true note, I think. Where do we look next? Silas. Not the best ultimates to steal, but Linfeng is a big user of the Silas. Blitz ult, not bad with some AP behind it, to be fair. Big AoE silence could be valuable. Oh my days! Ejong just locked in a Tryndamere. Alright. Into a Lilia as well. Okay, so Ultra Prime. That is, sorry, it's going to be... Is that going to be Saber on a Tryndamere mid? Is that the angle? Or is the Xante getting flexed? Another skirmish comp from Ultra Prime. You've got an AP source. It's not the most coherent composition of all time, but the picks are pretty solid. The Tryndamere not going to be easy to draft into. Volibear locked. So there's the Volibear. The only thing is now Silas can steal Tryndamere ult. You know what? Silas really loves ways to stay alive. Give him opportunity to get some healing off with a Kingslayer. I don't know about that choice. Volibear has been cropping up here and there. Oh, man. I think, on the whole, OMG, a much more cohesive comp. Volibear, Rakam, a bit of Silas dive, Equalizer and Kaiser to follow up. Makes sense. Ultra Prime. That is a lot of individual diff required. You want good Blitzcrank hooks. You want a Lilia that gets way ahead. And in fairness, a lot of people diving into a Lilia Q will suck. And Tryndamere to be a side lane threat. You split with the Tryndamere. Everyone else sits in front of the Xayah. And you play for picks. I just feel like Silas, that's a self-counter pick. Silas is just to steal the ult, isn't it? Maybe someone out there who knows the match just better. I can imagine, of course, pre-6, the Tryndamere, with his ability to just occasionally get crits off rage, could be really, really obnoxious. Where's Yasuo when you need him? He was the only Tryndamere mid player I knew of any real note. We saw a little bit of Tryndamere mid a few years back when it was sort of being thrown around here and there. I feel like potentially Tryndamere hits a point where the crit becomes very difficult, and you hit this point where it's a waiting game, right? Who ults first? One of these teams, believing this arena, scraped. Bleeding Silver. Another one of them will... Ooh. Be coming out at least of this season with a little bit of pride. Frustrating to be realizing you are down here with a lot to learn as a team still. A lot to figure out and fix. There are some solid players on here. Or players who I think will be solid. Perhaps a better way of putting it. Wako and Yijang are good players. I believe that, but you're still running with 3 rookies on top of that. The other side, Starry, still pretty new. Heng, Harry, a little less. Moam, though, not been at his LCK finest, but again, still very new. Still going to need to learn a little bit more Chinese. Of course, the guy coming over from the LCK Challengers scene was someone that people were quite excited to see a bit more of. Hasn't quite been the superstar playmaker that people were hoping for, though, I think, as yet. Might be yet. And again, there's a lot of mights in these statements. And it might just require a breaking up of these teams and players going on to different rosters eventually, but I don't think it's the last we'll see of a fair number of them. Of course, was on D plus Kia last year for a little while. Stepped up to the plate. Went to Worlds, if I remember correctly. Had a bit of a rough Worlds, unfortunately. Was a bit of a Realm Merchant. It looked a bit ugly. Left D plus Kia. There's There's another one of those players who's looking to rewrite their story here in the LPL. It happens to a number of players. Zhang flashes. Stays alive. Is in a 1v4. Flash over the wall from Harry to make sure this one's interesting. Footwork is good, though. Mar's going to take another turret shot. Zhang finally falls. Rosilov not quite in time. Costs a summoner or two. And all the while, Zaya's getting free time topside. Will, however, be 2 plates likely on this bot lane. Not quite enough. Don't want to stick around too much. Does Rosie want to find a pick off here? Can look to potentially hook someone from the bush. Ooh, not quite. 0 for 2 so far. Wacko somehow has a minion follow him into the bush. Very obnoxious. Mid lane. Sometimes you just get unlucky and Trendemir gets a crit. Trendemir. Somewhere out there, an NLC caster or two knows exactly what I'm talking about. Just Trendemir players. All they say is Trendemir. There's nothing else in the brain but bonk and spin. Hang needs to be really wary here. Hook back into the Lilia. Gets a massive blooming blows into the watch out E. Eviscerates enemy player. Was always an acronym. Back onto the blue buff. Nice. Roam out of the lane. Punishing the lane swap. So players are just in weird locations. Hard of the track. Linfeng not having fun there. Into the Trendemir. He gets to sit here. Who's gone Flash Ghost. Won't have the teleport. So does need to get a lot of value out of the lane itself. Again, you are running a volley bear here. You want the volley to be useful because you do hit this point, particularly on volley bear jungle, where if you get caught at one item, you don't get to the second, you don't get into that unending despair. You are not tanky with just a Sundered Sky. You go in, you have some HP, but you're not the same level as a solo laner, and Xayah, Trendemir, Lilia eat you for breakfast. And sad times were had by all bears. The porridge was not just right. Neither were the items. Rosie Love and Wacko need to be a bit wary. There's a volley bear around the corner. Could prove to be a bit frustrating. I'm going to lead to all that much. Slight lead right now to Starry, who of course was donated that first blood. Slight experience lead to Wacko, who was given solo lane time in that top lane. Rosie a little slow on that recall. Unfortunately did leave to Ijang going down. But hey, your Kasante, not the end of the world. Nice hook. Forced to cleanse immediately. The rocket punch comes on through. Nice route afterwards. Starry down that summon. Junhao just hanging around this back angle here. Grub spawning shortly in Lilia. One of the premier Grubs deleters. Side note, I feel like LCS, now LTA, missed a trick on having the LCS Grubs hub. Guys, it's there. Just do it. Seeing a question in chat as well. What happened to the official LPL? It was shut down, unfortunately, this year. There is no official English stream. It is gone. It was only half cast last year, unfortunately, so there were still half the games that weren't live, and we were streaming them then. Now it is all us co-streamers doing what we can to maintain and archive the LPL. Quite hard work. It's a 7 days down week. But here we are doing the best we can. So if you can throw a subscription, if you can throw a follow at the very least, please, please, please do. Because it allows us to do this for all of you guys. It means a huge deal. Flash away from Rosie Love, who lands the hook. Oh, nicely done, Rosie. Gets another. So here we go, another hook, goes wide this time, but honestly, Rosie Love didn't make the Elise work. Didn't manage it. Wasn't what he was hoping for. This time around on a Blitzcrank, a similarly snowbally champion. The flash away, Linfeng pulled out of his abscond. Donate to kill over to Saber as well. Wielding the Trendemir as well. Whew. Somewhere out there, the Holy Grail is trembling at this particular Saber summon. Okay. Just trying to go look up some of Rosie Love's stats. Look at some of the things he's done, because he is a bit of a volatile player. He either really wins or he really loses. Not always pretty. Not always pretty. Sometimes that's just the way of it. But here on the Blitzcrank, having a good time of it. Tell you what, it's hard to keep chatting while you're looking up stats. I do apologise for that. I do. But not going to be too much to talk about right now. So we're kind of waiting on our next set of grub spawns. Ultra Prime came away with that because of that big kill. Of course, the Tryndamere, with that initial kill, having a good old time. Of course, it's still a melee versus melee matchup, and Linfong has farmed up just fine. Where does this game go? Because I feel like OMG again. Got a more cohesive comp. These champions in a team fight make a bit more sense, of course. There's a lot of X factors on Ultra Prime. Blitzcrank hooks. Kazante finding good flank angles. But Tryndamere in general being a very weird old champion. There's a flash. Gonna be burned there from both top laners. We're looking for the all-out. Can't quite get the kills they were looking for. I keep trying to look up Rosie Love's stats. I can't find the scoreboards I was looking for. It's very, very frustrating. A lot of those pick-all champions, and I think this time around, Yijang doesn't really have much further to go. We'll try and get a Q3 or something off here, but I think there's just nowhere to run. Goes down. Saber, though, just walks at the turret, claims a couple structural damage or points. Nice kill bot side, though. Gets Harry ahead of Yijang. 2 deaths now. Bit of a frustration. No real response as it stands. The resets will come on through. Harry gonna nab that Rose, right? While you're there. There you are. Thank you very much. While he's overheated. And he's playing okay on the Trinity. He's got towards that stride breaker first as well to be as obnoxious as we can. Grabs respawn. John Howe heads on over. Hits the bowling ball. And just does what Lilia does best, which is swipe all of them with your Qs and your Es. Hen gonna head on down. Try and trade this out. It will still be 6 scrubs over to a Tryndamere, which should scare you. Kazante, no slouch at turret taking either if he gets a few grubs to his name. Might well be running the Demolish here as well. Seen a few of them do that. Sometimes shield bash as well. Often useful into things like the Rumble to try and survive the trades. Teleport's now coming top. That is not a fun TP. Rosie gonna time the hook. Tried to read something, doesn't quite find it. There's still an option for Lilting Lullaby. They go on down. The flame spitter times out. The equalizer's not bad, but the damage is still going to be brutal. Saber now gets to tank the aggro. Rosie flashes on out. Good kills top side. Now Linfong is here. Saber gets to run at him. Ducts away. But the hook just wide. The flash now popped as well, and that will be first turret because of 6 grubs and people dying. Not the best TP I've seen in my life. Ultra Prime will be getting their feet of strength. And who on earth matches a Tryndamere in a side lane? Rumble's not going to do it. Not at this point. Stride breaker as well. Teleport comes on down. Moam is there, and Saber just walks at him. The Rakan will get the slows, but no one's taken turret aggro. And the Lilting Lullaby comes on down. Harry just has to sit there and eat a watch out eat. Punch comes on through. Rosie flashed before the second turret shot could come on through. Yijang W's back under the tower. Moam, who flashes away. Kai'Sa ults, gets the last auto, does it. They get the kill, but Starry's now very low. Flash. Not going to be needed, but I think you need to be wary here as Rosie can look for a hook. Starry needs to be wise. Gets the speed up. Won't quite find it. The knockup prevents any easy follow-up. But of course, because of all of that burned, Saber is here, and that will be a turret being attacked, and no real way to stand. So that's Saber with 6 scrubs. Strikebreaker and Berserk Greaves. That turret will disappear in a matter of moments. Wacko, flash, gets stunned under turret, will have an ult to burn. Doesn't get to use it. The feather pull's not fantastic. Ult from Linfeng will get the kill. Needs to be wary though, because he'll get charged at, taking a lot of damage. The stun and the slow. Gonna be a lot of work. Junhao lands a swell seed. Linfeng trying to buy time. The watch out heap ensures Yijang gets that kill. Saber gets another turret with 6 scrubs. Oh boy. Tryndamere 201. That's a lot of gold to the name. Wacko didn't have the ultimate, by the by. Misread that. Didn't really have a lot to do there as the dive came on through. Tryndamere 1,500 gold ahead. Oh boy. The Xayah was doing well because they got all those plates top, but the Goldie now evened up somewhat by getting a couple of kills. So good news for Starry. Gone for a Kraken Slayer. Not a Nash's or something, so realistically going for the AD option. Might flex into AP a little later on. Give that Q upgrade a little faster. I think with the Kraken Slayer plus the pickaxe should have the upgraded Icathian Rain. This Tryndamere though, very much a win condition for Ultra Prime now with 6 scrubs and 1.5 items. I don't think it's getting easier anytime soon. And the problem is because the Tryndamere's ahead, even if you go ult for ult as the Silas, you will likely have to pop ult first. And running away from a ghosting Tryndamere who is mocking shout at you, who's got a stride breaker. How on earth do you manage that? Volibear's keeping up in farm. Credit to him into the Lilia, who can often start pulling away, especially now she's got Liandry's, but it also means that the Volibear does need, at some point, to get a little more involved. Of course, only a single assist behind. But you are a Volibear. Your whole thing is early action in the jungle. Now, Lilia, kind of happy enough to be involved in farming just fine. Over 100 CS at 15 minutes is a great break point. Dark Sealed Inventory, because eventually the break point will come where the Lilia is just farming a lot faster, scales a lot better, and is increasingly obnoxious to deal with. To the Scuttle Crabs we go. When's the next dragon spawning? 35 seconds, so good time to be picking up those Scuttle Crabs. To give yourself the speed trying around that. Clearing out the vision as well, looking for a Hex Flash. Speed up. Went through the Rocket Grab. Pulls the Volibear over the wall. Has to ult away. Big ult burned. Nice hook. And a Blitzcrank that controls vision. It's a Blitzcrank that controls the world. That's what they wanted with the Elise. Vision matters with champions like this. It's a lot harder to dodge a skill shot you can't see coming till like a second before it lands compared to from the beginning of the animation, why not? Because they're sat on vision. You want to be playing survival horror. You want to be playing for jump scares. This is on vision. I'm actually going to play for the Herald with 6 scrubs. Not a bad choice. The only thing is it's sole point for OMG. Saber will spinning slash away. Still has Undying Rage, of course, to play with. Herald secured. Are you really happy to give up sole point? Teleport behind. The answer is clearly no. It is a Cassante on a flank angle, so pretty difficult to manage. Goes path makering away and away. OMG go, yeah, nope, we don't want this. Nope, 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 not with the Cassante there. Out we come. Teleport burn, but they got Herald and they get Dragon. Ultra Prime in a very commanding spot in this game. OMG, you will be fine. 2 items. But the Volibear not got a lot done. This Kaiser, this Silas are going to take a second or two to come online. Of course, at this point, Flicker Blade's now done for the Tryndamere. Hoo boy hook. Oh boy, that's going to be a lot of damage. The silence comes on through, forces a flash out of Mo, and we can't sit around. Ult on Rosie Love, yeah, but that one hurts. Come back towards the mid lane. Remember, you've got the Herald's dropped. Ejang has roamed on over to prevent Mo. I'm looking for an easy flank. Hang, thinking about looking to go forwards. Brings down the Sky Splitter. Will not do for the Stormbringer. Herald charge, mid lane falls, and now you're playing into a Blitzcrank with no mid lane turret. That's gonna be fun. Gives a lot more license for this Lilia to invade as well. Starry, big Kai'Sa player. Was, for me, his best champion in LDL. Certainly one of them. In a position to theoretically be a star carry, has got 2 of the kills for the team. Has gotten towards the Collector. Collector not bad into things like the Tryndamere, who if they run out, if they play around their HP bar too greedily, can certainly die to that. And if the ult runs out at the wrong moment, Kai'Sa auto, Kai'Sa Q, brings you down to size in swift moment. Going to need to though, and you are still playing a dive comp, where Tryndamere can press R, where Cassante can press W, and where the Blitzcrank can go, yep, we have no U. And Lilia as well, pretty good anti-dive, assuming she's not the target, because you just get easier access for your Q, for your blooming blows. Which then allows you to put everyone to sleep permanently. At least 30 seconds. Grey screen's not quite permanent, you know what I mean? The game slowed down a little bit again. The problem is, all the while, that Tryndamere still 1700 gold ahead. Xayah hit 2 items. Cassante behind, but doesn't care that much. And this is not a comp you want to be managing in the side lanes with no mid lane turret. If you can get to team fights, if you can get control of the vision, OMG much happier. A lot harder then for Ultra Prime to do what their composition wants to do. And you can absolutely fumble at objectives with this composition, and you hit a point where if the Blitzcrank suddenly doesn't have as many great targets to hit, well, the Tryndamere hits a team fight, has to blow ult early and then run away. Doesn't get to run forwards, but run away. That's not as easy. And the range on Ultra Prime, very poor. Of course, OMG, theoretically diving into a lot of that range, especially with the build on the Kai'Sa. It's not going to be a poke Kai'Sa build. That is a I dive in and Q you to death build. Dragon in a minute. Wanted to play for the pick, but Rosie. Ooh, going to be jumped out. Flash away. Speed up with the supercharger. Actually, that's the Kai'Sa. Can't remember what the one is for Blitzcrank off the top of my head. The double swirl seeds. Not going to be converted into a lilting lullaby. Flash down on the Blitzcrank, but it's going to be Ultra Prime who now get control of the vision. Saber gets the side lane shoved. Ejang shoving on the other side, and if you get to a point where a Tryndamere and a Lilia gets Ocean Soul, oh boy, that does not sound very good fun at all. Not quite the second item for the Silas, which is a little problematic. Building towards a Cosmic Drive, I think, with the Phoenix Kotik and the Aether Wisp. I think. Forgive me. There it is. Completed now. Linfeng now at 2 items. Can play out this fight a little bit better. Of course, this is potentially your best moment to fight before 3rd items come on through. Probably your most efficient gold stat-wise. Hook goes wide. Playing this one out. Linfeng looking for that flank angle. Can he steal a big ult? Hook will be coming off cooldown shortly. Dragon secured. He can, the equalizer is solid. Moment to the backline. Gets a lot of value as Wacko stunned on up. But the follow not fantastic. Junhao, though, dangerously low. Flash on out. Gets the lilting lullaby. It's only on to 1, though, so not that much value as out goes Hung. And the damage is brutal as Linfeng found his angle on in. Will still try to get something. Will Saber try to be immune. Gets one. But in the end, Dragon secured for the price of only 1. Well, sorry, Dragon lost for the price of only 1. I think you're okay with that. And you can turn to Atakan. Good flank angle from Linfeng. Good equalizer. Moam gets a big ult, and everyone sits there and suffers, unfortunately. Junhao does not get a big ult off, despite buying time with the Zhonyas. Wacko gets run out way too far, and the ult is not enough to save. Let's have a look again, because the equalizer tags him first. Moam gets into the back line, and Wacko will manage to, for a moment or two, deal with the ult. The problem is, then Linfeng comes on the flank. And Wacko is deleted as Starry picks his moment to ult after all the defensive tools are used. Yijang and Rosylove get run down. At least Saber gets 1. But you still lose 3. And unfortunately, the Lilia did not get to do any damage. The K'Sante did not get to do any damage. And look on the other side, Rumble, massive ultimate. Linfeng and Starry both involved properly. That was always going to be the worry around objectives. It is just a bit more simple to execute. Got the dragon at least. But a 5v5 where you're the ones being flanked? Yeesh. Not what you want to see. I think that's a shutdown too. Because the Tryndamere got the kill before it came on through. And now this Kai'Sa is very happy. Saber. Gonna be at threat. Ult in 1 second. Will spinning slash away. Heals up. Okay, well, gonna get a big chunk off, and that's, of course, the Atakan revive down. That was the prize of winning that fight. Slightly awkward from Moam there. So what happened here, Yijang got jumped on, but did a very good job to Pathmaker through the engage, into a Blitzcrank hook, rather. Rocket grab. And now, Equalize's going to come on down. Rumble, 2 items. Could still be a real threat this game. Still hold the line. Wave secured. Going to dive on forward, though. Turn it off. Lulting Lullaby, though. Sends multiple people to sleep. The feathers pulled through everyone. Harry goes down. That is the reset coming on through. Can teleport back, theoretically, but they lose Moam, who does not have the withdrawals. They'll get another afterwards as well. Nice Lilting Lullaby this time around. And even with the turret turned off, OMG cannot break into the structures of Ultra Prime. And now to the Baron they go. Yes, the withdrawals come on through. They can look to try and get something here. They're still going to be down a man of Moam. Heng coming back on over. Do they want to stay on this? No flash on Heng. No real easy way to go in here. Saber needs to be a bit wary. Does have the ult to play with. Star into the backline. Baron secured. Still want to trade this one out as Wacko had the ult remaining somehow, some way. Saber is undying for the moment. I'm very angry about it. Harry flashes on forwards though on this Rumble. And is going to delete a few more people. Saber needs to leave. Zhang doing their best to get on out of here. Gets a decent Q3. Can't quite get Linfeng. They lose 4 members for the Baron. Can't get out. Teleports come flying on through. And Harry cleans up the back end of that fight. Towards the turret they started on earlier. Oh, man, Ultra Prime, they thought they had the Baron. I want to see the replay here because there's a couple bad moments. Couldn't secure so many low health bars. So here's this play around the Baron. Saber still has the Undying Rage. So they try to play this one out. Wacko still had the ultimate, tries to play it. Problem is they can't quite finish people off. They go diving on forwards. It's a big play from Yijang. But the problem is Harry is there, flashes on forwards, and burns them all alive. They lose so much of the damage because the Lilia and the Xayah are brought low by the Rumble. And at this point, despite a decent Q3, can't get that auto, which would have killed Linfeng. They still get the Baron, but it isn't exactly the greatest moment. And now Rumble, picking up so much gold, could really do some damage now. Of course, burned a lot to make that happen. The Atakan isn't exactly what you'd call valuable. Dragon going to be started. You have actually still got Baron on Tryndamere. And that is probably the best person you could ask for with it. So everyone else will shove through mid. Tryndamere will just delete this tier 2. Hull breaker complete as well. If you're going to keep a Baron, At least that's the one you did. Okay. We're now at a position where, at the very least, Wacko has got that third item. Infinity Edge complete. Also, Starry, we said he was going to have to be a carry, is, at this point, 503, undying this game. Phantom Dancer complete, third item. Looking towards what will likely be a Lord Dominic's Regards. A lot of armor pen, a lot of mobility, a lot of ability to dance through these fights when you have got to deal with your Lilias, your Trindamirs, your Cassantes as well. I think that ability to stick your dancing shoes on and try and dance the good dance, really valuable. Hung finally at that undying, unending despair, sorry. Warden's Mail as well, really useful into double crit. Trindamir just gets it passively, of course, off his passive, literally. The Rage. Probably want something like a Mortal Reminder at some point. Maybe an Infinity Edge last to really amp those crits you get. Could also look towards a GA. More lives, always valuable. Bloodthirster, also pretty scary. Options here. Soul Point, OMG are at. And the gold, fractionally different at this stage in the game. It's a percentage of a percentage. And we hold our breath. Fourth item now complete for Starry. There is that Lord Dominic's Regards. What does Kai'Sa go last here? GA maybe? Not going to be the most crit, but it's a bit more survivable. The Infinity Edge would do you more damage. But is that what you're asked to do this game? I don't know. I think perhaps the GA might be a more sensible choice personally, but the decision, I think, holds merit either way. Probably the two most obvious answers. Puts you an item ahead of this Xayah, who hasn't always had the easiest time staying alive. Some good ults to try and stay alive from the initial bit of damage, but then the follow-up is always there. Kai'Sa's been very smart about holding before going on in onto someone like this Trindamir, onto someone like this Xayah. The problem is Harry does not have fun into Trindamir. Arm guard procced. But of course, with the needlessly large rod inventory, it's only 200 gold to complete that into his Zhonya's. Teleport was summoned by Linfeng regardless. So you get a teleport, you get an arm guard. Though I suspect when you go back, you will see that will be turned into his Zhonya's in the blink of an eye. Linfeng, in a similar position, decides not to sit on just the arm guard and completes the Zhonya's. Harry does the same. Very, very valuable into a Lilia, into the Xayah Feathers, into that Trindamir. Buying time will be huge this game, and that might be a break point. Rumble, not exactly the highest win rate champion in the LPL. We had this conversation yesterday. Sorry, the day before. It was Monday. The days of the week getting ahead of me. And I was sort of saying, wow, why is it so low? And you have to interrogate the number a little bit more, because a lot of it is, well, often it's into Galio. That's when it's allowed through. And Galio manages Rumble really well in lane. And Rumble doesn't get to be as dangerous. The other time it's because teams that aren't great are sometimes allowed to play it, because other teams just go, I don't think you're going to be good enough to make the Rumble work. Still, however, very scary champion. Harry very much in a position to carry with it. The most veteran member really here of OMG. Given the resources to carry, Blitzcrank now finding it a lot harder to be valuable when the vision isn't so squarely in Ultra Prime's favour. Big ward lines around this Baron in favour of OMG, and Linfeng steals the static field. Big ability to go in and just silence everyone with an AP backing. Can look to go on forwards. Heng goes forwards himself with the Stormbringer. Has to leave swiftly. Now the turnaround from Moan gets into the back onto Wacko. The undying range from Saber buys a lot of time with Heng. Desperately trying to survive. Flash on forwards, gets that kill. Turnaround with the Starry ultimate. Killer instinct buys time. Starry desperately trying to stay alive and does so. Oh, it's beautiful, but the Lilia gets a couple back. The Zhonya's bought time. And Ultra Prime cannot survive the onslaught. 4 dead on the ground, and Ultra Prime cannot team fight any longer. They burn so much to try and bring down that volley, but just ult straight out again. Wacko not allowed to survive. Faber gets a kill, but at that point, your ultimate is burned. How do you keep up the extended fight? Well, look at this. The equalizer tags on 3, maybe 4, and they run away. They knock up the volley bear engage. Yijang, path makes him away. Wacko not on the easiest angle. The lilting lullaby is buffered through well by Linfeng, and then Moam gets across everyone. Junhao tries, he does, but Harry just melts everyone, and Starry picks now to go in after the ults are popped. There is no Featherstorm. There is no Undying Rage. Starry, yeah, just about falls down, but the damage is done. And a 2 for 5, realistically 2 for 4 is not what you're after. Gets Ocean Soul for OMG. And the easier to execute comp, the team fight comp, now finding it a lot easier to play the game. Silas no longer quite as tricky to execute. Harry ahead, Starry ahead. And this Tryndamere is great in the skirmishes. It's a lot harder at this point. No resistances to play out these team fights. And OMG are going to have to face check. At least they've got the speed trying. The equalizer tags Wacko. No one really else. We'll have some honey fruit behind. We'll bring him right back up. Not Harry's best this game. Flash on forwards though from Moam with the quickness and the battle dance. Gets enough work. Baron secure, but the fight is going to commence. Undying range for Saber is going to continue trying to trade. They've taken the Baron, but Saber doesn't fall way too late. Starry doesn't have any defensive tools left. Heng tries the Thundering Smash his way to safety, and Juno's having none of it. Watch out, Eep. Brings down another. 4 dead. Harry escapes. For a moment, he's trying to clear out the wave, and actually, Ijang's just teleported in. They're going to lose every Baron. Even with the Ocean Soul, Harry cannot survive long enough. That poor equalizer, I think, wasn't quite enough. They have Moam go forward, and it looks beautiful. A battle dance, grand entrance, quickness combo to really get into the backline. The problem was, all they did was use it to get the Baron. It doesn't kill anyone. No one follows up, really. And they try to retreat, and Saber gets to keep attacking. Gets a lot more value out of the Tryndamere. And actually, I think they could just end the game. 10 seconds, they're going to try and push it. Big knock-up, might buy time, but they've got so much damage. They've got a Tryndamere who doesn't quite have the ultimate. It's not even down one there. What am I talking about? Did eventually die, but another knock-up. Sorry, comes into the back line! Deletes them all! Killer Instinct off the fountain! TP now to try and return the favor. There's so many long death timers. How much more can you do? Linfeng could be in a 1v1 that he doesn't want. Where is Harry? 4 seconds away. Trying to clear out as many waves as they can. Because the one thing that did happen was that mid lane wave was shoved very, very deep. Double knock-up from Moam matters a massive amount. It sets up the plasma to get Starry in. How long have you got? 25 seconds on Junjiao. 10 on Ijang. Saber is here, has got ult. We'll try to get into the back line, clear the wave. Undying ranges. Zonya's pop will not kill all that much. Will likely die here. But has cleared the wave. We'll get 5 seconds on Wacko to come on forwards. They get inhibited, but I think the sacrifice of the Tryndamere stops the game. Moam, hero moment, sets up for Starry to delete the back end. Here we go on the re-engage. Zonya's doing by some time. Starry has to cleanse with the ult on top. But down goes the Blitzcrank. Wacko trying to get out as another Zonya's comes on through. But Ijang trying to get a lot of value. Q3 back. Junhao still alive as well. We're going to have 30 seconds still on Saber, but it's a 4v2. The health bars are better, but there's an Ocean Soul on the other side. And Fountain gives healing for Ultra Prime, but can they win the 2v4? There's not that many ults remaining. In they go with Ijang, who's pretty damn tanky, trying to clear out the wave. A lilting lullaby stolen by Linfeng! Sets it to sleep as Junhao trying to run away, but into the backline goes Linfeng, trying to get one, will do so. Ijang trying desperately to clear the waves. They can't do it. There is no return hero moment. And from Nexus to Nexus we go. But OMG, pray harder. It's in the namesake and they will win Game 5. It is a fiesta. It is a little bit of a Michael Bay game. But Starry comes soaring out of the heavens. Divine Portent. Gorgeous, gorgeous kills at the end there. They thought they had it, but honestly, Moam getting all 4 people to stop auto-attacking, to clear the wave twice to get Starry in. How do they get away with it? How on earth do they do it? Should never, ever, ever, ever have happened. And yet here we are. I'm Initialise. I'm Nymaera's older brother. We cast together. We started casting together, doing LJL as an unofficial stream many, many years ago. Now I do it professionally. It's a pleasure to be here. If you get the opportunity, please throw a follow, please throw a sub, either here or on my channel. At Initialise, Cast will be going there after this game. I'll go play some solo queue and try and steal some of you over because I can, and it's kind of nice. So yeah, come enjoy some chill moments after that. Hello to YouTube as well. I see you all in there. Was it a reverse sweep? No. It was 1-2. OMG won the first game, and then 2 games went the way of Ultra Prime, and then they got 2 back-to-back. The 1-2 comfort zone. G2 out there nodding away. Thank you very much for the great cast. Alex was, as last, out at LEC meeting today, so wasn't able to stream this, so it was me instead. Hi. Solo casting away. But hello to YouTube. Hello to Anivia's chat as well. Good to see you guys out there. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Who is your MVP this game? Harry, strong Rumble performance. I think Moam also played pretty well on the Rakan. Starry, also critical Kai'Sa play in those team fights. I think it's probably between the bot laners for me, though the Rumble was good. Few solid options. I think you can make some decent justifications elsewhere. Thank you very much for praising the cast. Like media, I appreciate it. So why would Saber suicide? Basically because he had to clear the wave, because otherwise the turrets fall too fast. The death timers were too long. Even if it was only 10 seconds away, you are so late in the game with so much damage, those turrets don't exist anymore. They're not really existent if the wave isn't there. Had to go in and try and delete something. Tried to then run away at the back end, but Harry was lagging behind a bit and managed to pick them up on the retreat. So yeah, actually I think there was more than 2 minions, if I said it was just hidden under the players. So you went and said, look, I'm just going to go in, I'm going to try and buy as much time as I can, clear out the wave. And I think if they kept those 2 minions alive, it is still dead turrets. Tried to buy time for the rest of people coming on through. But yeah, I think it was a risky call. But hey, I get what the thought process is. I think probably it is Starry. I think he was the most consistent player. He was, exactly, the early game wasn't pretty from Moam. Had some good engages, don't get me wrong, but I think some of them were a little over-eager. But hey, this is Moam, what were you expecting? But I think there are some justifications you can make. I'm curious to see who the MVP actually is. Also lost in the Adakan tempo. Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. Yeah, it probably isn't that. Whew. My voice may need a little bit of a rest at some point soon. Well, well, well. Okay, here we are. Let's have a look. I am a bit fried, guys. I should be talking more. But here it is, our damage graph. Starry, Harry, both doing well. Credit to Junhao, actually. Did get some big Qs off in those fights, I think. Unfortunately, losing control of the vision made the comp so much harder to play. There's not really much other way to put it. Let's have a look at the highlights. I'll keep my camera on screen because I want to be here. Because this looked really good. Moam tries to buy time for people to get over it. Can't quite happen. And it works out really well. It's a great feather pull from Wacko. And Wacko doesn't have the ult. Gets jumped on. Junhao misses the swell seed, which is really frustrating. If he'd landed that, you could have swell seed and probably got Lonfeng under the turret. Lonfeng under the turret, rather. Is it time to replicate with my own solo queue adventure? Pretty much, yeah. Because Ultra Prime, once again, they draft a harder comp. This fight was brilliant because that equalizer was bloody glorious. Really, really good. Feathers are pulled, and now watch Starry ult. Now. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Picks his moment, knows that Wacko has no cooldowns remaining. And if you are going to be a Kai'Sa player, if you're going to be an AD Kai'Sa player, you have to cheat in the casino. You have to cooldown count. Starry plays that one super well, gets Wacko to ult, gets Saber to flash out to go after him, and then gets out with his own flash. Misses that W, I saw that. But stays alive and plays it out just well enough. Oh my days, a last order would have done it. Doesn't quite happen. Harry and Starry, team fight carry. I think it's a rough Silas game, not that easy. That lilting lullaby wasn't quite enough. And then watch Moam here. That is absolutely everyone. Absolutely everyone with the quickness. And Wacko gets burned alive. Doesn't have any tools remaining. And they don't get the initial pick. You have to start this with a pick. You want the Blitzcrank to get someone, and then you can Lilting Lullaby. And I actually think OMG, Starry in particular, really timed a lot of those scary abilities very, very well to pick his moments. This was less pretty. Because this time, Saber, with the ult running, gets into the backline. Starry doesn't get to play the game. Yeah, Saber burns out, but he's done the job. The Kai'Sa doesn't get to damn well do damage this time around. And for me, it is a question of like, look, again, what an insane knock-up into a massive, 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 massive ult. That Q3 hits no one. Stolen Lilting Lullaby. Clutch from Linfeng. Junhao and K'Sante could probably have held there otherwise, I think. Not any longer. It's probably Starry, isn't it? Though I think you do owe some shout-outs to Harry, some shout-outs to Moam, who actually had some pretty good moments. And neither of these teams played clean League of Legends today. This is not the top the LPL can offer. We've all seen it. We saw the flaws. But there are genuinely good players in here. And I hope we see some growth here. There's a lot of rookies I think can get to a much better level with time. But I don't expect Ultra Prime to be that good until... Same with OMG, actually, for that matter, until middle of spring, a bit later. And that might be too late. But a lot of these players could well end up with some more value. That's another MVP for Starry. Jinx and the Kai'Sa. Back-to-back games. From 1 through down. Clutch, clutch, clutch stuff. Crazy game. Thanks for casting. Of course, dude. Of course. So, I am going to set up my own stream, get myself going over on Initialise casts, and I'm going to keep going because I've not had enough time on air today because I'm going to get some value out of my own stream for a bit. So good playing now on Starry, coming up from the OMG Academy series. For the OMG Academy, huge value. Him and Lonfeng, two of their homegrown talents. Really, really good. So YouTube, we're going to be saying goodbye to you very shortly. Olivia chat, thank you so much for hanging out. It's good to see you all. But we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with our first duo cast in about a week, which is kind of wild. Last time would have been Friday. Oh my days. Yeah, it'll have been a hot minute. Been a hot minute. Nearly a full week. So we'll go from there. But I'm going to set my own stream up while I leave you watching these. I'll leave the chair there to keep you company. And I'll be back in a moment or two with my own stream running. Okay, we return. So, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, YouTube. A pleasure. We'll see you all tomorrow.